Sisterhood is powerful. It kills. Mostly sisters. T. Grace Atkinson. Prologue. Kelly. The interview. Present day. A man whose name I do not know slides his hand under the hem of my new blouse, connecting the cable to the lavalier mic clipped to my collar. He asks me to say something, sound check, and for a single reckless beat, I consider the truth. Brett is dead, and I'm not innocent. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm not only dishonest, I'm unoriginal. The sound guy listens to the playback. Keep your hair off your left shoulder as much as you can, he tells me. I haven't had my ends trimmed in months, and not because my grief has bested my vanity. I'm hoping viewers are better able to see the resemblance to my sister. I have nice hair. Brett had beautiful hair. Thanks, I reply, wishing I could remember his name. Brett would have known it. She made a point of being on a first-name basis with the crew. From the gaffer to the ever-rotating harem of production assistants. My sister's specialty was making underappreciated people feel appreciated. It's a testament to that quality that we are all gathered here today. Some of us prepared to tell heroic lies about her. Acoustics isolated, I take my seat before camera A with the grim poise of a fallen soldier's widow. The small room is cozy as a Christmas card. Fire going, overstuffed chairs. This is my first time in Jesse Barnes' apartment, and I was dismayed to discover that while richly appointed, it is not much bigger than my one bedroom in Battery Park that atrophies my savings on the 15th of every month. Jesse Barnes has a hit reality show on a prestige cable channel, and all she has to show for it is 900 square feet. New York does not have the real estate for any more success stories. Jessie emerges from her bedroom and frowns at me. Better, she says, meaning my outfit. I agonized over what to wear for this interview, scouring the flash sale sites, until finally giving myself permission to shop the full-price racks at Ann Taylor, not Loft. When you are going on TV to talk about your little sister, dead at 27, you spring for the core product. I showed up for the interview 15 minutes early, location 1, Jessie's living room, feeling spruce in a starched white button-down and black pants that hook above my belly button. Jessie barely glanced at me and called over her stylist with an excoriating sigh, like she was expecting me to disappoint her. My grieving big sister costume has since been reimagined with the help of a pair of large ripped jeans and sneakers, though we kept the fitted button-down for contrast, rolling up the sleeves and knotting it at the waist. This is an intimate fireside chat in my living room, not a network interview with Ty and Sawyer on a soundstage, Jessie told the stylist, speaking about me as though I were not standing right next to her. She noticed, but did not comment on the price tag, still attached to the interior seam of the rejected pair of black pants by a small brass safety pin. Diane Sawyer actually wanted to interview me on a soundstage for $500,000, but I said no, for Jessie. And I'm a single mother wearing clothes I'll try to return tomorrow. Jessie Barnes sits down across from me and does a very confusing thing. She smiles at me. All morning, she has oscillated between picking me apart and ignoring me, which is not an easy thing to do in such tight quarters. Jessie Barnes knows what really happened, and that's why she's of two minds about me. She needs me, that's for sure, so you would think she would smile at me more. The problem is, I need her too. You feel okay about this? She asks, sounding almost nervous. All around us, yellow sandbags moor light stands, their naked bulbs too bright to look at directly. It's like we're preparing for a natural disaster, I thought the first time I saw them, not too long ago. I do, I tell her with the confidence I've learned to fake as a mother. What's my father's name? I don't know. What if a man comes to my school with a gun? That will never happen. "Let's make this quick for both of our sakes," Jessie says, raising her phone to her face to brush up on her interview questions. One combat boot bobbing. "Jessie dresses like a goth lesbian Audrey Hepburn," Brett told me before I met her for the first time. And then she actually repeated the witticism to Jessie's face, as though to prove to me that, unlike the other women, Jessie was her friend and not just her boss. Jessie and I were on our way to friendship before Brett died, our one inside joke igniting a blaze of insecurity in my sister that had remained mostly contained since she became famous. This fear that we might regress to our childhood roles, me the golden child, Brett the reprobate, was a fire that nothing could put out entirely. "At least you didn't have the shitty childhood," she would say, whenever something bad happened to me in adulthood, as though I had no right to complain about needing a root canal now because I was Mom's favorite growing up. What Brett never understood was that Mom preferred me because she could control me, and that made for a shitty childhood in its own right. I was the yes daughter, and for the record, what that got me wasn't love. What that got me was a lowering limbo bar until I couldn't bend any deeper. So I snapped. "We're good, Jess," Lisa says. Lisa is our showrunner and the only person in this room who wasn't enamored with Brett while she was alive. Well, besides me. Don't get me wrong, I loved my sister, but I saw her too. There are the last-minute preparations, a dab of Vaseline in the bow of my lips, a spritz of hairspray from the on-set hairdresser, smile check, no breakfast in our teeth. The set clears, leaving only the main players. It is not the most ideal of circumstances, but not even a year ago, I could only dream that Salute would be promoting the Kelly Courtney interview special on the sides of MTA buses. Jessie begins. "Kelly, I want to thank you so much for agreeing to share your story with the Salute community." She is speaking in a gentle lilt, but her eyes are flat and hard. "Let me start by saying how profoundly sorry I am for your loss. I know I speak on behalf of the entire Salute family when I say we are all grieving." She pauses long enough for me to thank her. "That grief, as I'm sure you know, is a tornado of emotions. Hurt, shock, confusion, anger." A bead of Jessie's spit lands just below my eye. I wipe it away and realize it looks like I am wiping away a tear when Jessie clucks. "How are you holding up?" "I'm hanging in there." I picture my fingers monkey gripping the edge of a rooftop, cartoon clouds separating me from the gawkers on the street below. Am I really going to do it? Something Stephanie must have thought. How many times? "I noticed you are wearing your sister's ring," Jessie says. "Can you share the significance of that with the people at home?" My right hand flies to my left, shielding the gold signet as though Jessie has threatened to take it from me. "The women had these rings made after the first season of the show," I explain, my thumb brushing the letterpressed metal. Like everything of Brett's but her shoes, the ring is too big on me. On cold days, I have to wear it on my thumb. They're inscribed SS, for Standing Sisters. What does Standing Sisters signify? That the lethal casting process you subjected them to every year didn't bring them to their knees. Production was notorious for toying with the women between seasons. They brought in new women, younger women, smarter women, richer women, put them on tape, and sent them to the network to consider. Potential new hires, all under the guise of keeping the cast fresh. But they also made sure the old women heard about it, that they knew no one was irreplaceable. If they wanted to come back, they had better dance for their dinner, and the old women would do anything to come back. No one ever left the show of her own accord, despite what previously axed diggers have claimed in the press. You were fired or you died. And honestly, dying might be better. Once you were fired, it was over anyway. It was a point of pride for Jen Greenberg, Stephanie Simmons, and my sister that they were original gold diggers who withstood every between-season casting gauntlet. They had these rings made to congratulate themselves, and let's be real, to assert their authority over the newbies like me. The rings are our promises to each other that as women, we will raise each other up, I revise. As women, we must make this commitment to one another, Jessie says, with the vigor of someone who believes herself. Especially when the world is designed to keep us down. And I have to give it to you, Kelly, because after what happened to Brett, I think most of us would understand if you wanted to back off, sell your share in the company, and hand over the reins. Instead, you've taken complete creative control and doubled your revenue, all while raising the most thoughtful, caring, and enterprising teenager I've ever met. You're not just standing. You're thriving. The mention of my daughter gets my heart going at a primal pace. Keep her out of this, I think, unfairly, since I'm the one who brought her into this in the first place. Kelly, Jessie continues, the network faced a great deal of flack when we announced that we were not only moving forward with airing Season 4 as planned, but that we would be sharing the footage of that day uncensored. But as a show dedicated to the empowerment and advancement of women, we felt it was our responsibility to lay bare the truth of domestic violence. I know, as your friend, you agreed with Salute. Would you talk to me a little bit about that? Even though I know we are not and never will be friends, the word sends a warm spike through my middle. To be a part of Jessie's orbit is a fantastic thing. I'm sorry this is the way it had to happen. Of course I am. I'm not a monster. But I shouldn't have to feel guilty about it either. Everything Jessie just said about me is true. I have revitalized the company. I have doubled our revenue. I have raised an exceptional daughter. I deserve to be here, maybe even more than Brett ever did. I think of it like this, Jessie, I answer. That if what had happened to my sister had happened to me, I wouldn't want the truth censored. This verbal mirroring is met with an almost imperceptible nod of approval from Jessie. Just because it makes people uncomfortable. We should be made uncomfortable by domestic violence. We should be traumatized by it. It's the only way we are ever going to be motivated to do anything about it. The tenor of my voice has intensified, and Jessie reaches out and catches my hand in hers. The gesture produces a clapping sound, as though we have high-fived. Why don't we start from the beginning? She suggests, her pulse electric beneath my fingertips. She's not nervous, I realize. She's excited. My mother always told me to make my own money so that a man could never tell me what to do, like my father ever told her what to do. But here I am, doing that, or trying to at least, just to take orders from a woman who would not hesitate to hit me harder than any man ever could if I do not do as she says. I do not have independence. I do not have desirable options. What am I to do but start from our version of the beginning? Part 1. Pre-production. May 2017.
Chapter 1. Brett. Would-be yoga instructor number 4 has punk blonde hair and a bodybuilder's tan. Her name is Maureen, and she's an ex-housewife who has spent the last 7 years working on a documentary about the exodus of the Onlo Yue tribe from Noche to the southeastern corner of the Republic of Ghana. If it were up to me, I'd say look no further. Thank you for coming all the way up here to see us, Kelly says with a pleasant smile she doesn't intend Maureen to ever see again. I know she decided against her the moment she took off her coat to reveal her pink sports bra and mommy gut. Kelly never got mommy gut after she had a baby, and so she believes mommy gut is not a result of biology, but a choice. Wrong choice. I've stayed mostly silent during the interview. This is Kelly's thing, though not in writing. But Maureen turns to me, wringing her hands shyly. At the risk of sounding like a total brown noser, she says, I can't leave here without saying how lucky this generation of young girls is to have someone like you on their TV screens. Maybe I would have come into my own sooner if I had had someone like you to show me how great life can be when you embrace your authentic self. Would have saved my kids a lot of fucking grief. She slaps a hand over her mouth. Shit. Her eyes go wide. Shit, wider still. Why can't I stop? I'm so sorry. I glance at my 12-year-old niece sitting in the corner, texting deathly. She wasn't supposed to be here today, but the babysitter's dog ate a grape. Toxic, apparently. I turn back to Maureen. How dare you? The silence stretches, uncomfortably. Only when it becomes unbearable do I flash her a grin and repeat, how fucking dare you? Oh, you're kidding! Maureen doubles over with relief, resting her hands on her knees. She releases a breath between her teeth, half whistle, half laugh. Easy, my sister mutters, reminding me of our mother in 2 terrifying consonants. Our mother could silence a car alarm going off all night with the slow turn of her head. Your daughter is stunning, by the way. Maureen addresses Kelly, changing tack in an attempt to placate my stern-lipped sister, but it is the exact worst thing she could have said about her daughter. Stunning. Striking. Exotic. That face. That hair. All of it makes the green tendon in Kelly's neck throb. My daughter is not some rarefied tropical fruit. She sometimes snaps at well-meaning strangers. She is a 12-year-old girl. Just call her pretty. Maureen sees the expression on Kelly's face and laughs nervously, turning to appeal to me one last time. You should know that there's already a wait list for your book at my local library. Only 2 people ahead of me, but still, you haven't even published it yet. I offer her the plate of grindstone artisanal donuts. What's wrong with Duncan, I wanted to know. But Kelly had read about designer donuts on Grub Street and insisted we stop in Sag Harbor on the way. You get the bacon maple for that. I wink at Maureen, and she blushes, like a much younger woman who married a man despite all those fantasies, starring her best friend. Do you get that a lot? The New York Magazine reporter asks when Maureen is gone. Erin, I think she said her name was. Women who credit their coming out to you? All the time. Why do you think that is? I lace my fingers behind my head and kick up my feet. Cocky, straight women often call me with a giggle. Gay looks good on me, I guess. Kelly makes that face our mother warned would stick. I wish she were alive so I could tell her she was right about something, at least. It's working for you, Erin agrees, blushing. Woo! She fans her cheeks. Where's the bathroom in here? Down the hallway on the left, Kelly tells her. No, Brett, Kelly says quietly, as soon as the bathroom door shuts. She means Maureen. No, Brett, we aren't hiring her. No, Brett, it's not your call. I reach for Erin's recorder and switch it off, so Kelly isn't caught fat-age tan-shaming on tape. Hey, I hold up my phone to take an Instagram story of our surroundings. The yoga studio is your baby. I type, new spoke space, coming June 17. Click, done. Search for the location. Montauk End of the World doesn't come up for a while. Service is wonky out here, which reminds me. By the way, I say to Kelly, it's out here. Kelly stares at me blankly. You said thank you for coming all the way up here to see us? Montauk isn't up. It's east. You want people to think you're an old pro at the Hamptons scene. I pull my sweatshirt over my head and pet the static out of my famous hair. This is, in fact, Kelly's first time out here. A ticket to a comedy show, I realized, after mentioning it to the commercial designer I've hired, to transform the abandoned hardware store on Montauk's Main Street into a pop-up yoga studio. A pop-up yoga studio on Montauk's Main Street. If you're worried I've become more basic than the insult basic, you should be. Never been to Montauk before? The designer had repeated back to us in slow disbelief, as if my sister had never seen avocado toast on a menu or heard Justin Bieber's music. He spread a palm over his throat, choking on Kelly's quaintness. And so earlier, as Kelly and I were setting up the space for the yoga instructor auditions, Kelly told me not to mention anything about it being her first time in Montauk to the New York Magazine reporter who is on her way out here to document the first hiring call for the yoga studio. I tried to parse her reasoning before asking about it. Kelly gets cranky when you ask her to explain things she thinks should be obvious, another fetching facet of her personality she got from our mother. Why not? I'd finally been forced to ask. I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why it would be a bad thing for people to know this was Kelly's first time in Montauk. I've barely been to Montauk, and if anything, it better serves our brand, yup, still the grossest word in the English language, that Kelly has never spent a summer mainlining rosé in a slutty one-piece at Gurney's. We are the people's fitness studio. Because I don't want anything that makes us look inexperienced in the press, she said, flicking open a yoga mat. I'm worried how it looks to our investors, like we're little girls playing with Monopoly money. Well, I thought, but didn't have the energy to say, they aren't our investors, they're my investors, so don't lose any sleep over it. But I let it slide. I have enough headaches in my life right now, no need to get hung up on the delusional statements of a stay-at-home mom who still hasn't accepted the fact that her tubby little sister is the overachiever now. And overachiever I am. Since filming wrapped last season, I've raised $23.4 million to expand the location of my spin studio, We Spoke. Coming fall 2017, Spoke will open on the Upper West Side and Soho, and if this yoga thing does well for us, we have our eyes on a space just down the block from our original Spoke location in the Flatiron, the premier zip code for boutique studio fitness in Manhattan. Not bad for a 27-year-old community college dropout who, up until 3 years ago, was living in her sister's basement in New Jersey. I should be proud. And I am. But, I don't know. I can't help but feel conflicted about the expansion. I loved our scrappy little studio when it was a self-governing affair. There was no board to answer to, no human resources department, no numbingly dull talk of the market. Our seed capital came from an entrepreneurial contest I won when I was 23. I never needed angel investors or bootstrappers. I never had to answer to anyone but myself. The grant money gave me the freedom to focus on the mission of Spoke, which is, and always will be, to protect and educate the female Imazarin population of Morocco's high Atlas Mountains. Imazarin women and girls, some as young as 8, walk on average 4 miles a day under a gruesome 14 UV index sun just to bring home a single jerry can of water. It's a woman's duty to provide clean water for her family, and the task often prevents them from attending school and entering the workforce later in life. Then there's the issue of their safety. 1 in 5 Imazarin women have been sexually assaulted on their way to the well, sometimes by groups of men who hide in the bushes and wait for the youngest walkers. When I heard this, I had to act, and I knew other women would be compelled to as well if I made it easy for them. For every 5th ride at Spoke, we provide a bike to an Imazarin family in need. The bikes reduce the time of the water gathering task from hours to minutes so that young girls are home in time for school and their moms can go to work. The bikes mobilize girls who haven't even gotten their periods yet to outpace a gang of rapists. That was my pitch, and not a single investor bought it. They were all men, and they all thought New York City women were too self-absorbed to care. But these days, it's cool to care. It's mandatory to support the sisterhood. Women are spokes in the same wheel, trying their best to move each other forward. That's Spoke's mission statement. Kelly came up with it. Beautiful, huh? Myself, I preferred get off your privileged ass and think of someone else for a change. But Kelly made the point that we'd probably catch more flies with honey. Of course, when we didn't, Kelly lost interest. She laughed at me when I showed her the article I'd clipped from the Out magazine I found in the doctor's waiting room, detailing the entrepreneurial contest for budding LGBTQ business owners. "That's a long shot," she said, "but I've always had a strong arm." I'd peeled apart a folding chair and said, "The Hamptons are absolutely lovely, and they should stay that way. But they won't, not with pop-up yoga studios opening where the hardware store is supposed to be." Kelly had sighed. "There's a client base out here, though." I'd set the box of grindstone donuts on the seat of the chair. I'd already eaten 2. Classic Boston cream and blueberry basil with lemon ricotta frosting. The sugar remained a burning ring in my throat, demanding more. Better than an orgasm, people say about good food, but that isn't quite right. Food is what happens before the orgasm. The building of something great, the wonderfully excruciating plea to keep going, keep going. Too many women deny themselves this pleasure, and I decided long ago I would not be one of them. Almost 1/3 of young women would trade a year of their lives to have the perfect body. This is not because women are shallow or because they have their priorities out of whack. It is because society makes life miserable for women who are not thin. I am part of a small but growing minority determined to change that. Spoke is the first exercise studio that mentions nothing about transforming your body, because study after study proves that your physical body has so little to do with health. Healthy people are people who feel connected to their communities, who are loved and supported by those around them, and who have a sense of purpose in their lives. Healthy women do not waste their precious energy separating egg whites from egg yolks. "How about this?" I said to Kelly. "I won't mention anything about this being your first time in Montauk if you consider the free memberships for the locals." "No, Brett," Kelly said, her favorite refrain. "Someone in this family needs to graduate from college." "Half a degree from Dartmouth is like a full degree from CUNY," I pointed out. "I'll get a scholarship," Layla had said dutifully. Little perfect angel that she is, she had found a broom and was sweeping the area around the yoga mat because it was dirty and the instructors were going to be auditioning barefooted. When Layla was born, the doctor told me she had 25% of my genes, but I think those cells have copied and split a few times since then. It was Layla's idea to curate an Instagram account and online shop that hawks the wares of Imazaran women. The feed is filled with gorgeous rag rugs, pottery, and cold-pressed olive oil, and 100% of the proceeds go back to the women of the high Atlas Mountains. Just like her auntie, Layla thinks with her heart, not her wallet. We have Kelly for that. "It's not that easy to get a scholarship, Layla," Kelly said, "especially to a top school." I said, making prolonged eye contact with Layla, whose smile was a dare. "Say it." "I think she'll be fine." "Don't do that, Brett," Kelly muttered, plopping onto a chair while her daughter continued to sweep the floors. I walked over to her and rested my hands on the back of her chair, bringing my face close enough for her to smell the lavender rose poppy seed "we could have just gone to Dunkin' donut" on my breath. Pretending to be colorblind is just as offensive as the N-word, you know. Kelly covered my whole face with her palm and shoved me away. "Stop." It came out an exhausted plea. Kelly is a mother, and heretofore exhausted in a way that I, as a child-free individual running a multi-million-dollar corporation, cannot begin to even contemplate. Kelly had Layla when she was 19 years old, in a confounding act of defiance against our recently deceased mother. Growing up, my mother's shadow darted after Kelly as she moved between AP classes, piano lessons, Habitat for Humanity, SAT tutors, college essay editors, college interview coaches, Dartmouth pre-med summer sessions, and finally, a fellowship with the International School of Global Health in North Africa that Kelly returned from motherless, pregnant, and more chill than I'd ever seen her. Our mom was far from the traditional definition of a tiger mom. Her fixed state was mopey, immobilized, one stain on her blouse away from crying. Kelly was the court jester, but instead of juggling and telling jokes, she got straight A's and played Bach with soft fingers. When our mother died, took 3 strokes, Kelly was released from duty. Why she decided to celebrate her freedom by holding out her wrists for another set of handcuffs still escapes me, but then we wouldn't have Layla, who, listen, I know on a subliminal level has to love my sister more than she loves me, but it doesn't feel that way. Not to me, and not to Kelly either. And it's a reversal of fortunes for both of us. Because when I was in high school, I was the least loved. I was smoking pot when I should have been in Spanish class, piercing my nose instead of my ear cartilage, eating white cheddar Cheez-Its for breakfast, and looking more and more like my mother every day. An egregious crime in her eyes. I never understood it. Kelly may have gotten the thin genes, but my mother and I got face. A boy in high school once said that if you put my head on Kelly's body, we could be a supermodel. And this is the problem with the way girls are raised, because both of us were flattered. One of us even gave him a blowjob. Erin returns from the bathroom, shaking her wet hands. "No paper towels in there," she says. I stick my hands in my sweatshirt and reach out to dry hers. For a moment, our fingers intertwine through the terry cloth material, and we feel that our hands are the same size. I love introducing other women to the eroticism of equality. Thanks. Erin is flushed. She takes a seat next to me, pressing play on her recorder, with a cutely scolding glance in my direction. I lift a hand with a shrug. No idea how that happened. And a prism of light distracts her. "Oh," she says, "there's the famous ring." I hold out my hand so we can both admire the gold signet I wear on my pinky. "It's a little cocktail hour at the club for me," I say, but I got absolutely no say in the design. When the show was renewed for the 3rd season, Jen, Steph, and I realized we were the only original cast members still standing, and Steph proposed having rings made to commemorate this momentous achievement. She sent me a link to the website of a designer Gwyneth Paltrow featured on Goop. $108 for an inch of plated gold, plus the cost to have them engraved SS for Standing Sisters. This was before the $23.4 million, the book deal, and the speaking fees that still haven't made me rich, because it is very hard to be rich in New York City. "Does Claire's still exist?" I texted back. "On me," was Steph's response. A lot of things were on Steph, and despite what she tells you, she likes it that way. Sometimes I catch Kelly staring at the ring. She'll look away when she realizes she's been seen, sheepish, like a guy busted staring at your tits when you bend over to pick up something that's fallen on the ground. Erin's attention travels up my bare arm. "Is that new?" I flex my bicep for her. I'm not the type of woman who gets a tattoo on the nape of her neck or the underside of her wrist. A woman needs a man. Like a fish needs a bicycle, Erin finishes. Another straight girl flirts with me, and I love it. Should be the name of my fucking memoir. That's so clever, Erin gushes. Especially with the reference to the bicycle. Oh, Brett is extremely clever. Kelly gets me in a headlock and gives me a noogie. Her preferred method of attack whenever she feels like anyone is stroking my ego too hard. She likes to try to break off my share hair at the root. I sink my teeth into her arm hard enough to taste her Bliss body lotion, the only body lotion Kelly can afford at Blue Mercury, and she releases me with a sharp cry. Erin reaches out and irons my hair back into place. Can you please tell everyone it's real? I ask her. Hair is real. Erin pretends to jot it down in a pretend notebook. It's interesting, she says, but I'm noticing a pattern here that the show parallels. You as the little sister to the group. I say, unconvinced. I think Jen Greenberg would rather hump a hot dog than share a bloodline with me. Erin controls her laugh, but her eyes are twinkling with shared detest for Jen. I'm sure that's not true. There is no love lost between Jen Greenberg and me. We were acquainted through the wellness industry years ago, something approaching friends that first season. Viewers watched as I grew close to her famous humanist mother, Yvette, who loves Jen because she has to, and me because she does. And everyone thinks this is why we can't speak the other's name without a lip curl of contempt. The reality is that there is a gap between Jen's on-screen persona, vegan groovy, and real-life one, vegan mega bitch, and I have no patience for that particular brand of inauthenticity. And guess what? It's okay that we do not get along. It is a dangerous thing to conflate feminism with liking all women. It limits women to being one thing, likable, when feminism is about allowing women to be all shades of all things, even if that thing is a snake oil saleswoman. Erin continues, I guess I just mean everyone has their role, right? You're the baby, the scrappy up-and-comer. Stephanie is the grande dame, the one with it all, money, success, love. Jen is obviously feminist royalty, and Lauren's the straw that stirs the drink. Haley was, I don't know, I guess she was the normal one? And that's why you're speaking about her in the past tense. Haley's obituary came in the form of an Us Weekly announcement, detailing her desire to concentrate on new and exciting business opportunities. As if the whole point of the show isn't to document that very thing. I liked Haley. I think she had another season in her, but she got greedy, asking for all that money when she was bringing nothing to the table. Cast members drop every year, and I see no reason to go into crisis mode worrying that I might be next. We all have a story that will come to an end at some point or another. No use making myself crazy trying to manipulate the inevitable, as is the way of some of the cast. Still, I'd rather deal with that than with my sister, buzzing in my ear the last few weeks. Would the producers consider her to replace Haley? Would I talk to Lisa again? Would I talk to Jessie this time? I submit. I guess I'm kind of the underdog. One side of Erin's mouth tugs down wryly. Well, if the underdog has 3 million followers on Instagram while the rest of the cast has yet to break a mill. But in terms of your socioeconomic standing, yes. Though I'm so interested to see how this season plays out, now that you're catching up to everyone else financially. It seems like you're really firing on all cylinders, you know? You're in a serious relationship with a drop-dead gorgeous human rights lawyer who volunteers with sexual assault survivors and speaks 5 languages, I pad. Erin laughs. Who volunteers with sexual assault survivors and speaks 5 languages. Then you've got the book deal, the 2 new studios, you're trying your hand at yoga. All of this, it's going to cause a power shift in the group. I mean, she smirks. Not at me, at her. It already has, hasn't it? Kelly watches me, curious how this is going to go. This is the first time anyone in the press has asked me about her. Stephanie, my former best friend. I gather my wits and say, I'm not one for beating around the bush. Erin leans forward with a collaborating smile, as though to assure me we can shape this any way I want if I'm willing to spill the tea. I heard you and Stephanie had a fight and are no longer talking. I speak around her, to Kelly. It was on TMZ, right? So it has to be true. Erin shrugs, unfazed. TMZ was the first to break the news about Michael Jackson's death and the Kim Kardashian robbery. I love TMZ. Kelly grins at me, thrilled to see me in the hot seat. Kelly knows all about my falling out with Stephanie, but unlike TMZ, and unlike what I'm about to tell Erin, she knows the truth, and I can count on her to keep it a secret. Sisters are reliably good for two things: hating and loving. We haven't spoken in 6 months, I admit. Erin purses her lips, saddened by this news, but the sadness is only an angle to solicit more information. I loved your friendship with Stephanie. It felt important to see a relationship like that between two women. Important and remarkable. Especially for the reality TV landscape that feeds off women in conflict. And you didn't... She cuts herself off, searching for a better phrasing. I don't want to sound blamey. I guess I'm trying to understand how two women whose bond seemed unbreakable don't reconnect, given the serious revelations made by one in her memoir. She waits for me to respond. I wait for a question to actually be asked. Unless... Erin squints as if to filter out everyone and everything but me. Unless you already knew about the sexual abuse? I am prepared for this. Stephanie is a really private person. So, you did know. Just because we're going through a rough patch right now doesn't mean I'd betray her confidences. Violence against women, and particularly women of color, is a cause I feel very strongly about. I would never want to speak for Stephanie about her own experience. Erin frowns and nods. Fair enough. Clearly you still care about her. Does this mean we'll get to see a reconciliation next season? I gaze at the old cash register in the corner. There's still a dish of bazooka bubblegum on the counter. I'd like to keep that, if possible. Some original touches as penance for the fresh hell of athleisure that's about to rain down on this unsuspecting corner of an innocent fishing village. It's really up to her. She's the one who's upset with me. Maybe it's for all the reasons you said. I know she's having her big moment with her memoir right now. A moment I want to make clear is well-deserved. But maybe she liked me better when I was the underdog. Erin props her elbow on the folding table, resting her chin on her fist, giving me her best, I'm listening, eyes. Or do you think it's because you wouldn't pass on an advance copy of her book to Rihanna? I do a double take. Not even TMZ knew about the Rihanna part. Yet. Full disclosure. Erin raises her hand like she's about to take an oath. I called Stephanie for a quote earlier this week. It's a good thing I'm sitting down because I'm pretty sure my kneecaps have liquefied. She called Stephanie? Does she know? I had pitched this as a piece about our new yoga suite, Kelly inserts with an amicable smile. And it's true, she did. I didn't see the need to have a member of the press present for today, but Kelly wants it printed in New York Magazine that she is chief of Spoke's first foray into exploiting an ancient and sacred practice for its low overhead. In addition to being Spoke's bookkeeper and also a 0.00000001% investor, she generously threw in $2,000 of the money Mom left us in her will, it was Kelly's idea to expand into yoga. The pop-up studio is a trial run. If it does well for us, I promised Kelly that flow would be her domain. But for that to happen, Kelly needs to hire some instructors. Before Maureen, there was a mall who blew something called a handstand scorpion and spoke too high like a little girl. How could anyone relax into something called King Pigeon with that voice? Before that was Justin, who was otherwise perfect if not for his declaration that he would require a 20% raise to leave his post at Pure Yoga. Next! Kirsten's capital offense was her uninspiring sequencing. I paw through the stack of resumes. Kirsten, I want to give her a call back. She was good. I liked her. Kelly squares the pile of resumes I just cluttered. Not Maureen? I tug my sweatshirt on. The sleeves are still wet from Erin's hands. Bitch should have pre-ordered my book. Jesus, Kelly gasps, horrified. Please tell me that's off the record, Erica. Erica, not Aaron. Panic poleaxes me. Have I been calling an important reporter by the wrong name all morning? I retrace our conversation and take a metaphorical exhale, realizing I'm in the clear. Names are my thing. I'm slipping. I've allowed this Stephanie pettiness to distract me. Thank God for Kelly, who handles the details so that I can focus on the big picture. I remind myself this is why I need her around, because lately I've been thinking that maybe I don't. Kelly reaches for the passenger side sun visor and flips it open, hauling her 20-pound makeup kit into her lap. She brought the whole thing with her, like some kind of traveling theater dancer. I'll be really quiet, Layla says from the back seat. Layles, honey, it's not appropriate, Kelly says, glazing her lips with a gloss so thick and pink it could be the coating on the strawberry donut no one wanted. Her nice clear skin doesn't need the airbrush foundation she thinks it does, and she's put a meticulous, embarrassing wave in her hair. I don't know much about fashion or designer donuts, neither does Kelly, but she's trying and only occasionally hitting the mark. But I know that no woman in New York is spending hours trying to make her hair look messy anymore. At least her outfit looks good. She showed up at my apartment last week with 10 abominably short dresses. I was tempted to let her meet Jessie looking like she was attending a divorce party at a lounge in Hoboken, but then I remembered how every August Mom would take only Kelly shopping for new school clothes. Her rationale was that most little sisters wear their older sister's clothes, and why should she have to pay for 2 wardrobes just because I couldn't get a hold of myself? As though my skinny self was on the lam, and I was expected to chase after her, a normative body bounty hunter, spinning a lasso above my head. Every August at the Gap cash register, Kelly would pretend to change her mind about a pair of jeans or a flannel button-down and run back into the dressing room to find the item of clothing she wanted to replace it with. What she would really do is grab something in my size, so that I had at least one new item of clothing with which to start the school year. One time, I came downstairs in a gray waffle sweatshirt, a premier selection from the Gap's 1997 fall sportswear collection, and just as Mom started to say something, Kelly cried, "I got a B- on my Spanish quiz." It was the Courtney family equivalent of taking a bullet. That's a fucking sister. And so, I asked my girlfriend if she would lend Kelly that Stevie Nicks-looking dress she bought on the top floor of Barney's that Zara is also selling for 1/10 of the price. Arch and my sister wear the same size. Arch and my sister have gotten a hold of themselves. It's not like you planned it like this, I say. The babysitter fell through. For fuck's sake, Brett. Kelly turns away from the mirror, only her bottom lip pink. Sure, it's okay for her to curse in front of Layla. Be on my side for once. Be on my side for this. Kelly is a nervous wreck for this meeting because she actually thinks she has a chance, though Jessie Barnes, creator and executive producer of the number 2 reality program in the highly prized 18 to 49-year-old demographic on Tuesday nights, would never seriously consider casting her in Haley's vacant spot. But as soon as New York Mag suggested photos of the pop-up yoga studio on site, Kelly started. What if we swung by Jessie's after for lunch? Jessie spends almost every weekend of the year in her Montauk house, even during the off-season, and Kelly has now gotten it into her head that her way onto the show is through Jessie, even though I told her that Jessie is too senior to get involved at the casting level. Lisa, our showrunner, is the one Jessie trusts to make those decisions. But Kelly tried Lisa last year, and both of us got a caning for it. Dear fucking Brett, Lisa wrote me after the coffee meeting I arranged between the two. Thanks for omitting the fact that your sister has fucking udders and wasting my fucking time. I didn't tell Lisa that Kelly was a single mother to a preteen girl, because she never would have taken the meeting otherwise, and I needed Kelly to hear for herself that she's not right for a show about young women who have eschewed marriage generally, and babies specifically, in favor of building their empires. But Kelly doesn't understand that unlike mommy gut, motherhood is a choice. And in the eyes of Jessie Barnes, it's the wrong one. For half the year, Jessie Barnes lives in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath 1960s beach bungalow that hugs the edge of a mythical clay cliff in Montauk. Of course, she has the means to knock it down and build some glass-walled spaceship like most people would do. Most people aren't Jessie Barnes. A woman living alone in a big old house almost always invites the question of how she's going to fill it. Partner, kids, multiple rescue dogs, each with its own Instagram account. But a $5 million shack in the most expensive beach destination in the country answers that question with gorgeous restraint. A woman in a home only big enough for herself is the ultimate fuck you to patriarchal society. It says, I am enough for me. We're greeted at the door by Hank, still in his orange wellies from his sail earlier that morning. Jessie met Hank years ago on a Montauk fishing dock and started buying swordfish and sea bass from him directly. From time to time, she pays him to fix up things around the house. Hi, girls, Hank says. I let that slide because Hank is in his 70s, but diggers have rules. The establishing tenet? We're women, not girls. I am a 27-year-old pioneer in the wellness space who reincorporated her company as a B Corp without needing to hire a lawyer. Would you refer to my male equivalent as a boy? Try saying it out loud. It sounds non-native. She's in the back. He beckons us with 3 craggled fingers. Through the double sliding glass doors, I see that Jessie is reading The New Yorker, on a lounge chair by the tarp-covered pool, a southwestern striped wool silk blanket draped over her legs. Kelly is doing her best not to stare, but Kelly is incapable of affecting disinterest in the face of something fantastically interesting. Jessie Barnes, whether you consider her the first feminist voice of reality TV, the New York Times, or a feminist fraud, the New Yorker, is nothing if not fantastically interesting. Hi, Kelly says, much too ardently before Hank can even introduce us. Jessie stiffens, but she smiles graciously. Kelly, Jessie says, standing to give her a hug. Kelly has met Jessie before, in headquarters and at the reunions, but it was only for the briefest of moments. Up close, without camera makeup and beauty lighting, she finally gets to see what I see, that the heartthrob of the butch community has pretty pink cheeks and a pink chin, hair just a little too dark for her complexion. Wow, Jessie holds Kelly at an arm's length, appraisingly. Look how gorgeous you are. If Kelly were my size, no one would call her gorgeous. Her face is inoffensive and unremarkable. Can you believe she has a 12-year-old? I go in for a hug with Jessie, Kelly's glare torching my back. I know she thinks I'm trying to sabotage her by bringing up the fact that she's a mother, but it's not that. It's that I'm not going to pretend like my niece doesn't exist so Kelly can break 1,000 followers on Twitter, which is what we would have to do in order for Kelly to be cast in Haley's spot. The show is founded on the radical notion that women are people first, and once women have kids, they cede everything to the black hole of motherhood. I want to make it clear that this is Jessie's worldview, but I don't think she's wrong either. We have choices as women, and there is no right one to make, especially because no matter what you decide, the world will tell you you're doing it wrong. But when you make the choice to become a mother, it becomes the choice that defines you, fair or not. Case in point, the New York Times obit for Yvonne Brill, 88-year-old rocket scientist. She made a mean beef stroganoff, followed her husband from job to job, and took 8 years off from work to raise 3 children. The world's best mom, her son Matthew said. This is what the editors chose to lead with, about a woman whose inventions made satellites possible. And motherhood is a limitation that women themselves have internalized. Go on, right now, and look up the Instagram and Twitter profiles of all the men you know. How many of them list father or husband to at their wife's name in their bios? Not many, I'd guess, because men are raised to view themselves as multifaceted beings, with complexities and contradictions and prismatic identities. And when they only have a certain number of characters in which to describe themselves, when they reduce themselves to just 1 or 2 things, it is more likely their profession, and maybe their allegiance to a certain sports team, than their family. So, there are mothers and unmothers. And while neither choice is the easy one to make, motherhood is at least the comfortable one. The one society has come to expect from us. Same goes for marriage. Same goes for changing your last name to match your husband's, for him being the financial provider, moving for his job, and learning to make a mean beef stroganoff. There is a rash of reality TV shows that either depict this conventional way of life, Real Housewives, or the aspiration to this way of life, The Bachelor. Mothers and wives and domestic goddesses, and aspiring mothers, wives, and domestic goddesses, get to see their likeness represented when they turn on the TV at all hours of the day. But there was nothing for the unmothers, and the unwives, and the women who can't even scramble an egg. And there are a lot of us, more than ever before. A few years ago, when she was just 39 and a network executive at Salute, Jessie Barnes read Yvonne Brill's obit. And then she read the Pew statistics that showed for the first time ever, women were outpacing men in college placement and in managerial positions. More women than ever before were out-earning their husbands, starting their own businesses, and choosing to delay marriage and children, or withhold from both customs altogether. Where are the reality TV avatars for these women? Jessie wondered. And when she couldn't find them, she created them. And because she was committed to assembling an ethnically, sexually, and physically diverse cast, I found a place where I fit, after not fitting in for the entirety of my life. Gold Diggers is the little corner of the reality TV landscape where women like me belong. And it's unfair and typical that a woman like Kelly, with her big boobs and her tiny waist, her socially sanctioned and exercised uterus, would stomp in and try to claim a piece of this scant land for herself. Unbelievable, Kelly declares. Jessie has led us to the edge of the property, where the Atlantic recycles itself brutally against the base of the cliff. These are not the turquoise waters of Carnival Cruise Line commercials, or the gentle brown waves I learned to body surf at the Jersey Shore. This is the tank that housed Moby Dick. These are steel-colored waves that will make a missing person out of you. Of all the slippery bitches I know, and I know a few, the ocean takes it by a landslide. This house was originally built 200 feet from the bluff, Jessie says, sending an apologetic wink my way. I've heard this story many times over. I raise a hand in permission. No, tell her. Jessie explains how the land has eroded 175 feet in the 41 years since the house was constructed. She's had to apply for an emergency approval from the East Hampton Planning Department to have the house relocated closer to the road. Wouldn't it be easier to tear it down and build a new one? Kelly asks, and I squeeze my eyes shut, mortified. This house was built on the site of a former World War II bunker and constructed from the structure's original cement. Jessie gives Kelly a tolerant smile and starts back toward the picnic table without having to explain further. Hank has left silk wool and alpaca blankets folded in our seats, blue striped for me, gray for Kelly. We drape them over our shoulders and nod our heads when Hank offers us red wine. Jessie is watching Kelly, And when my sister realizes it, she frames her chin with her hands and gives a big 5th grade picture day smile. Sometimes Kelly is funny. Jessie laughs. I guess I'm just trying to find the resemblance. We sneeze in threes, I say, tartly. Maybe if my hair were its natural color and my thighs didn't touch, Jessie would see the resemblance. Stephanie pays a bitchy therapist a lot of money to exorcise her demons, and she once tried to play armchair with me, proposing that in high school, I gained weight and covered my arms in tattoos as a defense mechanism against comparisons to Kelly. Kelly was the pretty one, the smart one, the one who was going places. Sabotaging my looks, failing in school, disappointing my mother for sport. It was all less of an emotional risk than trying to measure up to Kelly's legacy and failing. And by the way, Stephanie added, the average woman in America wears a size 18, so you're not fat. If everyone could stop assuming that I care about being skinny, that would be so great. You're showing young girls that you don't have to be thin to be beautiful. Many a freshly body-positive woman's mag editor has started out an interview with me, causing my pelvic floor to seize up in a fit of fury. No, I correct them. I'm showing young girls that you don't have to be beautiful to matter. The thinking that women of all shapes and sizes can be beautiful is still hugely problematic because it's predicated on the idea that the most important thing a woman has to offer the world is her appearance. Men are raised to worry about their legacies, not their upper arm and thigh fat, stretch marks, crow's feet, saggy elbows, ugly armpits, thin eyelashes, and normal-smelling genitals. This is how society keeps us out of the C-suite. It booby-traps the way to the top with self-loathing, then reroutes us on a never-ending path of self-improvement. Did you find a space? Jessie asks us. We found a space, I say. Oh, Jessie turns to me. Where? You know where Puff and Putt is? Kelly interjects, annoyingly. The mini golf place? Jessie asks. Kelly nods. We are right across the street. That hardware store shut down. It's such a great location. And we hardly have to do anything to it. I rub my fingers together, signifying money, which is good, because I'm going to be eating a lot of ramen during this expansion. Kelly pierces my thigh with a fake fingernail under the table. I wrap a fist around her finger and twist, doing my best, one-handed, to inflict an injury with a very racist name that wasn't yet considered offensive when we were kids in the 90s. It was in the 90s that Kelly and I should have outgrown the roughhousing, only it intensified with age, and now it's like we're adult thumbsuckers or something else worthy of a spot on TLC's My Strange Addiction. The longest break we've ever taken from our weekly wrestling matches was 10 years ago, when Layla was 2, and only because we realized we were scaring the shit out of her. She would come running in when she heard the rumbling start, sobbing and shrieking, "No hurt! No hurt!" We never talked about stopping. We just did for a while. Then one day, while Layla was napping, Kelly opened the refrigerator to find that I drank the last can of her Diet Coke. She dragged me off the couch by my ponytail, and we went at it silently until it was time for Kelly to wake up Layla. And that's been our routine ever since. Quiet, private violence. We know it's perverse. We know we should stop. But it's an outlet for words that would hurt more to say. Kelly bumps the table, trying to wrestle her finger free from my death grip, and Jessie trains an eye on both of us, curiously. We sit up straight and give her our best, you imagined it, smile. We're doing okay for ourselves, Kelly says, rubbing her fingers together coyly. Most Series A capital efforts raise between $2 and $14 million. We did almost triple that. I'm not surprised, Jessie says. Spoke is such a great concept. Yeah, but that has less to do with it than you'd think, Kelly says. The key to breaking that $14 million glass ceiling is a unicorn valuation of the company, and because it's a private company, making sure that the valuation is disseminated publicly to create a bidder's urgency in the private equity firm world. Jessie blinks like she's been spun around on the dance floor one too many times. Jesus, she says to me. She's like John Nash with a great rack. I feel a ridiculous spear of jealousy. Jessie has been known to make somewhat lecherous comments to young pretty women, but I prefer to be the target of them, thank you very much. Kelly has whatever the opposite of mom brain is, I say pettily. Kelly makes shut up eyes at me for bringing up Layla again. I make them right back at her. Kelly would prefer everyone think we're on the up and up now that our funding has been so widely reported in the press. She thinks this makes her a more desirable candidate, even though being broke is what got me my job on the show in the first place. The producers didn't initially conceive of a digger in financial straits, but finding an enigmatic gay millennial proved a harder task than they realized, and Jessie was not about to cast the show without at least one of her people represented. Once I was in the mix, the producers realized that I added some much-needed texture to the group. I'm the Greek chorus, the one the audience is rolling their eyes with when Lauren sets off the airport metal detector because she forgot to remove both, count them, both, her Cartier love bracelets. Erin, or Erica, or whatever the fuck her name is, was right, that the power dynamics are about to shift this season, and I'm nervous about how that's going to play out in terms of audience reception. I've always been the little guy, the relatable one, the favorite, and I want to make it clear that as I move up in the world, my triumph comes not from being able to afford rent on an apartment with a dishwasher, but in being able to give back to the women who need it most. Jessie arches an eyebrow sexily. She's a forever bachelorette, a serial model dater who throws pizza parties on this very cliff with the likes of Sheryl Sandberg and Alec Baldwin. Viewers are always calling into her after show, wanting to know when the two of us are just going to admit we're having an affair. I have something to admit, but it's not that. In any case, she says, with a unicorn valuation, she directs her smile at Kelly, I don't think you'll be dining daily on ramen much longer. I point to the sky. From your lips, but that money doesn't go to us yet. It's all for the new studios and our e-bikes. Brett is being modest, Kelly insists, tucking her hair behind her ear to pass off my girlfriend's diamond huggy as her own. Neither of us draw a salary from Spoke yet, but I make my living through speaking engagements and brand extensions like the book. The show pays less than $5,000 a year, and for good reason. Producers wanted to attract young women who were already established, not those looking for a lily pad. The money will come if you keep doing what you're good at, Jessie says. She raises a glass. Cheers to the new yoga studio and the book deal and the Series A money and the new girlfriend. Jesus, Chica, you've got a few things going on, huh? I do a little dance in my seat and Jessie laughs. When do I get to meet her? I'll set something on the calendar soon, I promise. Does Big Sister approve of Bay? Jessie asks Kelly. Kelly tilts her head, confused. Bay, Kel. I laugh at her. It means, like, significant other. To Jessie, I explain, she doesn't get out much. I know what Bay means. Kelly tosses her hair. She got highlights for this meeting. They made her too blonde. You lie! Kelly turns to Jessie with an expression that makes my heart thump like a sneaker in the dryer. Shit. I shouldn't have antagonized her like that in front of Jessie. You want to know what I think of Bay? Kelly asks, pausing long enough to make me squirm. We adore her, she finally says, much too glowingly. So your daughter has met her, Jessie infers. Kelly looks mortified to have reminded Jessie she is a mom for the third time in 10 minutes. Yes, my daughter, Layla. Pretty name, Jessie says hollowly. She turns to me. Brett, I'm assuming none of the other women have met her? No one. Yet. Not even Stephanie? We met after Stephanie and I trail off, and Jessie smiles at me like she does know, but she still wants to hear me say it. Come on, I groan. You know what happened. Could I hear it from you and not TMZ? She bats her eyelashes. I sigh, using my hand to deepen the part in my hair. Massaging the truth for Jessie is dangerous, but Stephanie has left me no other choice. She started to get funny after I got my book deal. Like, I could tell she wasn't happy for me. There was no congratulations. It was just right off the bat, how much was my advance? And this immediate assumption that I would ghost it. And when I started talking about moving out, it was like she wanted to scare me into staying. I have lived with Stephanie and Vince, the husband, on and off for the last few years. The first time we were filming season 2, which made for a darling storyline. Then I met my ex-girlfriend and moved in with her. When the ex and I broke up last year, Sarah got the apartment until the lease ran out, and in the meantime, I returned to Shea Simmons. My stay was notably less darling the second time around. Steph just got very scoldy, I continue, scrunching up my face, remembering what it was like as things started to sour for us. She kept reminding me that book advances are paid in installments, and $500K actually isn't as much money as I think it is because it's doled out over the course of a few years and taxes and blah, blah. I read the schedule payment in my contract. I got it. I wasn't trying to buy a brownstone on the Upper East Side. I'm 27 years old. I'm just looking to get my own place. It was very much the big guy wagging his finger at the little guy to keep me in my place. And this was all before her memoir came out, Jessie clarifies, resting her pink cheek in her small palm. I nod. And I thought what you're probably thinking. She's stressed. She's only ever written fiction, and now here she is, making these major and incredibly painful revelations about her life. I was willing to let it pass, but then I sigh. Up until now, nothing has been a lie. There is no turning back after this. She wanted me to pass an advance copy of the new book to Rihanna. She wanted her to share it on her social, and she also thought Rihanna should play her if the book came out and was a big hit and they wanted to make it into a movie. It would be a great part for Rihanna, Jessie says. If Rihanna were 5 years older and straightened her hair to within an inch of its life and dressed like a local newswoman, then yes, maybe. Come on now, Jessie teases, thinking I'm just jealous. I can admit when someone has hit a home run. Stephanie is so brave for coming forward about what she went through when she was younger. She's helping so many women find their voices, but that doesn't give her a free pass to place unfair demands on our friendship. Rihanna attended one class, and I didn't feel comfortable emailing her out of the blue to push my castmate's book on her. That's a grimy move. I thought that as my friend, Stephanie would understand that, but that's not how she saw it. She thinks my ego is out of control and that I'm holding out on her, that after everything she's done for me, I owe her. Meanwhile, she was the one who insisted I move in with her, both times. I'm obviously grateful. I cradle my heart to prove how much her hospitality meant to me, but I never asked. It's like she only helped me so she gets to say I owe her. It wouldn't have been appropriate, Kelly adds, coming to my defense with cool common sense. We support Stephanie, but we are trying to cultivate a relationship between Rihanna's team and Spoke, and we don't want to look like we're taking advantage of her generosity. Class bookings went up 200% the day after those pictures of her surfaced on People, and any asks we make of her must be strategic. And can I just add, I say, raising a hand like all other points are moot due to this one, that the book has come out and been a smash hit, and Stephanie's got the Oscar-nominated female director attached to direct. She's fine. Have you reached out to congratulate her? Jessie asks. Has she reached out to congratulate me on the expansion? Good woman, Jessie says, Don't do anything yet. Let's get the first confrontation on camera. Hank appears, balancing a blonde plank holding appetizers on the palm of his hand. He sets it in the center of the table and remains stooped to say into Kelly's ear, privately, but not quietly, "Your daughter is asking if you have a charger in your purse." Jessie pauses, a coin of sausage halfway to her mouth. "Your daughter?" Yeah," Kelly says, fumbling through the impossible-to-pronounce purse my girlfriend also lent her for this occasion. "My childcare fell through, unfortunately. I have her waiting in the car. She's fine." "Are you not married?" Jessie asks, and Kelly uh-uhs, like she just wants to move off the subject as quickly as possible. And that's when I notice it. The designing glint in Jessie's eyes. I realize, feeling a little faint, Kelly didn't just lose a point for having a kid out of wedlock. She gained one. I turned to my sister, looking at her through Jessie's lens. Single mom, hustling to support her daughter and make a name for herself. Articulate, camera-friendly, and that's not even the best of it. The best of it is sitting in our junky car with a dead phone. 20 feet, or however close the driveway is from the picnic table, is all that separates Kelly from getting the job. Because when Jessie sees that Layla is black, she will be smitten. That is a horrible thing to think, let alone be true. But for Jessie Barnes, nothing is more compelling than the tension between the conventional and the unconventional. Kelly, who looks like a woman who should have a big rock on her finger and a minivan full of budding athletes, but instead chose to bring a mixed-race child into this world independently, exemplifies that tension in a fresh and exciting way. I see that now. I just don't know how I didn't see that before. Alone? Jessie frowns. Why doesn't she join us? I need to speak up. Say anything to keep Layla from Jessie. I don't want my pure-hearted niece anywhere near this flaming dumpster. Like parents who did drugs when they were younger but punish their kids when they find pot in their backpacks now, the show is only okay when I do it. She's got her phone. I roll my eyes good-naturedly, as if that's all anyone needs to survive these days. Her dead phone, Jessie reminds me. She looks at her watch. It's lunchtime. Is she hungry? There are donuts in the car, I say, too quickly. Kelly turns to me, a curious expression on her face. Just minutes ago, I was rubbing Layla's existence in Jessie's face, and now I want her to remain unseen and unheard. I know she's wondering, why? Donuts are not lunch, Jessie says. I could make her a grilled cheese, Hank offers. She does love grilled cheese, doesn't she, Brett? Kelly smiles at me in a way I will slash her for later. She's picked up on my anxiety. There must be a good reason I'm fighting so hard to keep Layla from Jessie, a reason that may work in her favor. My sister's main fault is that she knows me too well, I realize, as she gets up and heads for the car to release Layla on Jessie. Sorry about this, I say to Jessie. Don't be, she says. Your sister is adorable. How old is she? I think on my feet. She'll be 32 in October. Jessie laughs at me. That's like 6 months from now. I hear Kelly and Layla approaching behind me, but I don't turn. I stay and watch the delight bloom in Jessie's face as her latest millennial disruptor actualizes. This is Layla, Kelly says. She's very excited to meet you. She's a big fan. I admire all you do for women, Layla tells Jessie, taking Jessie's hand with the strong grip I taught her. Jessie howls with laughter, making a performance out of clutching her hand after Layla lets go, as though Layla shook so hard she did damage to the bones. Kelly is brightening, slowly, like one of those sunrise simulators designed to gently wake you up in the morning. She throws up her hands like this is what she has to deal with. Utter perfection for a child. Layla is 12 going on 25. Do you know she started an online shop to sell goods made by Imazaran women and children? She refuses to take a cut, but she figured out a way to earn money through sponsored posts. You're raising the next generation of gold diggers, Jessie cries. I can't even speak. Kelly sets her hand on her daughter's head of curls, in case Jessie hasn't noticed how beautiful they are, as though she is a realtor, showing her around an exclusive new listing. You think the kitchen is something? Wait until you see the master bathroom. She's pretty special. And with such great style. Look at you and your Monsieur Gabriel. Jessie's pronunciation is viciously French. Brett got this for me, Layla says. She looks like a little off-duty model, with the scuffed bag slouching next to her narrow hips. And it's true, I did. And it's also true Kelly tried to make her return it. It was a standoff that lasted nearly a week, with neither Layla nor I speaking much to Kelly, until finally she spun on me when I asked her curiously why she was only wearing one earring that day. Because I'm fucking sick and tired of being ganged up on by the two of you. She can fucking keep the poorest made fucking $500 bag I've ever seen in my life. It has fucking scratches everywhere. It's supposed to scratch and wear and look used and cool, but I thought better of telling her that in the moment. The only way to let Kelly calm down is to let her spin out. It's going to look great on TV, Jessie says. My niece and my sister also lose the ability to speak as they turn over Jessie's statement to be sure they understand. Wait, Layla grins. She has a Lauren Hutton gap in her front teeth, just enough to give her angelic face some character. You mean like I'd be on the show? Would you like that? Jessie asks. Layla blinks at Jessie for a few seconds. Then she hoots so loudly a dog barks somewhere down the street. Kelly shushes her, laughing. But really, just like that. It would be Layla and Kelly? I say, stupid and shell-shocked. This is the perfect example of how to get more women into positions of leadership, Jessie says, in that rallying voice I usually find so inspiring. I was just reading how family-controlled businesses have the largest number of female decision-makers. The three of you represent a new path to advancement that I think would be very beneficial for our viewers to see. Jessie seems to consider something. We do have to take child labor laws into account, which requires permission from not only you, Kelly, but from her father. Will that be a problem? My father's Nigerian and he lives in Morocco, Layla says, with an accusatory glance Kelly's way. Jessie's face clouds. So does that mean it would be a problem? Kelly rubs Layla's back consolingly. That's all we know about him, unfortunately. I never got his full name, and by the time I realized I was pregnant, I was already back in the States with no way of getting in touch with him. Well, Jessie says to Layla. I'm sorry, Layla, but it certainly makes things less complicated on our end. Shouldn't we talk to Lisa about this? I try, pathetically. One last bid to stop this train before it leaves the station. Jessie flicks away Lisa's authority with the back of her hand. The show has gotten too narrow in its definition of a gold digger. We're a shoal of fish, not a school. She clasps her hands between her knees and addresses Layla like she's 5, not 12. Do you know the difference between a shoal of fish and a school? Layla thinks. A school of fish swims in the same direction? How the fuck does she know that? I don't even know that, at least not that succinctly. That's right, Jessie exclaims. A school of fish swims in the same direction, but a shoal of fish is a group of fish that stays together for social reasons. The group should make sense socially, but it doesn't make for great TV when everyone is swimming in the same direction. So, She sets her hands on her thighs like the start of a race. Let's at least visit the process. Get both of you on tape, submit it to the network, introduce you to Lisa. She's our showrunner if you don't know. It feels like the iris of a camera is shrinking, narrowing, slowly isolating the terror on my face. I've always been afraid that Kelly was too smart and too primed for greatness to play second fiddle to me. It was only a matter of time before she became listless and bored, before Layla wasn't enough, before she would make a play for the top spot. It's starting. Her comeback. This will get ugly.
Chapter 2. Stephanie. The general who wins the battle makes many calculations. I myself am down to 2. Side by side in my Riff Son white oak custom closet, the Saint Laurent boots or the platform sneakers that everyone is wearing these days. I am not much for the sprezzatura pox that's claimed most of the women in New York. When I moved here, 12 years ago, women wore ballet flats on the subway, work heels hooked over the lip of their monogrammed Goyard totes. Sneakers were exclusively aerobic in purpose, never for cocktail dresses and Chanel, New York Fashion Week and martinis at Bemmelman's. Sometimes, even on Madison, even in the 80s, I feel like the last of my kind. Nobody gets dressed anymore. I consider the boots, worried they say I'm doing too well, which I am. When your memoir about your abusive teenage boyfriend has been top 3 on the bestseller list for the last 4 months, with no sign of slowing down, an Oprah's book club pick, and an Oscar-nominated director's next passion project, there is never more of a right time to bow your head. People prefer acutely successful women to have no idea how we got here, to call ourselves lucky, blessed, grateful. I hook a finger through the sneakers' ornamental laces, considering their message on a spin. The sneakers literally level me, and people respond to approachable women, don't they? It's part of what the audience loved about Brett, part of what I loved about her, at least in the beginning. I plucked the other sneaker from its custom perch. Show, don't tell. The bedrock of what I do. The Rangers game goes mute as I descend the stairs to our living room. We have stairs in our pre-war brownstone on the Upper East Side. This is not just architectural fact. It's consolatory, something Brett pointed out to lift my spirits 2 years ago, when my 3rd book came out and bombed. You have stairs in your apartment, Brett said. Fuck it, not everything you do can be a win. I thrill every time I upset these stairs. Vince is always threatening to fix them, rather use my money to pay someone to fix them, but I savor their squeaks and grunts, audible reminders of my earning power. It is one of the few times I allow myself to dissociate, to think about how I will never be at the mercy of Lynn from Creative and Marketing Staffing Pros again. Creak, because I started writing the blog on my lunch break, and creak, through the 3 p.m. slump too, and it became popular enough to net me a mid-6-figures book deal. I will never have to deposit $7 into my bank account, creak, just to be able to make the minimum withdrawal of 20, creak, because I have sold over 3 million copies of my first 2 books and am on track to surpass that with my memoir, which the Sunday Review embraced, breathlessly, finally. Then there is the $1 million Warner Brothers paid for my life rights and the half I'm getting to adapt my memoir for film. Creak, creak. The last 2 stairs sound absurdist, like a witch opening a door to a haunted house that you will tour, scream laughing. Vince is watching me from his favorite Navy club chair. Navy is the only color I've allowed on this floor. Vince looks confused when he sees me. You're not going? It's the sneakers. My mother wore heels in her bathrobe, and that's what I was taught. I'm going, I say, sinking into his lap. Do I look like a slob? Oof. He grimaces, squirming a bit. Wait. He shifts me around on top of him. That's better. He breathes a sigh of relief. Thanks, I crack, digging my knuckle into his bicep. Still far from solid, though I'm paying Hugh Jackman's trainer 3 times a week. Hey!
He clutches his shoulder, his lips an astonished O. How could anyone want to hurt Vince? You never answered me. What? Do I look like a slob? Vince pushes his hair out of his eyes. Between him and Brett, sometimes I just want to superglue their hands to their sides. But a sexy slob. Really. I frown at my feet. I just wanted to be comfortable. You look cool, babe, Vince says to the TV screen, lifting his glass of wine from the marble top-side table. I can smell the vintage. Is that the 2005? I ask, an edge creeping into my voice. I don't know much about wine, but I know I had to put a hold on Vince's credit card last year after a Christie's online auction for fine and rare vintages ended in obscenity. Vince quickly sets the glass back on the table and his hand gets lost in his hair again. Nah, 2011 or something lame like that. He squeezes my side and in a suggestive voice says, You could stay, though. His hand moves lower, squeezes there, too. And we could open that one. I swat him away with a giggle. I can't. I need to see them. Vince holds up his hands. He tried. I'll be waiting up. He purses his stained lips. It's a chaste kiss. It always is these days. But when I lean in, I get a whiff of his old Rutgers tea and can't help but feel pleased. B.O. is the scent of devotion in our marriage. Vince is not getting up to anything smelling like that. He means it when he says he will be waiting up. My husband is never more faithful than when he has to crane his neck to look up at me. Jen and Lauren are already seated by the time I arrive at L'Artusi, which is an unremarkable observation unless you are dining in New York City, where no restaurant will seat you until your entire party is present, a rule designed to keep your own illusions about yourself in check, I imagine. You've seen the original Hamilton with Leslie Odom Jr., and you're wearing the Gucci loafers that are on back order until next fall? Please, let us know when your entire party has arrived. Celebrity doesn't help. I've seen Larry David pacing the corridor of Fred's, and Julianne Moore told it will be an hour and 15-minute wait at the original meatball shop, before the Upper East Side expansion robbed it of its kitsch mystique. So it's genuinely remarkable that when I arrive, Jen and Lauren are seated, and it's genuinely a shame that it has nothing to do with the show and everything to do with Jen Greenberg's mother. Yvette Greenberg isn't a celebrity. She's a cause. I am self-conscious about the sneakers as I tail the hostess through the restaurant. I'm used to turning heads at this point, but before, I was half defensive about it, feeling like people were gawking for the wrong reasons. No woman in New York would admit to reading my books before this year. Opening Didion or Wallace on the subway is as much a part of the dernier cri as the bedhead hair and the jeans that asexualize your butt. What are those about anyway? Up the stairs we go to a table in the corner where Lauren Bunn and Jen Greenberg are sitting shoulder to shoulder, facing me as those schoolgirls on a school bus. I am breathless to discover that they've left me the outside seat. It's customary for celebrities to sit with their backs to a restaurant so that no one can snap a picture while they're sipping wine with one eye closed and sell it to InTouch to be strung up with the headline, Rehab for Reality Star. When the Diggers dine out together, it's always a passive-aggressive tango for the outside chair, and it almost always ends up sagging beneath the weight of Brett's big butt. To have it reserved for me will go down as a flashpoint in our history. That isn't a chair. It's a throne. Lauren rises when she sees me. "Rock star!" she cries the way townsfolk would charge witch in 17th century Salem. Witch, witch. She flings her arms around my neck, and I note the empty martini glass over her shoulder. Jen holds up 2 fingers. It's her second. We need to move fast. She pulls away and holds me by the shoulders. You are a rock star. Her $250 microbladed eyebrows come together as she studies me up close. You even look different. She pats me down, her hands finishing on my rear end, which she pumps and jiggles, her platonic expression that of a doctor performing a routine checkup. You feel different. All right, I laugh, moving her hands. Blonde and over-sexualized is Lauren's beat. She's like the poor man's Samantha Jones, too drunk to enjoy all the sex she has. And what's different is these. I kick up the septuagenarian sole of my sneaker. Lauren expands a hand over her breast and becomes momentarily southern. As I live and breathe. Jen does not get up and fawn all over me, but she does provide me an excuse for my tardiness. Traffic? She asks, as I take my seat and spread a dinner linen over my lap. FDR was a mess, I tell her, even though it wasn't. Late is just another outside chair. Late is a muscle, flexing. The waiter appears, one arm folded behind his back. The Monfileto Barolo, Lauren says before he can greet us. Excellent choice, he says, giving Lauren a little bow. She appraises his backside as he walks away. He's not even cute, Jen complains. Her brown eyes don't narrow, they just are narrow. Jen looks like the angry stepsister of a Disney princess, a TV critic once described her perfectly on Twitter. I don't like the cute ones. Lauren closes her lips around the toothpick in her drink, removing an olive with her front teeth. You don't have to worry about me around your husband, Steph. Nice, Jen quips. Lauren's mouth pops open. I said Vince is too good-looking for me. It's a compliment, she reassures me, the tiniest bit of fear in her eyes. It's a compliment. I don't smile, but I do make a joke. Where's the option on Sadie for women who like uggos? Lauren is the creator but no longer the CEO of a dating website that is, depending on who you're speaking to, a bold challenge to the status quo or a rich girl's vanity project. If you are told the latter, you're speaking to Brett. A clever phrase materializes. Hots and knots, I suggest, feeling funny when Lauren's boisterous laugh stops the conversation at the table next to us. Funny was always Brett's thing. Now, all it takes is the palest attempt at humor, a small miracle given the fact that I was at the end of the couch at the last reunion. The waiter returns, holding 3 gorgeous air-blown wine glasses. I do not stop him before he can place one in front of me, and Lauren notices, elated. She's drinking! She exclaims to Jen with the momentous pride of a lesser woman who has just called up her family members to share that the baby is walking, something every baby ever has done since the dawn of time. I don't drink much or like children. I have my reasons for both. Unlike you, Jen says crisply to Lauren, she has something to celebrate. That was not said with love, but Lauren giggles anyway. The server appears again, splashing Lauren's glass with a taste of the wine. He places the cork next to her fork for her consideration, a little blood-bottomed thumb. Excellent, Lauren concludes, tossing the whole thing back without really seeming to taste it. That's about all I can handle, I tell the server with self-effacing cheer midway through his pour. He rights the bottle and wipes its neck with a white dinner napkin. To season 4, Lauren says, raising a glass. And to the Oscar-nominated female fucking director. Keep your voice down, crazy woman, I say, clinking Jen's glass lightly and waiting for someone to wag their finger at me. Only no one does. Rule number 2 of Gold Diggers of New York City: no one is ever nuts, batshit, insane, sensitive, or emotional. No one overreacts. Crazy, and its derivatives, are words that have been used to shame women into compliance for centuries. The outside chair and a Chinese ducat on the word crazy. Toto, I'm not at the end of the reunion couch anymore, which is where they stick you right before they fire you. I make eye contact with Jen first, then Lauren. I just need to say something. Speech! Lauren thumps a fist on the table. Speech! No, seriously, I say, not laughing, and the smile vanishes from Lauren's face in a swift show of obedience. I rest my hands flat on the table, taking a moment to gather my thoughts. I need to say that I'm indelibly touched by your support, especially because I know the three of us have never been particularly close. My expression is full of remorse. I let Brett turn me against you, and I see the error of my allegiance now. Forgive me. The last few months have been equal parts exhausting and exhilarating. I never thought I would open up about my past in this way, and I continue to be surprised, not only by the people who have shown up for me, but by those who have not. I pause, and that's when I notice that Jen's nails are painted. Jen's nails are painted, and she has traded her heavy-framed Moscow Mensch glasses for contacts, and very possibly, Jen has gotten a boob job. The sexier styling seems an obvious message to the person who broke her heart last season. This is what you're missing. We have no idea who he is, if he even is a he. Jen refused to get into details at the reunion, telling us only that there had been someone special in the picture, but insisting that it had ended amicably, with agonized tears in her small eyes. In the 3 years I've known her, Jen has been notoriously tight-lipped about her love life, which infuriates Brett, perennial oversharer. But I always thought it wasn't so much Jen holding back as Jen not having much to tell. I have wondered, more than a few times, if Jen might have been a virgin before this special person came along. There is something about her that is inherently untouchable, but prepared to be, in case anyone comes along who is up to the task. The gruffness is an obvious defense mechanism, allowing her to reject you first. Of course, the viewers would be surprised to hear me describe our resident Earth goddess as gruff. Jen presents much differently on camera, speaking in spiritual platitudes and extolling the virtues of veganism and plant-based alchemy, a lifestyle that has turned into her livelihood. Packets of super herbs and adaptogens sell for $17 in her downtown juice bars that are frequent props in the Instagram stories of Gwyneth Paltrow and Busy Phillips. Last year, she opened a vegan restaurant on the corner of Broome and Orchard that has so many beautiful people willing to wait an hour for her air-baked sweet potato fries that plans are in the works to open locations on the Upper West Side and in Venice for a cookbook and a national delivery service. No matter, her mother wishes she were more like Brett. Lauren tisks. I cannot believe Brett still hasn't reached out to you. Jen shoots me a look. What? Lauren asks, noticing. Jen gets very busy straightening her silverware and ignoring the question. What? Lauren repeats. I have not heard from Brett, I say. But I spoke to Lisa recently. I exhale, like what I'm about to say won't be easy for her to hear. She told me they're going in a different direction with the new digger. Okay, and? Lauren looks as if there is a weight attached to her jaw, pulling everything in her expression down. They're bringing in Brett's sister and her niece to replace Haley. Lauren looks like she might short-circuit. Brett's sister and Brett's niece? I nod. But... Lauren brings her fingers to her temples with a soft moan, as though processing this new information is a painful endeavor. How old is the niece? 12, Jen says stonily. Lauren looks like she's about to cry. She sits there, her face growing hot, her breathing short and frantic, waiting desperately for one of us to say something that's going to make her feel better. I don't understand, she says finally. She's going to be a cast member? She's like a friend of the cast. It's the sister who is the cast member. And she has a 12-year-old? Lauren crows. How old is she? Our age, I say. 31, Jen clarifies ruthlessly. I haven't been 31 for a few years now. Is she married? Lauren asks, eyes shut like she can't bear to look until she knows it's safe. No, I say, not married. Lauren opens her eyes with a sad, resigned sigh. The news is not great, but it is tolerable. Lauren would probably like to be married with a baby and 2 ugly nannies, but our master and commander doesn't want kids. Henceforth, none of us are allowed to want them either. A few years ago, I started to notice that mothers and not mothers are equally fixated on childless women in their 30s, and in particular, childless married women in their 30s. How fun for me. It is a little like living in a swing state and being registered as an independent. Both parties campaign fastidiously to get me on their side. The mothers make me promises like, I'm not that maternal either, but you love them when they are your own. The not mothers rage against therapists and doctors who try to pathologize your reluctance for children. Neither party thinks they have anything in common with the other, which makes it all the more hilarious how much they do. It's human nature to want your decisions validated. You feel better about yourself and your life when others make the same choices as you do. Luckily for me, I have no problem validating this particular decision of Jesse's. Pathologize my contempt for kids all you want. I'll never have them. But she doesn't even live in the city. I continue. I heard they're setting her up in Brett's apartment, and Brett's going to move in with the new girlfriend. Like it's a storyline? No, like they're going to make it look like the sister has always lived here. No one's seen the apartment Brett is in right now, so there won't be any confusion. Who is she? Lauren demands. Do you know her? I've only met her here and there, but she basically handles all the day-to-day at Spoke, so that Brett can do the hard work of co-hosting the 4th hour of the Today Show when Hoda goes on vacation. There's a moment of bitter silence. None of us are over the fact that we weren't asked to do it. Fine, Lauren concedes. I get the sister, I guess, but why are they making the niece a part of the show? Well, now you're asking the right question, I tell her. A bread basket is delivered to the table, and out of habit, everyone reaches for a piece. Rule number 3 of Gold Diggers: we eat carbs. We are emancipated from diets, and we exercise for health, not weight loss. Even if you starve yourself between takes like Lauren, or suffer from orthorexia like Jen, you play your gourmandism for the cameras. Or, always, if you're Brett and you found a way to commoditize your thunder thighs. Jesse thinks we have seen too many white, straight women hawking flat tummy tea on Instagram. Women who refuse to eat processed food are passé. The niece is black, I say. Lauren's jaw goes slack. Is the sister black? My mouth full, I shake my head no. Then what? The niece is adopted? I shake my head again, unable to elucidate while chewing. I'm the only one who actually took a piece of bread in the end. Jen and Lauren remembered the cameras weren't around and returned their empty hands to their laps to be sniffed later. Stop making me dig, for Christ's sakes. I swallow my food and tell her what I know. The data I've gathered from the field producer whose net-a-porter habit I shamelessly indulge every Christmas, that come season 4, I will no longer be the onlyest POC on the show. I felt both completely helpless and like I had to do something after I found out. Something that would make me better, stronger, irreplaceable. But beyond the plans I'd already put into place, there was nothing I could think to do, and so I called Sally Hirschberger and arranged a last-minute blowout, even though my hair is always perfect, and I didn't have anywhere to go. Some of us eat our feelings. Others turn a hot air stream and a round brush on them. I sat in the leather swivel chair with the junior stylist, the only one available at the last minute, and searched Layla Courtney on Instagram. I have, of course, met Layla Courtney on a few occasions. A quiet, tall girl with wet hair and a high bun who unimpressed me greatly. What did Lisa see in her? What did Jessie? There were no Layla Courtneys on Instagram, and so I tried the mother. I turned up a scroll of Kelly Courtney variations, but only one with spoke in the handle and a light-skinned black girl in the profile picture. I felt like I was breathing fire ants as I thumbed her feed. Kelly and Layla at the Jersey Shore. Kelly and Layla at 6th grade graduation last year. Kelly's big announcement with all of 96 likes that you should follow Layla over at souk_spoke, where she would be hawking the gimcrack rugs and pottery and clothing handcrafted by Amazigh women, who now have the opportunity to learn a skill and earn a living thanks to Spoke. A quick Google of the word souk told me that it is Berber for market, a terrible name for an Instagram handle. Nothing catchy about it. But still I felt lightheaded when I clicked on Kelly's tag and saw that Layla's account already had 11K followers, and that nearly every picture of Layla, modeling the goods with her baby afro, was riddled with comments like, "Gorgeous girl, natural beauty, at IC Management, she on your radar?" I glanced at myself in the mirror, never one more honest than a hairdresser's. My hair was smooth and straight, a little bit of movement at the ends, the way I've worn it for 20 years. Even with the straightening treatments, no one ever called me gorgeous when I was the same age as this Mouseburger, and I was. So why am I up in arms? How could I possibly feel threatened by a 12-year-old black girl with natural curls? Diversity is one of the pillars of our show. But Jessie, the Empress Regent of reality television, never would have opened that door if there wasn't any green behind it. Advertisers desperately want to capture young viewers and diversity. Or are we calling it inclusivity now? Better question, which expression is more lucrative, is of paramount importance to millennials? To us, I guess I could say, I did make the millennial cutoff by the skin of my teeth, and that was also part of the reason I didn't think I was coming back after the last reunion. No one survives the show past 34. I've managed to delay the inevitable for another year, and now I can't help but feel my replacement is being groomed, because Jessie didn't open the door for underrepresented women in the media as much as she did crack it, just enough to allow Brett and me through for a short window of time. On a show with 4 to 5 players, any more than one gay woman and it becomes a lesbian show, any more than one woman of color and it becomes an ethnic show. And then advertisers start to worry about alienating the audience. That's not diversity, it's tokenism. And that's why it felt like a kick in the stomach when I found out that not only was my choice out of the running for Haley's spot, we all hustle hard to replace outgoing diggers with our friends, but that the new digger satisfied a requirement that up until now, only I could fulfill. Think of each of us as a pendant on a charm bracelet. I am the lock, and Brett is the heart, and Jen is the ballet slipper, and Lauren is the ladybug. What we needed was a transgendered woman, not another lock. "Aren't you pissed?" Lauren hisses, reaching for her wine and realizing it's empty. She pretends like she was really going for the bread, tearing off a small piece and docking it on her plate. "I would be so pissed if I were you." I experience a flicker of appreciation for the woman I'd written off as a boy-crazy booze hound. I've never spoken to any of the diggers about feeling like a box Jessie had to check to escape an evisceration from Jezebel, because Brett, the one who should get it, is utterly beguiled by Jessie, and Lauren and Jen could never even begin to empathize. Jen came to the attention of the producers by way of her mother, and Lauren shouldn't be on the show at all. She's one of those Hitchcock blondes from a family with its own crest. But she has mastered high-low style and drinks too much and talks about sex too loudly, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a single woman in the city who doesn't have her dating app hanging in the gallery of her mobile screen. Her name is Lauren Bunn, and viewers call her Lauren Fun, and that has kept her safe. As has her willingness to go in for the kill when Lisa blows the whistle. She's the show's lovable hatchet man, indispensable, really. But then Lauren clucks. "Your friend must be so disappointed." And I realize she meant I'm probably pissed that my hire was passed over, and that a small part of her is pleased by that. There are precisely 2 seasons in a gold digger's life: shooting season and killing season. Not even a week after we wrap, months before we film the reunion, it's customary for producers to approach each digger and ask if we have any friends we would like to nominate for the next season of the show. We have no idea who is coming back and who is on the chopping block, though the position on the couch at the reunion some weeks later is normally a clue. The closer you are seated to Jesse, the better your odds. At this most recent reunion, filmed a month before my memoir came out and put me back in the game, I was on the end of the couch for the first time ever. The last book in my fiction series had flopped, and I was growing long in the tooth. I nearly accepted my fate. The only digger who has ever been where I was at and asked to return is Lauren, and I'm not willing to have my vagina steamed on camera or pose naked in a valiant effort to save the minx hijinks Lauren has gotten up to in a single episode. But there is another option besides humiliating yourself for laughs. The producers are always looking to shake up the troupe, which is why the casting process starts anew the moment the mic packs come off. It's an unwritten rule that if you bring a woman to Prod's attention and they like her and they cast her, you can buy yourself a stay of execution. The producers are not going to introduce a new digger unless she has some sort of connection to the group. This isn't Big Brother. Throw a bunch of strangers together and hope for pregnancy scares and cold cocks. The show runs best when the group has history, allegiances, grudges. The moment filming ends, a digger is campaigning for her hire for the next season, nary a modicum of concern that it may be at a current castmate's expense. If you're lucky enough to see your person cast, you enjoy one more benefit, which is that she provides you with her eternal loyalty. You never betray the digger who brought you in. Lauren was Jen's hire in season 2, and so for as long as she and Jen are on the show together, she will have to like who Jen likes and feud with who she doesn't. She's tiring of it, and I know she was pushing for the fellow Yaley inventress of period-proof underwear to replace Haley so that she could boss someone around for a change. Better luck next season, Lauren. The server reappears to ask us if we are ready to order. Lauren and I sit in supportive silence as Jen explains to him that she's a friend of the chef's and she's called ahead about some dairy-free butternut squash soup. God, no! Lauren laughs when the server asks us if we also have any dietary restrictions. Let's do the fluke, the hamachi, the mushrooms, and the bucatini. 2 orders of mushrooms, I say. The server smiles, pleased with us and with himself. My all-time favorite dish on the menu. She's married, Lauren growls saucily. And you? The server asks her. Lauren waves her naked finger at him. Jesus God, Jen mutters. However long it's been since Jen has had sex, it's in dog years. The waiter picks up the bottle to refill my glass and realizes it's empty. Did we want to stick to this bottle? Lauren circles her finger in the air, pantomiming a mini tornado. Another round. Jen pokes me under the table, now before she gets too drunk to remember. I reach for another piece of bread. So, Laure, I'm not trying to blow your fuse here, but there's more. Don't tell me, she says, pushing her plate away. Brett is skinnier than me now? Jen endorses the bon mot with a guffaw. She's always bristled at being grouped into the wellness industry with a woman who considers baked goods one of the major food groups. Likewise, Brett has taken Jen to task for her narrow and elitist definition of health, which contains but a single word: thin. There is nothing healthy about a woman weighing the same as she did in the 5th grade, about a woman who rarely eats solid foods and who is so malnourished she cannot grow her hair past her ears. These are Brett's words, not mine, though I do wonder what she would say if she could see Jen now, with her shiny new lob and lusher-looking figure. There is nothing healthy about a woman who changes her appearance to please a man, probably. It's about the trip, I say to Lauren. The trip. Every season, the producers carve out a benchmark week to bring all the women together, no matter where we are in our cycle of loving and loathing each other. First season was quiet and cost-effective. Jen's Hampton's house to celebrate the opening of her pop-up juice truck in the parking lot of Ditch Plains. Second season, we were a bona fide sleeper hit thanks to the network's incessant Sunday afternoon marathons, and we could afford to go bigger. Paris, for the launch of the third book in my fiction series. The Parisians have never called my books smut. Last season, it was Los Angeles for the GLAAD Awards. The show was up for Outstanding Reality Program, which we all understood to be Brett's nomination. And there was also a nomination in the Outstanding Talk Show category for the episode of 60 Minutes featuring Brett and all she was doing to help pave the way for other young gay entrepreneurs. As it's gone, the digger who is at the heart of the trip is the digger who gets the most flattering pass by the editor's hand and the most screen time for her product. And as it's gone, every woman gets her turn. Lauren isn't an original like Jen, Brett, and me. She doesn't wear the signet ring inscribed SS, but she's been with us since season 2. This season, we all assumed it would be her turn. With as much compassion as I can muster, I say, Lisa told me they want a calendar Morocco for sometime in June. Morocco? Lauren whispers in defeat. Apparently Spoke is releasing a line of electric bikes, Jen says. Her elfin face pinches in disgust. Because what women like Brett need is a piece of exercise equipment to reduce the amount of movement in their day. In all fairness, the e-bikes aren't for women like Brett. They're for women who have too much movement in their day to attend school and to earn a living. I hate that even a silent part of me is still sticking up for Brett after what happened between us. The good news is that they haven't booked the travel yet, I say, putting the devastating memory out of my mind. If we make our concerns known, we can sway them. But we have to move fast, and we have to show a united front. Lisa said Jessie feels very strongly that in the first season since the election, we present women as magnanimously as possible. I see, Lauren sniffs. And reversing sexist dating roles isn't magnanimous? Not as magnanimous as keeping 12-year-old African girls from getting raped, Jen replies. Who are these 12-year-old African girls Brett is keeping from getting raped? Lauren wants to know. Honestly, does she have any hard data to prove this? Have we even talked to a single one of them? How do we even know it's true? I nod animatedly. I want her riled up before I get to the point. So the show is now the Brett Show? Lauren says, her aggrieved voice crowd-surfing the din of the restaurant. Or the Spoke Show, or whatever it is. It's her whole fucking family and her business, and she gets the trip 2 years in a row? It pays to play on the same team as your boss, Jen says, which was a claim I used to defend Brett against, before I realized that Brett has absolutely benefited from being the same kind of different as Jessie. In our ecosystem, Brett is undoubtedly the most privileged of the bunch, and her advantages extend beyond the good edit. Jessie had made it abundantly clear that the show functions as a byproduct of our already existing success. It is wonderful if it can enhance what we have already built for ourselves, but it is not there to lay the groundwork. In other words, we attract the show does not attract us. For that reason, diggers take home the same paltry salary of $5,000 a year for roughly 120 days of labor, and that's before taxes. We are not meant to need the money, and most of us don't, but ever since Jessie banished me to the end of the couch, I can no longer stomach the hypocrisy of my boss lambasting the wage gap in the New York Times while paying her own less than minimum wage. Jessie moves up the corporate ladder at the network as the show grows in popularity, getting richer off our backs while we are expected to just be grateful for the continued exposure. Haley finally had enough of it, especially once one of the production coordinators suggested that Brett took Jessie's advice, asked for more money, and got it. I admired Haley for going to bat for herself, but I also knew it was a suicide mission. Jessie would only see the attempt at a salary negotiation as ungrateful, and it would only end in her dismissal, which, of course, it did. Unless you are Brett Courtney, the show does not reward difficult women. Brett is the teacher's pet, and funnily enough, one of her top complaints about Jen was that she received preferential treatment because of her mother. Introducing two people who are so much alike that they ultimately repel one another. Both are exhaustively preachy when it comes to their brand of help. Both are smug know-it-alls believing their approach is the right one, and if you don't do it their way, then you are a moron who will probably get cancer soon. Something else they have in common, something I didn't discover until recently, is that they are both totally different people off camera than they are when we are rolling. Though this could be said of all of us. It's not easy to maintain the dividing line between who we are on the show and who we actually are, to do the dirty daily work of pulling up the weeds and clipping the undergrowth. But not all of us go around insisting, who I am in real life is who I am on camera, which Brett has said so often it should be her next hideous tattoo. The truth is that who Brett is on camera is who she has become in real life. TV Brett metastasized. Brett is in there, somewhere. I've had a brush with her. But she is like the last smallest Russian nesting doll of the set. Lauren groans. What are we going to do about her? I glance at Jen again. She nods. Go for it. I sent Lisa my schedule for the next few months, I say. I have my book tour and Vince's birthday and a few other things on the calendar, and I just made it clear I would invite you to and perhaps whoever the next cast member is. Not if it's Kelly, obviously. But that was it. You think we shouldn't film with the darling one? Lauren deduces with a snort. That'll go over well. I just think we do our own thing and let her do hers, I say, trying to keep it light. This isn't a blood pact. We don't need to draw knives and weapons. The most effective way to destroy someone on the show is to disengage, to deprive her of the drama, of the meaningful connections, of the great and powerful storyline. In our world, your sharpest weapon is a polite smile. I can tell Lauren is still not sold. I'm contemplative for a moment. I've debated whether or not to tell you this, I say, and I have. I was hoping my case was solid without this. Lauren says at 2 martinis and 2 glasses of wine volume. Just fucking tell me! I avoid her eyes. I am sure she will be able to tell I am lying if I don't. That thing in page 6? The one about the... I know which one you're referring to, Lauren says, and I look up to see that she's reddened. There have been several items in the Post about Lauren's drinking, but only one that cost her so much. Brett called that in, I practically whisper. Lauren blinks, stunned. I only found out after the reunion. I rush to say I didn't know what to do. Brett and I were still friends, and I felt a sense of loyalty. Lauren holds up her hand. Why are you telling me this now? I check in with Jen. Are we that obvious? This affects your business, Laure. This affects your money. Why are you telling me this now? Lauren repeats, her voice softer this time. Jen and I check in with each other across the table, telepathically negotiating who should be the one to answer her. Jen didn't think it was necessary to tell Lauren that Brett was the one who sent the editors the video of a drunken Lauren filleting a baguette at Balthazar. I know Brett has a line into the editor of page 6, and I know I didn't do it, and Jen and Lauren are in lockstep. Who else could it have been? Lauren had been next to hysterical at the reunion, demanding to know who shared the video that resulted in a lifetime ban from her favorite brunch place, and her father bringing in a seasoned CEO, effectively rendering Lauren's role at the company impotent. Jen thinks telling Lauren not to film with Brett is enough to get Lauren not to film with Brett. She brought Lauren into the group, and that buys unconditional servitude. But Lauren likes Brett, even though she is not supposed to. And I can't pretend that I don't understand. For a time, I didn't just like Brett. I loved her. I decided to be the one to say it. What if you didn't drink this season? I suggest to Lauren. Make your sobriety a storyline. I think Jen and I, we could really support that in a way Brett would never. This is me, sweetening the pot for Lauren, because I need her to commit to the mutiny. I need Brett gone. We all do. Rehab my image? Lauren says, her tone petulant. That's right, I say brightly. as though I am a game show host and she is a player who has guessed the answer to a deciding trivia question correctly. Lauren folds her arms across her chest, huffily. Our viewers are so proletarian. This is how people drink in New York. It's normal. I'm normal. Her eyes flit to my unfinished glass of Barolo. She wouldn't dare say it. You're the one who's not normal. At this age, in this world, she's not just deflecting. The fact that I drink in thimble portions makes her far more average than me. Lauren sighs, fluffing her hair at the roots in a way she thinks gives her Bridget Bardot volume when really, it just makes her look like she rubbed a balloon against her head. Fine. I'll say I'm not drinking. Say it. I'm still going to, though. We figured. Jen shrugs. Fuck you, Greenberg, Lauren says with a smile. She raises her glass, seeming to come around more positively to the idea. To not drinking this season. I raise my own, laughing at the intended irony of the toast, relieved that everyone is so wholeheartedly on board. To not drinking this season. What kind of narcissist signs up for a reality show? Is a question lobbed at me on Twitter often. There are not enough characters to capture the magic of Jessie Barnes when she turns it on, and she did turn it on for me in the beginning. Dinners at La Bernardine, where she quoted from my novels, a $25,000 donation made in my name to my favorite charity that provides writing mentorship to underprivileged girls, SNL after parties, box seats at the Yankees game for Vince, front row tickets to a Madonna concert and backstage passes where I got to meet Madonna. And all the while Jessie was in my ear, promising me this was not my mother's reality TV show. This was a show about women getting along, about women supporting one another, about women succeeding, about women who didn't need men. I was absolutely fooled. Jessie might have meant some of it. I think she believed, on some level, that she would be at the forefront of a new kind of reality TV, living as we were in a time of performed girl power. Beyoncé had recently dropped a golden microphone on stage at the VMAs, backlit by the word feminist. It was no longer mainstream suicide to care about the equality of the sexes. And then season 1 aired, and the ratings were so dismal that they briefly canceled us. Season 2 felt different from the start. We got a new showrunner, Lisa, who found Machiavellian ways to pit us against one another. We fought, we aligned, we were a massive hit. There have been many times I have wanted to walk away, but I didn't, and not because I am a narcissist. It is because diggers don't survive the push off the couch. Jessie sees to it. The invitations to events that claim to support women stop coming. A-listers you were paired with on Jessie's after show stop following you on Twitter. Your business shutters, and the only magazine that wants to put you on the cover is the Learning Annex. It's happening to Haley right now. I made the mistake of texting to ask if I would see her at Jessie's annual Halloween party, the one everyone who is anyone attends, and instead of saying yes, she hit me with a series of excuses so fraught my ulcers oozed. I'm having a problem receiving messages lately. Mercury is in retrograde. At least my assistant tells me so. I haven't actually checked my email myself in a while. It's probably in my inbox. Where is it just in case? When? Want to grab a drink together before? Ugh, I was nauseous for her. I knew that feeling. It's like heartbreak. But no, the way cramps hurt differently than a stomach bug, though the pain is similarly located. There is no word for it, but there should be. It is the sting. It is the sickness because it is also contagious of your fellow woman turning on you. I know my storyline must come to an end at some point, that I cannot reserve a prime spot on the reunion couch forever. But I cannot allow a parasite like Brett Courtney to edge me out.
Chapter 3. Brett. My father thinks it's a phase, my lesbianism. He met one of my girlfriends once, Thanksgiving 2 years ago in San Diego, where he moved after Mom died. He's remarried now to a vegetarian named Susan. Susan and my father treated my ex like a best gal pal from college who didn't have anywhere to go for the holiday because her parents were going through an ugly divorce. They stuck all of us, Layla, Kelly, Sarah, and me, in the second bedroom, mother and daughter in the bed, Leslie's on the air mattress. There is a third bedroom in the San Diego house, but it's Dad's office, and he had emails to send very early in the morning. It's not hard for me to imagine Mom's reaction. She was dead when I came out of the closet at 22, but had she been alive, I doubt she would have so much as frowned, abiding as she did by the parenting rule that the best way to discipline your children when they act out is to ignore them. Between my maroon hair and my green hair and my purple hair, my tattoos and piercings, and a brief Wiccan stint after renting and keeping Blockbuster's copy of The Craft, I got ignored a lot growing up. But you better believe she would have been marching in the pussy parade as my stars started to rise, as she saw that my gayness was intrinsic to my celebrity. And she would have adored Arch, a lawyer for the ACLU. She could have been a purple communist with a sexual attraction to mangoes, and Mom would have set out the fancy Clinique lotion every time I brought her home. Mom didn't go to college, and while she occasionally flitted around in various retail capacities, whenever we needed a little extra cash or she needed something to do, she never had a career. She came of age in a time when it was just as socially acceptable for a woman to get married at 21 and have her first child by 23 as it was to go to college and earn a paycheck. I don't think she had the confidence to continue her education, the path that was really in her blood. And so she was always a little bit defensive about being a young mother, getting it into her head that if she could raise a Mensa candidate, it would somehow elevate her status in the eyes of second-wave feminists. She chased accolades for Kelly before she could even walk, submitting her photo to Gerber baby contests and entering her into child beauty pageants. By the time I was born 4 years later, she had so much time and money and hope vested in Kelly that it came down to another decision: split the effort and risk turning out two mildly accomplished daughters, or go full throttle on the one who was already showing so much promise. Kelly was an honorable mention in the 1986 Gerber contest, so go full throttle on her she did. My phone trembles in my hand as the R pulls into the 28th Street station and catches a few bars of service. I look down. Kelly, asking me how far away I am. The production meeting started 18 minutes ago, but our booking system went down 20 minutes into the Rise and Resist class, and I was on the phone with tech support for an hour and a half. I didn't even get a chance to shower, and I'm still in my smelly spandex. 10 minutes, I tell her. Is there food there? It's harder for me to imagine how Mom would have reacted to Kelly's about-face. And Layla. What kind of grandmother would she have been to Layla? My gut tells me not the kind who baked cookies and read bedtime stories, at least during those early years. Now that Layla's older and has expressed an interest in Spoke, she would have warmed, but I don't know if she would ever forgive Kelly for making her feel like she bet on the wrong horse. Kelly was a sophomore at Dartmouth, studying abroad in Morocco, when Mom had her second stroke. I was 15, downstairs in the finished basement pretending to be researching a class project, actually in a sex chat room. Kelly was the one who turned me on to them. She once forgot to sign out of her account, and when I opened up the browser, I discovered her screen name, Pretty in Pink 85, and that her ambitions did not end outside of the classroom. I was floored, mostly because, despite the fact that there were never any rules in place in our household, Kelly didn't date. It was assumed Kelly was more interested in microbial genetics or whatever the fuck they studied in AP chemistry than she was boys. My sister went to prom with her best friend, Mags, and came home early with a greasy-ass McDonald's bag. Looking back, I can see that Kelly was just taking her cues. Our mother made it very clear that high school was for getting into a top college, not for football games and fun. And so my sister went off to her Ivy, a sexually frustrated virgin with a bangin' bod and an encyclopedia of knowledge thanks to her digital dalliances. None of us should have been surprised when she went on a fuck crawl of Marrakesh 2 years later. My mother's second stroke was minor, same as the first. She insisted Kelly stay abroad. 2 days later, she got up to use the bathroom, and a pulmonary embolism took her down as she was washing her hands. She would have been relieved that it happened after she'd gotten her pants back on. Mom was obediently ashamed of her ass. In a way, I'm grateful that she was, because my inclination was always to do and be the opposite of whatever she expected of me. Body confidence is hard. Teenage rebellion comes with reserves. My father and I called Kelly with the terrible news, and then we called her again, and again, and again. She had become increasingly difficult to get a hold of in the weeks leading up to Mom's death. Even though my parents set her up with the priciest international plan AT&T had to offer, we left messages telling her we needed to speak to her urgently. She must have heard the news in our voices, because she never called back. She never called back. We got a hold of a professor who told us that Kelly hadn't been to class in 2 days. For most students, this was unremarkable, but for Kelly, bring in the National Guard. Through her roommate, we were able to track her whereabouts to the flat of the DJ at the American Watering Hole, who went by the name Fod. Only Fod. My father and I had to put the funeral on hold and fly to Marrakesh to drag my goody two-shoes sister out of the arms of a 32-year-old man who wore tiny yellow sunglasses and double puka shell necklaces. Fod wasn't actually Moroccan. He'd immigrated from Nigeria as a kid, and that's about as much as Kelly knows about his background. I have determined that in another life, a life where he didn't dress like an aging MTV VJ on spring break, Fod, no last name Fod, must have invented the polio vaccine and maybe also cold-pressed coffee. Because how else do you end up with a Layla? I should thank Fod, not just for my niece, but for dickmatizing my sister the way he did. Because if he hadn't, I never would have had a reason to travel to Morocco, and the idea for Spoke never would have been born. And so, it seems a bit of a moot point what my mother would think of our lives now. Because nothing would have turned out this way if she hadn't died, and Kelly hadn't fallen out of first place. The train shudders into the 23rd Street station. I check my phone. I'm already late. What's 5 more to dash over to 3rd Ave and grab a bagel? The chance that there is any sort of substantial spread at the prod meeting is low. We're a month out from filming. Those bitches are in conservation mode. Only half the seats in the conference room are occupied, and yet the team has made a complete ring around the table by skipping chairs. Kelly has 2 empties to her right and 3 to her left. She's fighting to look like she doesn't care that no one wants to sit next to the weird new girl, but I can smell how much it actually bothers her. Seriously, when my sister is stressed, she emits the odor of sauerkraut. Lisa, our showrunner, is at her rightful place at the head of the table. When she sees me, she drops her phone and cuts off a speaking field producer. They say that in meetings, women are interrupted at 5 times the rate that men are. I wonder how that number increases with Lisa Griffin in the room.
There's Miss My Time is more important than your time. 20 million in her bank account and she can't afford a fucking Rolex.
It's 23.4 million and it's in an LLC holding, but I don't correct Lisa. Lisa could eat me for breakfast. That is, if she ate breakfast. 2 years ago, she started drinking Jen's protein shakes and dancing with 2-pound weights at Tracy Anderson. Now she wears mostly leather jeans and is smaller and meaner than ever. She resents my friendship with Jessie, and I'm sure she feels like I went around her to get Kelly on the show. If she only knew. I am so sorry, I say, lifting my crossbody bag over my head and crab-walking between the wall and the table to take a seat next to Kelly. We had a major technical glitch at the studio this morning.
Thanks for being the one to deal with that,
Kelly says, like I've done her such a favor, tending to an issue within my own company. Something about her appearance makes me do a double take, and it's not that she's trying too hard in strappy ankle heels and an off-the-shoulder top, while Lauren and Jen are across from her looking every bit like they woke up like this in weird jeans, drinking matching coconut LaCroix. Monsters. Who likes the coconut? I can't decide if I'm embarrassed or vindicated by Kelly's sexy third date getup. You're out of your league. I told you. If we should talk about hiring a stylist or if I should keep the float all to myself. I'll sort it out later because more pressing is the realization that Stephanie is running even later than I am. I shouldn't, but I bristle. Stephanie was notorious for holding up filming in the early seasons, whether it was because she didn't like her hair or that the shoot started at 10 and she just didn't feel like getting there at 10. She shaped up last season after acquiring the nickname Sleptony from viewers who complained on Twitter and Instagram that she had gotten boring, that she felt too produced. Sleptony employs a glam squad, hair, makeup, personal stylist, and together they actually generate a lookbook for her each season. It's all in keeping with Sleptony's very manufactured image of a modern woman killing it on all fronts: life, love, and real estate. Meanwhile, Stephanie is contemptuous of the readers who enjoy her fluffy series. Her marriage is riddled with infidelity. She's been on and off antidepressants since she was a teenager, and her mother paid the down payment on the brownstone as a wedding gift. The audience wasn't connecting with her because there's not a hair out of place. You need a little bit of imperfection to make people feel like there's a human being underneath it all, but she could never quite bring herself to expose her real warts. She even had her agent negotiate in her contract that production could not shoot the outside of her house for security purposes. Really? She's embarrassed she lives next to a dry cleaner's. But that brownstone would have cost millions more if it wasn't. Millions more on top of that if it was even one more avenue west of First. Like I said, it's hard to be rich in New York, even for Stephanie Simmons. The fact that she's back to her old ways means she's feeling pretty confident about her contract. Did she get a 2-season renewal? No one gets a 2-season renewal, but you don't show up late unless you can get away with being late, which is why I'm so mortified that I got held up this morning. I never want to look like I'm taking advantage of Jesse's obvious favoritism. Yes, I know it's there, but I will cut you if you suggest it's because we're both gay. How about Jesse and I are the only ones who can truly call ourselves self-made women? Jen may not come from the piles of money that Lauren and Steph do, but she was raised in Soho and has gotten by fine on her mother's name. Oh, and in case Stephanie sold you the rags to riches story about scraping by on minimum wage when she first moved to New York because she loves that one, here's the truth that she conveniently omits. Her mom was paying the rent on her one-bedroom on 76th and 3rd and slipping her an allowance of $250 a week. Stephanie may have run out of spending money from time to time. She may not have been able to go out to dinner as often as she would have liked or shopped on a whim, but she was far from fucking Fievel. I take a seat and set my bag on the table, rummaging around for the everything bagel with vegetable cream cheese and tomato, my long-standing order at Pick-a-Bagel. Nice, Chloe, Lauren says slyly. She turns to Jen with a triumphant smirk, as if I have proven something on her behalf. Arch had been on to me to invest in a power bag, and when I wouldn't do it myself, she took matters into her own hands. What the fuck kind of messed up financial advice do we instill in women that even my Harvard-educated girlfriend has internalized it? Invest means put your money into something that has a return. Unless the cost of this bag included some kind of pension plan, I'm pretty sure Arch didn't invest in anything. She just bought something. Thanks, I say. It was a gift from my girlfriend. Nice girlfriend, then. Lauren gives me a naughty little wink. Sorry I'm late, I say again, but specifically to Lauren and Jen this time. Clearly, they're pissed, though the Green Menace is usually pissed about something. The entire booking system crashed just as I was heading out the door. I know how that goes, Lauren says wearily, not to be generous, but to reinforce the fiction that she is on the ground at Sadie, too. Lauren had a great idea, a dating website where the woman is the one to establish contact. But but she never would have gotten it off the ground if her father hadn't provided her with a jumbo nest egg and a well-stocked corporate advisory board. Lauren has never been anything more than the face of Sadie. It's a great face, but lately it's doing more harm than good. I tipped my head at Jen, who is going after my hairstyle now, I guess. Liking the long hair, Greenberg. It's been 3 months since I've encountered the green menace in the wild, which isn't unusual at all, and not because we hate each other. If anything, production prefers we keep our distance during the off-season. They want us fresh when we see each other. They don't want alliances shifting when the cameras aren't around to capture it. It helps streamline the narrative if we can pick up right where we left off in the previous season. And moi? Lauren asks, pumping an upturned palm by her head, which is zipped up prettily with a crown braid. Did you know that every 14 seconds a woman in New York City succumbs to a crown braid? It's a braidemic. I got carded at Gamma last night. Adorable, I tell her. You look my age. Lauren barks, ha! Jen texts someone. I generally like Lauren. She's Lauren fun. What's not to like? We've always treated each other like friends of a mutual friend who get along exceptionally well whenever occasion brings us together, who have each other's numbers, but only so we can text logistics. What time is intermutual friend's name birthday dinner tonight again? I think it's ridiculous that she's been sentenced to indentured servitude just because Jen brought her in on the show. They know each other from summers in Omnagansett. Jerk me. But the truth is, I'm not interested in taking on Lauren as a real friend. I get all itchy around people who aren't honest with themselves, and Lauren crashes into that category headfirst, double-fisting tequila on the rocks and shouting, "Let's do it again!" You could argue Steph suffers from the same affliction, but Steph is honest with herself. It's everyone else she's lying to, which is not necessarily a criticism. I just think she could be more strategic about which lies she tells. Jen turns her infamous squint on our showrunner. Lisa, I have to be on the east side at 1 for another meeting. Jen has this expression about her. Ugh, people, do I really have to talk to them? There is something about her that is fundamentally unfuckable. I guess she's pretty. We're on TV. The network's not evolved enough to cast uggos yet, but it's an anemic kind of pretty. She's a whey-faced canvas upon which she's applied the vegan boho palette. Lots of tea-stained lace schmatas are involved. Maybe that's where this unsexiness comes from. The fact that she has no idea who she is or what she stands for. Everything is an imitation. Flower child cosplay, with the end goal being money and success rather than fulfillment and pleasure. Even this bougier Jen before me feels like a well-thought-out move on the chessboard. Word is that Jen has glossed up her appearance to reignite her relationship with the person who put her heart through the Vitamix just before the last reunion. The third button of her linen shirt is undone. Saucy minx. But there is no way to know for sure, primarily because Jen refuses to talk about her personal life. This sends me into orbit. We are on a reality TV show. We signed up to share all aspects of our lives, even the humiliating heartbreak. I had to endure Sarah dumping me twice, once in real life and once again when it aired, but Jen has managed to wiggle off the hook. She wants the promotion and adoration of being on TV without having to make any of the sacrifices. Now that we are all here, Lisa tucks her chin and stares me down from the other end of the table. Let's get started. Kelly picks up her production packet, her spine rod straight. Now that we're all here, I glance at the door. Steph lost in one of her 200 rooms? The field producers laugh. Steph's not coming. Jen seems very pleased to tell me. Since when does Jen refer to Stephanie as Steph? She's not coming? I survey the room looking for anyone who is as gobsmacked as I am. We have never had a digger skip the all-cast prod meeting before.
She's in Chicago with Mark,
Lauren volunteers, watching closely for my reaction, knowing that I am well within my rights to bug out that Stephanie is in Chicago with our director of photography. They don't film you early and alone unless they think your storyline is pertinent to the season. No one wanted to film me, early and alone, presiding over the yoga auditions. I refuse to show that I care, but damn it, I care. Why wouldn't we do it when she's back, then? I ask Lisa.
Because, Lisa says, you're all busy bitches and 4 out of 5 of you ain't bad.
She picks up the production packet and flips the page.
Headline events?
Everyone turns their attention to the packet before them. I try to focus too, but all I see are numbers and words instead of dates and locations. I detect movement and glance up in time to see Lauren lean into Jen's side and whisper something, holding a knuckle to her lips to contain a giggle. Jen manages to crack a smile without short-circuiting. It's hard to believe that the very first episode of Gold Diggers kicked off with Jen and me shopping for recycled dresses at Reformation, hours before the party for the grand opening of her second Green Theory location. We were something resembling friends back then, butting heads once we realized that our definition of health inherently threatened the other's business model, with hers being skinny and mine being eat the donut. Truly, that is the crux of our issues, that and Jen's unmitigated disgust with my body. Though Jen likes to make it out as though I stole her mother. It's not my fault Yvette is disappointed in Jen for choosing a path in life that makes women smaller.
We had talked about doing a ride to raise money for Lacey Rosowski's campaign,
Kelly is suddenly saying, and I come to with her looking at me, encouragingly. We've been discussing ways for our businesses to acknowledge the results of the election. I clear my throat. Lacey
Rosowski, Kelly prods. We talked about this, remember? She's one of 200 women who are running for political office for the first time this year, making a bid for a seat in the New Jersey Assembly.
I am drawing a blank. The Green Menace seizes the opportunity.
One thing I'm in the process of doing is designing a limited line of juices called Clintonics, Jen says, her eyes ever narrow.
Lisa taps her pen against her forehead for a few moments, trying to work out what Jen has just said.
Oh my God, she says when it clicks. Clintonics? Fucking hysterical.
Yeah, so hysterical she doesn't even laugh. Lauren nods. Yeah. Her energy is manic, depending on what she's on that day.
And they're supposed to be good for your voice, right, Jay? They're concentrated with what we call the warming spices in Ayurvedic culture,
Jen says in a tone that tells me to prepare for terminal boredom.
Cinnamon, cardamom, and clove are traditionally used together to provide a diverse supply of antioxidants that help boost immunity, but Tulsi is the new super spice that the homeopathic community has discovered supports lung and throat health to help our voices as women carry.
There are mumbles around the room about how smart this is, how timely. I'm just thinking that of course that guy broke up with her. Jen's farts must smell like death.
We could sell them at the front of Spoke,
Kelly suggests, tentatively, because she knows we have a strict policy about pushing food or drink on our customer. I feel strongly that Spoke shouldn't influence women's dietary choices. They get enough of that everywhere else they go.
You need a permit to sell outside of the restaurant, and it's a pain in the ass to get, Jen says. Plus, your girl doesn't really do the juice thing. I love them.
Kelly shrugs, and I put my finger on it. Kelly's lost weight. It's only a few pounds, and I didn't notice in those duster cardigans she usually wears, but in that tight getup from Forever 21, her chest looks like a grill pan. Jen raises her eyebrows, amused by this, and I can't say I blame her. If Jen's sister were here sucking up to me, I'd be pretty fucking amused myself.
Think on it,
Lisa says, licking her finger and returning to the page.
Let's talk Morocco.
Now it's my turn to sit up straighter. Let's. I had a conversation with one of my investors last night about funding the trip. Whatever we need. Travel, lodging, transportation, we are totally covered. Is Big Daddy single? Lauren bats her eyelashes.
Back off, Lisa says. It's Greenberg who's in dire need of rebound D.
Jen turns a livid red. Wow, Lar. I fold my arms across my chest, glowering at her. That's really sexist that you would just assume my investor is a man. An awkward hush falls over the room, and I let everyone stew in it a good long while. Just kidding. I stretch my arms over my head with a leisurely yawn. He's totally an old white dude from Texas. Everyone but Jen laughs.
Can we focus, please?
Lisa squeaks. Lisa is pushing 50, but has the voice of an 11-year-old choir boy, and this manages to make her all the more terrifying. There is something deeply disturbing about being told that you're about to become so irrelevant even your own grandchildren won't remember your name by a woman who sounds like Pinocchio, which is something Lisa said to Haley when we went to Anguilla to shoot her new control top swimsuit line. You haven't lived until Lisa has eviscerated you in an exotic location. Lisa slaps the page of her production packet.
Morocco,
she says impatiently.
We're thinking last week of June. We start filming June 1st, so that's more than enough time for everyone to get their feet wet, work through their shit,
she points her pen at me,
and come together for a big bleeding heart getaway. My rough understanding is that we start the trip in Marrakesh and then head out to one of those villages in the mountains.
Kelly raises her hand as though she is in school. Lisa calls on her, playing along.
Yes, Miss Courtney.
Layla's become pen pals with a girl in the village of Agragour. She's one of our top sellers in the shop. I thought it would be a nice moment for the two of them to meet in person. There is silence all around, mine sharpest. This is the first I've heard of Layla's pen pal. Kelly learns fast. She always has. Jen, of all people, is the one to say, that sounds like a really powerful moment. But then she keeps talking. The thing is, I don't think I can go in good faith. The CDC recommends hepatitis A vaccination for Morocco, the makers of which are on PETA's list of companies that test on animals. They use baby bunny rabbits. Her chin quivers. Lisa holds her hand up to silence me, though I haven't spoken.
Is that right?
Jen dips her finger into a tub of lip balm free of parabens, sulfates, and phthalates and dots it on. That was a quick recovery, from almost crying over the baby bunny rabbits to an act of personal grooming. But just because I can't make it doesn't mean it's not a great idea. She smiles at me, like she had to grease her lips just to get them to do that. Now Lauren raises her hand. I hate to pile on, she says, but we're in app development for the new version of Sadie that's tailored for the LGBTQ community. My CEO is worried about me going to a country that prosecutes gays and lesbians for their sexuality. Lisa works her pen between her thumb and index finger, index and middle, holding Lauren accountable in a 1,000-yard stare.
Weren't you in Dubai over the holidays?
Lauren dips her finger into Jen's tub of lip balm.
For one night.
She rubs her lips together.
You can't fly direct to the Maldives.
I snort. And where do the Maldives stand on gay and lesbian rights? Lauren gapes, opening and closing her shiny mouth a few times before a few sober brain cells bump into each other. I read that your investor at his daughter's wedding at Trump Bedminster, she cries, completely out of context. A field producer covers her mouth with a production packet in horror, and I am tempted to do the same. What she just said is true, but Lauren has never come for me before. A two-fingered chill walks my spine. What is happening here? People! People! Lisa chirps in a way that makes Kelly bow her head and plug a finger in her ear. Enough! Everyone is to mark June 23rd to July 2nd on their calendars. We will find a location that works for the group. Lisa, I sputter, I have to go to Morocco this summer. Lisa curls her lip, disgusted by my desperation. We'll figure it out, Brett. She waits for Jen and Lauren to turn their attention back to the production packet. What the fuck? She mouths, jerking her head in their direction. I exaggerate my shrug to show I'm just as baffled as she is. Lisa rolls her eyes and mouths, Fuck my life! Both because she is almost 50 and doesn't realize that no one is saying that anymore, and because what's my problem is Jesse's problem is Lisa's problem. That's always the way it's been. So why does this time feel different?
Chapter 4. Stephanie. When I was 16, I entered an essay writing contest at a major women's magazine, and won. In the contest's half-century history, I was the youngest woman ever to take home the honor. You have a voice beyond your years, the editor-in-chief told me in a handwritten note. And because of that, we are willing to bend the rules for you. I had lied about my age on the application form. Contestants had to be 18 to enter. To this day, I keep that note in my top desk drawer, reading it whenever my confidence wavers. It's a reminder that I once believed in myself so much that I, Stephanie Simmons, broke a rule. There were prizes, publication of course, $5,000, though that was incidental. I would have left all of it on the table for the trip into the city to meet with a literary agent. Mary Shelley began writing Frankenstein before she turned 20. S.E. Hinton published The Outsiders when she was just 16. I had the first 2 chapters of my novel already drafted and an outline of the rest, and I planned on not just meeting with Ellen Leibowitz of the Ellen Leibowitz Agency to find out how the publishing world worked, but on pitching her and leaving with representation. We'll make a day of it, my mother exclaimed after reading the letter from the editor-in-chief. Breakfast at the plaza, shopping at Bloomingdale's. She would get a manicure while I was no doubt signing with Ellen Leibowitz Literary Agency on Lexington Avenue. Lexington Avenue is a very upscale street, my mother said with authority when she looked up the address on the internet. We'd end the day with a celebratory drink at the Ritz-Carlton in Battery Park, watching an orange sun glaze the Hudson. I would order an iced tea and my mother a glass of champagne, and when the bartender wasn't looking, we'd swap. Oh, Stephanie, my mother said, pinning the letter to the refrigerator with a magnet from Baltusrol Golf Club. I was a single-digit handicap by the time I entered high school. Aren't you so proud of yourself? Her blue eyes brimmed with tears, the effect infuriating and depleting all at once. Let me have this, I remember thinking, incapable of parsing what I wanted more, to break something or to sleep. I understand my anger and my exhaustion now. As a child, my mother was constantly asking me to perform for her, to reassure her that I was doing well, that I was thriving, that I was happy, that she was a good mother and that she had made the right choice in adopting me, defying all those who counseled against it. She was single, they told her. She was 50. She was white. Did she have any idea how much work it took to raise a child in a 2-parent family? Sure, she could afford help, but wasn't it a little bit cruel? Wasn't it a little bit selfish to bring up a black girl in a town as homogeneous as Summit, New Jersey, just because she missed her window to have a baby of her own? My mother was married briefly in her 30s, the ink barely dry on her divorce papers before her own mother was diagnosed with an aggressive and intractable form of breast cancer. She put her life on hold, 13 years of it, to take care of her mother, and her death left a void for a new dependent. She was volunteering at a women's shelter when a counselor mentioned a friend's troubled teenage daughter had gotten pregnant and that the family was looking to put the baby up for adoption. I didn't care if you were black, white, green, or polka-dotted. My mother told me the only time I asked her why I didn't look like her. I wanted you. It was the closest we ever got to acknowledging my race. You'll need an outfit for the interview, my mother said, even though I didn't. When I went back to clean out the house after her death 5 years ago, I donated so many unworn pieces to that same women's shelter that a volunteer asked me if I had a clothing store that had gone out of business. But my mother insisted that I take my winnings and go to the Short Hills Mall 2 weeks before the meeting. So there's time to get the tailor if we need to. My mother loved the tailor. At 5'1" and 97 pounds, she needed his step stool more than I ever did. I had 25 pounds and half a head on her by the time I could drive. People didn't know what to make of the two of us. This frail, glamorous white woman approaching her 70s, and the young black girl dressed in her likeness. Was I her elderly aide? Her expensively turned-out house cleaner? I grew up stared at. Sometimes I wonder if it's the reason I feel comfortable buying tampons with a camera crew in tow. The joke elicits a few laughs from the audience gathered to hear me read from my memoir at the Harold Washington Library Center in Chicago. No, I realize, my eyes settling on a woman in the third row. Not a laugh. A yawn. I asked my best friends to accompany me to Nordstrom. I continue, speaking over the voice inside my head that insists I am boring everyone. Get to the good part already. As always, Ashley, Jenna, and Caitlin went best of 3 on a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who got to drive my car to the mall that day. I hated my blue Bimmer. I felt screamingly self-conscious behind the wheel, ever since the night a middle-aged white man saw me searching for my keys in the parking lot of King's and called out, "Hey, you! What are you doing to that car?" He probably had a daughter my age, but to him, I wasn't anybody's daughter. A promising young woman with the 5th highest GPA in her class, a nationally ranked field hockey player, or a talent on the page. I was an anonymous, suspicious, and potentially threatening you. The word still makes me shrivel in shame. I tried to imagine any of my friends being addressed as such and could not. I saw the way grown-ups looked at them, with fondness, with amusement. Oh, let them eat candy for breakfast now. Let them break curfew. Real life will come for them soon enough. Some people got mulligans in life, but I learned early on I was not to be one of them. In the contemporary designers department of Nordstrom, my friends flung pantsuits and skirt suits and twin sets over the top of the dressing room door. Come out, they chanted, like little kids for their dinners, rotating their thumbs down or up, depending. I miss my tan, Caitlin sighed wistfully, when I emerged in a white turtleneck and short schoolgirl kilt that Jenna liked so much she went in search of her size and tried it on too. If there is such a thing as teacher's pet among a group of friends, then that was what I was. I was never going to call the shots, take the quarterback with the biceps to prom, or inspire copycats to steal my hairstyle. I was not a threat to my friends, and that's why I never had to worry about falling out of favor with them. For a while, I found the upside to this. No one ever ganged up on me. No one ever got 3 tickets to Pearl Jam and said to me, "Sorry, you'll have to sit this one out," which is something Ashley did to Jenna once because she had instant messaged a guy Ashley liked. If the girls could only invite one friend to their beach house, it was always me. Number 2 wasn't such a bad place to sit, I reasoned. And this is the insidiousness of the world in which we live. It doesn't just discourage little black girls from being great. It makes them grateful they are not great. "What shoes, though?" Ashley asked after the unanimous vote in favor of a theory pantsuit in navy. "Nude pumps?" Caitlin suggested. "Brown boots," Jenna said with a sly grin. "We wear the same size, right?" She did a spin in the new plaid miniskirt she was about to buy. We called for the salesperson, hoping she might bring us some footwear options, but she was nowhere to be found. I had been relieved that she had been rude not just to me, but to all of us, which allowed me to pretend that it wasn't so much about the color of my skin as it was about my age. No doubt she dismissed us out of hand, just a bunch of bored teenagers here to not buy anything and leave the dressing room in shambles, which my friends routinely did when we shopped together. They made fun of me for neatly clipping trousers to their hangers and folding sweaters into tidy squares. Such a neat freak, they said, and I let them think that was what it was about. The shoe department was on the other side of the escalators, but still close enough that I felt comfortable leaving my purse in the dressing room. There, standing before the full-length mirror in a pair of brown boots that really were the best choice for the theory pantsuit, I saw the security guards before they tapped me on the shoulder from behind. They escorted me to a leather sofa outside the restrooms. A small crowd gathered, the way it did when the in-house pianist played a selection from Phantom of the Opera, watching as I was pressured to sign a statement admitting to an attempt to leave the store wearing the theory pantsuit without paying for it. Jenna had walked out of the dressing room in a skirt she hadn't yet paid for, but 2 adult men hadn't been called in to isolate and intimidate her. She wasn't trying to steal it, my friends cried in exasperation. Her purse is in the dressing room. When the security guards threatened to call their parents, they became incensed. I'll call my parents and her mom right now, Ashley shouted with a defiance that crushed me. I had that nerve. Would I ever feel safe enough to use it? Within half an hour, my mother arrived and cleared everything up, which is shorthand for me apologizing to the saleswoman and the security guards for the misunderstanding, and her purchasing the pantsuit. Jenna left the kilt in the dressing room in an act of revolt. No way is that bitch making a commission off me. She got to say it with her nose in the air. 2 weeks later, sitting in the meeting with Ellen Leibowitz, that pantsuit felt like wearing a porcupine's coat inside out. The humiliating memory pricked me and pricked me, rendering me a stuttering, blushing child in front of an accomplished woman I had been dreaming about impressing for weeks. Oh no, my mother exhaled when we met on Lexington Avenue afterward. She could see in my face that I had blown it, and instead of going downtown to celebrate, we just went home. I remember feeling relieved that it was rush hour, that the train was so crowded that we had to split up to find seats, that for the 41 minutes it took to get from Penn Station to Summit, I got to hold myself by the elbows and cry without having to consider my mother's feelings. In the weeks that followed, I didn't sleep. I slumbered, like a character in a Disney story under a wart-nosed witch's spell. Even at 16, I knew my propensity for sleep was not just a byproduct of a still-growing body and brain. I hungered for it like a meal, was addicted to it like sugar. A little bit was sometimes worse than none at all, because it only made me want more, more, more. Worse. Sometimes I heard things. Words and names, so clearly enunciated that the first few times it happened, I looked over my shoulder, thinking someone had stepped into the room to speak to me. I'd seen the episode of Sally Jesse Raphael, where she'd interviewed teenagers with schizophrenia, the kind that makes you hear voices. Not everyone who hears voices has schizophrenia, I later learned, but at the time, I was terrified something was wrong with me, and terrified to be found out. I thought if I could just get some information about my family history, I could control whatever was happening to me. I thought I could get out ahead of it. I didn't tell anyone when I started the search for my biological mother. I didn't want to call any more attention to the fact that my make was different, or have to explain any of it to my adoptive mother, who would only hear that she wasn't enough of a mother for me. Lots of adoptees report wanting to meet their birth parents because they can never shake the feeling of rootlessness. Or they want to make sense of their origin story, or they're simply curious about where they came from. My motivation was strictly clinical. I wanted to look my birth mother in the eye and ask her if she was sick, and if I was going to get sick too, and if so, how could I get better before anyone noticed? My adoption was a closed adoption, which might have meant something in the 1980s. In the early aughts, around the time I started my search, the internet may not have been what it is today, but you could pay to run a background check if you had a name. And I had a name. When I was 7, I'd come home from a movie with my mom to find a message from the housekeeper. Sheila Lott, 12:47 p.m. I would never have remembered this if not for my mother's pallor when she suggested I go read in my room for a bit. She'd spent all afternoon on the phone, her shrill terror occasionally snaking its way up our double staircase and interrupting my umpteenth reading of Beezus and Ramona. I had to memorize a new home phone number after that, and all I knew was that Sheila Lott was to blame. There were 97 Sheila Lotts on Founded.com, 39 once I eliminated any over the age of 40, and 17 once I narrowed down the ones who lived on the East Coast. At $24.95 a pop to get the report on, I would have to explain the charge of $424.15 on my credit card if I hadn't found her on my fourth try. I knew it was my mother the moment the image loaded. We had the same grouping of freckles under our eyes, the same sweeping, smooth foreheads. Had she been smiling in the mugshot, I was sure she'd get those brackets around her mouth, the ones that made my cheekbones appear both soft and sharply pronounced. A boy at my school once told me that when I smiled, I was prettier than most white girls he knew. My real mother was 32, my adoptive mother's junior by 35 years, which made her 15 when she had me. She had been arrested twice on drug charges. There was an address in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. 2 weeks later, I told my mom I was helping set up for the spring Saturday dance at school and cross state lines in my blue Bimmer. I didn't find my mom that day. It would take 3 more tries until I did that. But I did find AJ. I could go on. I could turn the pages, recount the times AJ elbowed me in the throat, sat on my chest, or covered my mouth and squeezed my nose until I was flapping like a fish on land. He never hit me, never left a mark. He preferred me blue in the face, wheezing like a long-time smoker, burning for one good breath. I closed my copy of Scene. It burns enough, remembering that day in Nordstrom. Thank you. The Cindy Pritzker Auditorium is silent a moment. Women look left and right, some with their hands poised to clap, as though they are unsure if I am finished or not. They left their jobs early and shelled out $29 a ticket to hear me describe what it feels like to be starved of oxygen for 83 seconds by the first man who ever told me he loved me. I have to say thank you again before I receive their applause. I'm still not used to it. How different the applause for my memoir is than it was for my fiction. At my early readings of the She's With Him series, the reception was frisky, lanced with plenty of woo-woos and whoops, which always rankled. Yes, I wrote about sex, but I also wrote about identity, race, power, and the inescapable cycle of abuse. But that wasn't enough to quiet people down, to be heard, to be respected. You want a full-page review in the New York Times? You want serious clappers at your readings? Open a vein. Babe, Vince says, arms and mouth open wide in this, "Are you kidding me with what an absolute inspiration you are?" kind of way. He could just lean across the table and give me a kiss, but he comes around to my left so that Mark has to adjust the magnification of the Canon 5D. The producers left film of me marching in protest of George Zimmerman's acquittal on the cutting room floor in season 1. Too polarizing, I heard Jesse had said. 3 years later, when enough white people agree that Black Lives Matter, Jesse sends a crew to document the scores of black women who gather to hear me say that sexual violence against us has gone unchecked for too long. To her, or bulletproof coffee, or millennial pink blazers. Just another coastal elite trend that she will tire of soon enough. I kiss my husband on the mouth for the first time in a few weeks. Gwen, my editor, looks away when it lasts too long. One of the most frequent questions I've been asked since the memoir came out is how Vince feels about it, if he's disturbed at all by the revelation that the fictional couple in my trilogy is loosely based on my first relationship. My husband and I don't keep secrets in our marriage. He already knew. That's what Gwen had me practice saying. And then she had Vince practice too. My wife and I don't keep secrets in our marriage. Vince doesn't usually accompany me on the book tour, and for reasons I won't get into today, I prefer it that way. But he can always be counted on to show up when the cameras are around, because it's success through osmosis, all the glory and none of the work. Gwen has been referring to him as the human step and repeat since we've been on the road, and she's exactly right. Get your book signed by Stephanie and your selfie taken with Vince, just to the right of her table. Even the serious clappers can't resist an Instagram photo op with my husband, who at 32 should really be losing his hair by now. The line disappears out the door. All the way to the lobby, Gwen whispers to me, and there are 2 security guards on crowd control. No one is allowed in this room without buying a book. I have my Caran d'Ache ballpoint pen punched and ready to sign when Gwen waves over the first audience member. She can't be 25 and she wears a bright yellow cardigan, pulling across the chest to reveal a pink bra that matches the neon smear on her lips. Dark acne scars model her jawline, and is she? Yes, she's already crying. My stomach gets that sensation, like it is a deep and maybe endless tunnel, like sadness will have a place to travel through me my whole life. Oh, sweetheart, I say, and I stand and wrap my arms around her. I learned early in the book tour, no silk blouses. The women destroy them. I want to leave, she sobs into my shoulder. So she's one of those. One who is still holding on, hoping it will get better. I could knit the world's least cozy quilt out of the things they've confessed on my shoulder. I'm so stupid. No one knows. My mom said it's nothing compared to what my dad did to her. I should be grateful. He has a job. I'm being dramatic. I have nowhere to go. I have no one. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Black women are 3 times more likely to die at the hands of an abuser than white women. It's unconscionable that our government hasn't stepped up to do more for us. One of the things I'm planning on speaking about with the female director, when I meet her in a few months, is the possibility of an initiative specifically devoted to helping Black women extricate themselves from their violent partners. I was thinking we could roll it out in tandem with the movie's release. I pull away and pat her on the shoulder. We're going to get you help, okay? I beckon Gwen, who is armed with the numbers for Chicago's women's shelters and some of the national hotlines. She will call none of them. Or maybe she will, and he'll kill her anyway. As Gwen passes her the cards, I scrawl, "Be strong," in the book she was forced to buy to enter this room. A small woman steps forward next. It's nearly June, but she's drowning in a heavy winter sweater, which either means she runs cold or she's covered in bruises. Her face is unsmiling as she passes me my book, telling me her name is Justine. I knew your mother, she waits to say until after I've signed. Instantly the line ceases to exist. There is no one else in the room but this woman who knew my real mother. I was prepared for this at the signings in New York and New Jersey and Philadelphia, for long-lost relatives angry I've aired our family's dirty laundry, for the truthers with documents and police reports that fact-checkers missed. But here, in Chicago, in front of the cameras, I am completely defenseless and at the mercy of this frail, cold, and possibly battered old woman. Justine looks to be in her 70s, meaning she can't have been a peer of my mother's. If my mother were alive today, she'd be approaching 50. It takes a sizable amount of courage just to ask, "How did you know her?" Justine nods, a single slow dip of her chin as though she's gotten my attention now. I grew up with her mother. Her pointer finger does a little leap, skipping a generation, the gold bracelets on her wrists caroling together. Your grandmother was a good woman. She makes a noise to back this up. She tried everything to help Sheila. Rehab, doctors, a program in California one time too. And Sheila, she wasn't a bad person, but she had her troubles with alcohol and with men. Your grandma did too, with men, that is. So many of us did back then. Justine's chin is held at a high, strong angle, but a tear slips down her face. I pluck a tissue from the box on my table. I also learned on the last book tour, keep tissues at the ready. What happened to her? Justine blows her nose quietly, folding the tissue in half and taking her time slipping it into her purse. When she looks at me again, her eyes are dry. She died 12 years ago this summer. She would have been so sorry this happened to you. It was in your blood for this to happen to you. But she would have been proud. Her voice wavers briefly on the word. That you found a way to break the cycle. Promise me you'll stay away from it. Alcohol and bad men. Justine draws herself together with a deep breath, casting a steely glance first at Vince, then at me. I only wish you had the courage to pay your respects at St. Mark's. We would have embraced you. There is a resistance in my chest when I try to breathe, like I'm wearing one of those lead bibs in the dentist's office. In the book, I write that I stood across the street from the church during my mother's funeral service, watching the puny gathering process in and process out. Thinking about going inside was as close as I got. There just weren't enough people. I would have been noticed. I would have had to explain who I was. But that's not what has left me short of breath. It was the very particular mention of St. Mark's that did that. And now I just want her to go away. I need her to go away. I say with a note of finality in my voice. Thank you for coming tonight, Justine. Well, okay now, she says with a smile that says she gets it. I wanted to be seen so badly I made it the title of my memoir. Whatever comes next, I asked for it. I had it coming.
Chapter 5. Brett. Garbage? Arch holds up a copy of Business Plan Writing for Dummies that's seen some things. I reach for the tome and clutch it to my chest. Never, I say, stroking its yellow and black cover with inflated sentimentality. I can never throw this out. Holding on until you finally read it? Kelly quips, tying off a garbage bag in my kitchen. Hey, I say, placing the book tenderly in the keep pile. I don't have to move, you know. Then who are you planning to film with? Kelly purses her lips at me, sassily, before heading toward the garbage room down the hall. Who are you planning on filming with? I call after her, lamely. The door rebounds off the deadbolt, seeming a little bit stunned. Arch looks up at me from the floor where she's seated cross-legged, surrounded by old mail, DVDs, power cords, and happy belated birthday cards from my dad and Susan. Her dark hair hangs over her shoulder in a long braid, and she worms it around her finger with a small, private smile. Arch is an only child, and thereby endlessly amused by the ways in which Kelly is able to so easily irritate me. Well, that you can trash. I tow an old copy of She's With Him, a novel, by Stephanie Simmons. People promises on the cover, the sexiest beach read you can pack in your beach bag right now. Stephanie hated that her books were reduced to summer reads. They were smarter than that, exploring the nuances between working class and white-collar blackness, and how they manifested in a romantic relationship. The New York Times did not agree. They passed on reviewing all three in the series, which chronicled the passionate bordering on abusive relationship between a 17-year-old prep school girl and a 17-year-old rising football star from the wrong side of the tracks. Think 50 Shades of Grey with black characters and writing that won't impair your IQ. Can I read it? Layla asks, emerging from the bedroom wearing a pair of my earrings. When you're 35, I tell her. Arch flips open the book. But she signed it, she says. Her lips trace the inscription silently. She is still a moment, then looks up at me strangely. What does it say? I ask, crouching down next to her to read it. To the love of my life. Sorry, Vince. She dated it 3/21/15. Whoa, I say, wholly unprepared for the burning tightness in my throat, that feeling like you're gurgling your heart. I can't believe that just 2 years separates that inscription and the news Lisa delivered yesterday. You're going to hate this, Lisa had said over the phone, a smile in her voice. Stephanie, back from her book tour, had a private prod meeting with Lisa. Morocco isn't going to work for her either. The World Health Organization has issued a Zika warning for North Africa, and, well, she'll let all of us do with that what we will. I had to squeeze the phone tighter to keep it from sliding out of my damp hand. She's pregnant? For as long as I've known Stephanie, she has been adamant. Kids are for women with no other path to glory. She and Vince are talking about it. Oh, come the fuck on. We will still film you going to Morocco, Lisa said, suddenly on speaker. I could hear her fingers playing the keyboard. I could feel her retreating as though my spray of emotions had repelled her to the other side of the battlefield. It's not the same if I go alone, I said, trying to keep my voice level. Lisa has a freeze response to emotion. You know that. If I go alone, the trip and all the Imazarin women who deserve visibility will be reduced to 1, maybe 2 segments within a single episode. They will be treated as filler between a scene of Stephanie and Vince pretending like they still have sex and Lauren ordering a 3rd glass of wine at lunch. Look, Lisa sighed. They all think you got your turn last year with the LA trip. It's someone else's opportunity. The LA trip? I repeated, incredulous. That trip was for the group. It was for the show. It had nothing to do with Spoke. I know. When we went to Paris, it was for Stephanie's book. When we went to the Hamptons, it was for Jen's juice stand. When we went to Anguilla, it was for Haley's. Hang on a sec. I was taken off speaker, and a muffled conversation between Lisa and nobody had ensued. Brett, I have to take this. It's the network. Sure. I know a get me the fuck off this call maneuver when I'm the target of one. It will work out, Lisa said. But then she stopped typing. Or maybe you should talk to Stephanie. She's convinced them not to film with you. I could feel my pulse in the button of my jeans. There is only one reason Stephanie would do such a thing, and it's not something our viewers would easily forgive. I didn't try to talk to her. I couldn't. But there was someone else who would listen to me, who could possibly help, and so I called her and asked if we could meet anywhere, anytime, but soon. She was kidding, I say to Arch, who is still staring at me, suspiciously, her red fingernail underlining Stephanie's inscription. To the love of my life. Then why are you blushing? Arch asks. A salient point. I take the book from her hands and carry it the few steps into the kitchen, chucking it into the recycle bin. I notice the garbage bag where we're dumping the contents of old condiments, horseradish and mustard, sriracha and grape jam, just as Kelly returns from the trash room. I see an opportunity to distract Arch from thinking whatever it is she's thinking that's making her look at me like that, and smash the open bag in Kelly's face. Brad! She shrieks, doubling over with a hysterical retch. Layla shares my wounding laugh. Kelly is so precious sometimes. Kelly recovers and snatches a handful of my hair, dragging me left ear side down to the floor. Uncle! I cry, the pain in my scalp ice cold. Uncle! But when Kelly lets go, idiot, she knows we don't fight fair. I kick her in the shin so hard Arch moans in secondhand agony. Kelly crumples to the floor with a guttural sound, but it is just a fake out so she can spring on top of me, sending me onto my back, pinning my torso between her knees. "I'm sorry!" I scream more than I laugh. Kelly is red-faced and breathing hard. "Oh, God! No, I'm so sorry!" Kelly leans over me, lips pursed a line of spit, stretching, lengthening, dangling inches from my face. "Layla!" I twist my head left and right. "Help me!" "Stop it!" Layla cries. "Stop, Mom! Stop!" She looks around for something to throw at Kelly, landing on a rolled-together pair of socks in the laundry bin. Bop! They bounce off the back of Kelly's head, and it's though a switch has been flipped. Kelly swings upright, the trail of spit attaching to her chin. "I don't like when you guys do that," Layla says, sounding near tears. Arch scrambles to her feet, standing behind Layla and slicing a hand under her chin, making furious eyes at both of us. "Cut it out." "Oh, we were just fooling around," Kelly assures Layla, wincing as she stands. She flicks her eyes at me, my turn to corroborate. "We're not actually hurt, Layles," I say, though the tender tempo of my scalp and the way Kelly is putting her weight on her left leg suggest otherwise. I glance at the clock on the microwave. "Eek! I have to meet Miss Greenberg soon. Layles want to help me pick out my outfit? She's making us go somewhere fancy." I offer her my hand. She leaves me hanging for a few moments, mad at me for scaring her. "Please?" I stick out my lower lip. With a sigh, Layla threads her long fingers through mine, and we head into my room. Kelly's room, now. Yvette Greenberg is seated between an old-school finance guy and a Texan blonde in the golden tomb of Bemelmans, wearing wide, lightweight black pants, a white suiting vest, and red glasses, which she removes when she sees me to declare how happy I look. She licks her thumb to remove the lipstick mark on my left cheek, and for a moment my mom isn't dead. The bartender removes the silver triple-dish server from the bar top. "We'll replenish this and transfer to your table, Miss Greenberg." Yvette mouths, "Thank you, Tommy." "I can't believe I got you all the way up here," Yvette says, sitting across from me and fluttering a few elegant fingers at the pianist over my shoulder. He purrs her name into the mic, and she drapes her arm over the back of her chair with a laugh, when light applause follows. The moment feels like it's mine, too. It is the better accomplishment to be Yvette Linden Greenberg, but a close second is to be in her company. Yvette cups a hand around the side of her mouth. "And to think these fuckers wouldn't serve me in the 80s. "Stop. That's why I'm a regular here now. You don't flee the places that discriminate against you, darling one. You occupy them." She leans back, melding into her seat, an unabashed spill of linen and resistance. "President Mandela told me that." "You sure it wasn't Lenin?" Yvette laughs, delighted that I'm impressed. And that's reason one of 2,700 that I love her. She doesn't play humble, the way most women have been brainwashed to do. I once told her in an email that I was lucky to have her in my life, and she flipped the fuck out at me and lost all ability to punctuate. "You are not lucky, Brett. You are talented and brilliant and strong, and I seek out talented, brilliant, strong women, and that's why I'm in your life." I was so moved I printed it out and tacked it behind my computer at Spoke HQ. The waiter appears, hand on his gut, asking what he can get for me. I point to Yvette's glass, and Yvette holds up 2 fingers. "Tanqueray and tonic." The pianist starts in on Paul McCartney, and Yvette leans forward on her elbows. "How have you been?" She reaches for my hand, the lines around her gray eyes long and thin, winging out like whiskers. It makes her look like she's always smiling, despite the more indelicate grooves between her brows, the heavy slabs of skin lumbering her eyes. The effect is that of someone who has seen a lot but remains cautiously optimistic about the state of humanity. Yvette rose to fame when she posed as a stewardess in the 70s, chronicling the abject sexism and misogyny that came with the line of work for Esquire. She also happens to have cheekbones for days and was deemed the foxy feminazi by the New York Post. She's inaccurately held up as a symbol of the women's movement, when Yvette is a crusader for intersectional activism, fighting oppression in all its forms: racial, sexual, religious, gendered, and on and on. She protested apartheid in South Africa and hosted the first women-only Seder in New York City. She co-produced an Oscar-winning documentary about the constitutional violations of the death penalty and founded a nonprofit for at-risk LGBTQ youth. She advised the 2005 MTA strike, and she once seriously looked into adopting me. If aliens invade our planet one day, I would hold up Yvette as an example of why they should spare the human race. My smile is love-struck. I have some news. Yvette sucks in a giddy breath. Tell me. I pause for effect. We're moving in together. Oh, Yvette cries. Oh, I knew it. I knew as soon as I met her. She's special, Brett. And you're special. She puts her hand to her plump cheekbone, as though an exciting thought just occurred to her. Do you think you'll get married? Yvette, pump the brakes, please. Why? You should get married. Everyone thinks I'm anti-marriage because I never did it, but I just never found the right person. Or maybe... She strokes the underside of her chin coquettishly. I just found too many right people. I laugh. Yvette's roster reads like the guest list for Studio 54 in its heyday. You've had a lot of fun. I'm still having a lot of fun. Maybe the most fun I've ever had. The song ends, and Yvette booms, Play Satisfaction. I need some Mick in my life. I nearly miss her wink. Shut the fuck up. I would never lie to you, my darling one. No, I say, I believe you. I just need you to shut up before I spontaneously combust with jealousy. In any case, Yvette says, it's probably better you hold off. If you get engaged, Jessie would only try to commodify it for the show. She'd probably talk you into some god-awful spin-off. She puffs, full of disdain. That's something to consider, I murmur, noncommittally. Our drinks arrive, frothy on top with extra lime juice, just the way Yvette makes them at home. We meet our glasses in the center of the table. To the best medicine there is. Yvette does not mean gin. Sometimes I wonder if Jen's frigidity is a rebellion against her mother's resounding sex positivity. Yvette tips her drink to her lips and laughs. My daughter would die of embarrassment if I ever said such a thing in front of her. Speaking of, I heard you saw her recently. Her eyebrows slump together. They really only express in two directions, together or apart, concerned or conserving energy. Nothing surprises her enough to raise them anymore, though I could tell her some things. She looks really healthy, I tell Yvette earnestly. It's a complicated dance, to be friends with the mother of a woman neither of us likes very much. My party line is this. I respect Jen, but not necessarily the message her business sends to women, a hugely more forgiving position than Yvette has taken. If anything, my friendship with Yvette is predicated on her disappointment in her daughter's chosen profession and the positive spin I put on it. I remind her how impressive it is that Jen helms a multi-million-dollar company, that the investors have not felt the need to bring in a seasoned single Y chromosome to oil the machine. That's a big deal, Yvette. Something to really be proud of. I'm always telling her, and sometimes I wonder if Yvette is even putting on her contempt a little bit to force me to find things I admire about Jen. She's doing really well, Yvette says. Professionally, that is. I just worry about her. I know she wants to find someone, to get married and have children. It feels like the show has steered her away from all that. The pianist holds the final key of Tupelo Honey, and Yvette claps bossily, so that others put down their drinks and follow her lead. My heart races the applause as I ready myself to say what I came here to say. Yvette, this is awkward, but I think Jen is trying to sabotage me. Yvette appears truly stricken on my behalf. Sabotage you? My eyes get a little teary because for a moment I consider telling her everything. The truth. If anyone could understand it, it might be her. Yvette's gentle gray eyes get even gentler. Darling girl, what is it? I immediately change my mind. I cannot take the risk that Yvette may never look at me like this again, may never call me darling girl. It has to do with this show. Yvette makes a tickled noise that means, what now? Yvette was once signed on as a recurring character, but she politely recused herself when Lisa became the showrunner in Season 2, the season our principals went down and our ratings went up. She's concerned we are contributing to a culture that paints female friendships as catty, conniving, and deceitful, rather than bucking that stereotype, as was the show's original intention. I hear that, but unfortunately, no one is interested in watching a bunch of women get along. Jessie says it's our burden as the first feminist reality show to make the show palatable to the unwashed masses. She says it's no different than what I've done with Spoke, helping third world women by charging first world women $27 to listen to Lady Gaga and pedal nowhere. Maybe one day we will live in a world that will binge on 5 independently successful women doing nothing but building each other up. Until then, we have to occasionally knock each other down. You know, I told you that this year it was my turn to plan the trip, I said, and that I wanted to take everyone to Morocco and introduce them to the women who are getting so much out of the bikes. It's wonderful. Yvette rests a cocktail straw next to the base of her glass. When the show gets to be what it is. Except, it's not happening anymore. I don't understand, Yvette says, lifting one hand in her confusion. Why not? I give her the streamlined version. I had a falling out with Stephanie, and the others seem to have chosen sides, her side, and now we may not be going to Morocco after all. I feel completely cheated out of a trip and unsupported by the other women when all I've ever done is support them, and worse, like I've misled my investors. I sold them on Spoke getting a lot of airtime this season, and now I'm worried they're going to feel duped. Here's what I think, Yvette says when I finish my ramble. First, breathe. Breathe. Take a deep breath, and remember that whether or not the show gives Morocco the full treatment, it has no bearing on all the good you will do there. Yvette pauses, and I realize she actually wants me to breathe. I take a deep inhale and look at her expectantly. She doesn't say anything, so I take another. That being said, Yvette continues, appeased, I don't believe in just sitting aside and letting others trample all over you. Stephanie has done a brave thing in telling her story, and I appreciate all she is doing to help women who have experienced similar traumas, but that does not make her beyond reproach. She is a very commanding personality, and I don't think she always uses that power for good. Nearly all women can stand adversity, but if you want to test someone's character, give her power. Lincoln said that. You knew Lincoln, too? I'm that old, yes, and he was a great man. She draws her hands a foot apart, scrutinizes the distance, and adds another inch. The greatest. Yvette! I laugh. Good. See, you're laughing, not dying. Her head traces the pattern of the music as she thinks for a moment. I think you and my daughter need a face-to-face. No Lauren, no Stephanie, no Jessie, and please, God, no Lisa. Yvette grimaces. I know you and Jen haven't always gotten along, but Jen knows what it's like to have a lot to lose. I think you could appeal to her. That was an odd thing to say. Jen knows what it's like to have a lot to lose. But I don't dig. I've already asked too much of her. I feel like she'll never agree to meet me, I say. Yvette hums, holding up her finger when she's got something. How about this? We'll be at the house next week. Why don't you come out for the night? It will be peaceful, private. You haven't even seen the remodel yet. Jen and Yvette's 1880s Whalers Cottage underwent an extensive facelift this spring. I hear the East Hampton Town Council is none too pleased about it, which must mean it's spectacular. Huh, I consider. I guess I could fold some work into it. You know, we're doing this temporary yoga studio in Montauk, and they're building out the old hardware store. Make it about work, don't make it about work. Just come, Brett. You don't need an excuse to stay with me. You're family. Yvette swipes her knuckle against my cheek affectionately. Would she still love me like a daughter if she knew the truth? I lower my chin and take a lengthy pull from my cocktail straw. She would. I'm sure of it. It's not that bad, what happened. Or is that just the Tanqueray telling stories?
Chapter 6. Stephanie. I can hear the empty bottle of Sancerre in Lauren's laugh from the hallway. I rap my knuckles on Jen's door, inciting a fit of barking and a searing rebuke from Jen. Almond, no, Jen is saying as she opens the door, wearing one of those X-small, enormous linen sack dresses that are the true test of thinness these days. Can you wear a tarp the size of Lower Manhattan and not look obese? Congratulations, you are thin. She's restraining some sort of German Shepherd lab mix by the collar, and her brown hair is longer than it was when I saw her last. Extensions? Cashew and pecan, Jen's Frenchie and dachshund, swirl my ankles as I make my way into her McCondo. The thermostat set so low you would think the furniture was perishable. It continues to surprise me that hippie Jen, who was born and raised in a grungy loft in Soho, lives in one of these glass and steel luxury high-rises that geyser Bowery. With its white lacquer cabinetry, on-site house cleaning service, and hookups for smart technology, the place has all the charm of an airport hotel, making its fanciful decor all the odder. There are colorful Kalims on the synthetic wood floors and a gallery of woven baskets on a wall without crown molding. If you're going to live in a space that didn't exist before the Obama administration, go to Mitchell Gold and Bob Williams and buy silver Greek key pillows and an acrylic coffee table and really embrace it. Instead, it's like she's taken a Renaissance painting from the Met and hung it in a gallery at the MoMA. She doesn't even really seem to like her dogs. Brett once said she adopts them for Instagram likes, which was very funny, sadly. I hate how infrequently I laugh now that Brett is no longer around. Lauren is barefoot in the kitchen pouring a glass of wine, which turns out to be for me. A year ago, I would have had a sip, then slunk off to the bathroom to dump it in the sink so that none of the women would give me any grief. A year ago, I was on 60 milligrams of Cymbalta. Welcome back from your book tour, she greets me. We have so much to tell you. Oh, she says, looking down at my shoes. I'm wearing the same Chanel espadrilles. Well, I was. Somebody. She sticks her tongue out at Jen, and I notice instantly that it's white. Told me to leave them at the door. Oh, I say, looking to Jen. I can do that if you want. It's a weak offer. I really don't feel like unlacing the ankle straps. When you can stop yourself at 2 glasses of wine and I don't have to worry about you stepping on my dogs, you can leave your shoes on too. Jen riposts, setting me at ease instantly. Still maintaining a healthy sense of deference even after seeing Brett at the all-cast prod meeting, around these parts, alliances have the lifespan of mayflies. "I've had one glass of wine," Lauren protests, reaching into her bra and extracting a small plastic baggie, the kind that contains an extra button for a new coat. She peels the seal apart and slips a finger inside, which explains the white tongue. "Coke math." I take my wine and slide into a cantilevered chair with brown leather thatching before Lauren can ask me if I want any, and when I demur, like I always do, pout and say I'm no fun. I was nervous to come here. It's like Animal House behind the scenes, and the other women have always ragged on me for my half-finished wine spritzers. I'm uptight, a control freak. I need to let loose, learn to hang, whatever that means. What they don't understand is that addiction runs in my blood, and that I pay a steep price for partying. They get hangovers, I get suicidal. "Is this a celebration?" I ask, bringing my glass of wine to my lips cautiously. How much of it I'll drink depends on the answer. "I think so," Lauren says, joining me in the sitting area, mere steps from the kitchen. On House Hunters, everyone is hot for open concept. In New York, there is no other choice. Lauren tucks into the fold of the green velvet couch, one elbow propped on the back to keep her glass of wine level with her lips at all times. She's wearing red striped track pants and a white cashmere wife beater, a diamond L in one ear the length of a crayon. She looks absurd, and yet she is routinely lauded for her bold sense of style while the internet makes fun of my anchorwoman clothes. "Why does Stephanie Simmons always dress like Kate Middleton visiting a children's cancer hospital?" the New York Magazine recapper memorably asked. I've spoken to my stylist about edging up my look this season, and I suppose it's a positive sign Lauren and I are wearing the same pair of shoes. Jen sets a cheese board on the coffee table, though calling it a cheese board is an offense to Brie. "Mushroom and olive pâté," Jen says, gesturing to a mealy brown lump surrounded by birdseed shards that I suppose are standing in for cars. A few years ago, Jen kept a food diary for Vogue.com, chronicling a day in the life of her wackadoodle diet. It was all bee pollen shakes and plant dust lattes until 3 p.m., at which point she indulged in a handful of activated walnuts. The thing went mega viral, and among the 579 comments the piece elicited is the first ever citing of Jen's nickname, the Green Menace, though it was Brett who made it stick. "And we are celebrating, by the way," Jen says, taking a seat without taking any food, "because that little piggy will not be going to Morocco." She smirks and twists the cap on her Brill juice. Jen names her juices and powders and potions for characteristics the customer is looking to enhance. A former Salute assistant once told me, under promise of Prada, that she glimpsed a search on Urban Dictionary for the word Brill on Jessie's computer screen. Brill, British slang for brilliant, American equivalent of cool. In my opinion, Jessie has no business sporting a faux hawk or those ghastly Stella McCartney creepers when she has to consult Urban Dictionary just to keep up with what the kids are talking about. You have no business treating the cast who made your show a hit like members of Menudo, putting us out to pasture at the ripe old age of 34. That is decidedly un-Brill. Jen tips her head back and brings the juice to her lips. The sleeves of her dress gape open, like a wizard's cape, a long oval through which one of her breasts is clearly visible. The bohemian of the Bowery has very definitely gotten a boob job. The thought comes before I can reason with it. I can't wait to tell Brett about this. We used to drop nuggets of gossip about the other women at the other's feet, like cats with rodent corpses. I feel a pang of sadness for what was, but it perishes almost immediately. "Tell me everything," I nearly pant. "Let's start with the sister." Lauren widens her eyes, blinks and widens them once more. "Have you met her before?" Jen wants to know. "A few times," I say, and decide to be generous. but I don't remember her being that bad. One of the great things about where I currently sit is that I can be generous and still experience the cathartic release of disparaging my opponents, because everyone down below is willing to do it for me. Okay, Lauren says with a small seated jump. You know those Stuart Weitzman nudist shoes that everyone was wearing 2 years ago? Except me, Jen says with a self-congratulatory laugh. I'm too much of a hippie to be able to walk in those things. Not too much of a hippie for implants. Well, the sister couldn't walk in them either. It looked like the first time she was wearing heels, and I'm pretty sure they were the Steve Madden knockoffs, Lauren says with a shudder. In patent leather. Don't forget the off-the-shoulder top, Jen says. Lauren turns to me. She's first in line at Starbucks on pumpkin spice latte day. Okay? I nod, say no more. And what? Was the big chill wearing a $700 tracksuit, I ask? Not long after the Green Menace entered the Digger lexicon, a Jen supporter on Twitter, who we all agree was Jen in handle disguise, clapped back with a nickname of Miltonian perfection for Brett, the Big Chill, referring to both her avaricious figure and her seemingly endless capacity for chill. Brett loves to brag that she's too lazy for fashion, that she has loftier things on her mind than fashion, that she is too broke for fashion. Such statements may have been true at one time, but I was 23 with a forehead free of injectables once too, and you don't see me going around and shoving that expired bio into people's faces. Brett, Jen says her name with a scoff. Brett was 40 minutes late. Oh, come on, Lauren chides. Like 20. It was 10:06 when she walked in, Jen guffaws. She's such a hypocrite, I say, remembering how Brett could never let it go that I was late twice during season 1, and only because the snotty makeup artist didn't stock a foundation darker than honey in his dop kit and I had to redo my face myself. Everyone thinks I'm so high maintenance because I've hired my own glam squad, but I'd like to see how they'd respond to production teaming them with a car mechanic for hair and makeup. That's how ill-equipped their guy was to deal with a brown woman's face. In all fairness, she did have some kind of issue with her booking system, Lauren says. Pecan jumps onto the couch next to her, and Lauren leans down to pet her, but before she can, Jen punts her off the couch with the heel of her hand. No jumping on the Minotti couch, Jen booms. Suddenly there is a spray bottle in her hand, and she's vaporizing the dog into the kitchen. Lauren raises her eyebrows at me in silent consternation, while Jen fights to affix a baby gate between the wall and the island, imprisoning a yapping Pecan. Cashew has retreated beneath the coffee table and folded herself into a small, trembling nub, but she is guilty by association. Jen digs her out from underneath the table by her elbows and tosses her over the gate with Pecan. She lands on her back with a yelp. Almond barks in solidarity. Shut up, Almond. Jen squirts him in the face, effectively silencing him, so she squirts him a few more times for good measure. The booking system crashing was such an obvious sham, Jen says, resuming the conversation as though she didn't just skip a beat to actively terrorize 3 defenseless rescues. She only said that to make everyone think Spoke is so in demand. Lauren and I are speechless a moment. I check over my shoulder to make sure Cashew is still breathing. Lauren clears her throat. Well, she says, she was in her spandex still. Why is she always in spandex? Jen groans. It's probably why her sister is so skinny. How could you eat looking at all that dimply flush? She blanches. Whoa, I laugh, though I'm thrilled to have Jen around to say it. I'm tired of having to pretend like Brett is some sort of war hero for having thighs that touch. Like she's a better feminist than the rest of us just because she's willing to expose the most unsightly parts of her body in a crop top. Though I suppose that's my contest to lose. Don't ever call me a feminist. Her sister is a smoke. Lauren holds another white finger to her nostril and sniffs. in that trashy barstool sports kind of way. I've heard enough about Brett's hot, trashy sister. How did the conversation about Morocco go? Jen and Lauren exchanged toothsome smiles. God, I wish you could have been there, Jen says. She was insufferable, bragging about her investors and how they were going to expense the entire trip. Jen was like, Lauren makes moon eyes and her voice turns buttery. It sounds like Morocco will be a really powerful moment, Brett. I wish I could be there for it, she cackles. Brett's face when she realized she was no longer the darling one, it really was priceless. Did Lisa say anything to either of you afterward? I ask. Jen and Lauren look at each other, then at me to shake their heads no. Why? Jen asks. I swirl the wine in my glass, surprised to realize there is not much left to swirl. When I met with Lisa and told her why I couldn't make Morocco work, she straight out asked me if we had made a pact not to film with Brett. Did she not buy a reason or something? Jen picks at a cuticle. Why do women affect fascination with their nails when they are trying to appear as though they are not bothered by something that bothers them? The space between my vertebrae elongates ever so slightly. Why wouldn't she buy my reason? I mean, Jen glances at Lauren, then back at me. Are you really trying to get pregnant? I don't like this suggestion, that it's not believable that Vince and I would want a baby. I know who my husband is, but I work hard to make sure no one else does. I don't know how I'll feel in a few years. So you're not actually trying. Jen trails off. This is an awkward conversation to have with someone who's not really my friend. Soon, I fib, which is what I've been promising Vince for the last year, too. The seam of Jen's nail reddens, and she sticks her finger in her mouth, sucking. Interesting. I had always assumed that Jen, like Brett and me, felt no stirring for motherhood. It's clear Lauren does, but that she has chosen the show over assembling the traditional family unit for now. At least Lauren has that goofy way about her. I could see her enjoying the mindless task of entertaining a cranially challenged being. But Jen is so aloof, so easily agitated. What part of having a child even appeals to her? I can tell you what does not appeal to me. The very idea of motherhood feels like a hangman's noose around my neck. Just another set of hands tugging at my hemline. A tinier voice hawing, "But what about me?" A baby is an emotional burden, and I am emotionally burdened enough. I spent my childhood in service of my mother's anxiety, of pretending like it was unremarkable to be one of 3 black students in my graduating class. I've spent my marriage emotionally and financially supporting my husband's lazy ambitions to become the next Ryan Gosling. I've spent my life overprepared, overdressed, mostly sober, and voluntarily undersexed. Because one phone call from an overzealous member of the neighborhood watch and I'm being dragged away in handcuffs from a bimmer that couldn't possibly be mine. Did Lisa talk to you about the Sadie party? Lauren asks, pivoting the conversation for Jen's sake. Such a good hire, that Lauren. I nod. At the start of every season, we need an event that brings all the diggers together. Lauren has rented out the penthouse at the Greenwich Hotel to celebrate the launch of Sadie Q, a version of her dating app that translates the experience for the queer community. The theme is Slumber Party Sexy. Oh boy, do diggers love a theme. I think it's smart, I say. It is smart, Lauren grins wider. I spent an arm and a leg on research that shows that in relationships between women, there isn't always one clear aggressor in the initial courting stages. Women are much more egalitarian in their approach to dating. And so the thing that sets Sadie Q apart from Sadie is that we get everyone to meet offline. I nod, pretending like that's what I meant, that her new initiative is the thing that is smart. That is really smart. It's also smart that the first group event is your event. If it were my event or Jen's event and Brett wasn't invited, everyone would call us petty. But because it's you, our Switzerland, It sends a very clear message that the issue is Brett, not us. Lauren rolls her diamond initial between her thumb and index finger, frowning. Yeah, but I want to make it clear that the reason I didn't invite her is because she's the one who sent the video of me to page 6. I don't want to look like I'm doing Jen's bidding. Or yours. I want everyone to know I have my own issues with her. We all have our things that get us dragged on Twitter. Lauren's is that she's the show's most malleable player. You can't so easily manipulate the rest of us. It would be like trying to crack a brick wall with another brick wall. We're strong, yet never stronger than each other. We have no doubt you will make it clear, Laura, Jen says with a knowing snort. My little pit bull, Lisa calls Lauren with genuine affection. And truly, she's been trained to go for the throat. Don't be fooled by the lovable floozy act. When Lauren is told to sink her teeth into something, she holds on until she can no longer detect a pulse. Did anything come up about compensation? I ask, knowing that if it had, it would have been the first thing discussed. I'm just looking to gripe that Brett was in the position to ask for more money, and she took it. She had a Chloe bag, Lauren reports. I heard she negotiated low 6 figures, Jen adds. I clutch my wine glass tighter. Per episode? Jen snorts. For this season, I would storm the streets if they were paying her that much per episode. It's not that much money once taxes are taken out. She shrugs, trying not to appear bothered, but we are all bothered. I keep saying it's not about the money, it's about the principle. But I am starting to realize it is very much about the money. $5,000 for 120 days of labor is not just criminal, it's despicable when pay parity is one of your major talking points on the morning talk shows. Did you see Jessie on GMA last week? I ask. The one where she was talking about the second shift and all the emotional labor women take on for free? Jen's eyes sail into the back of her head. In perfect unplanned harmony, all 3 of us repeat Jessie's hollow motto at the same time. Women need to get their money. We erupt into laughter, and I am surprised and pleased to feel authentic warmth for these women. I could never disparage Jessie around Brett when we were friends, not when Jessie's doublespeak applied to everyone but her. The dogs start to bark, and a key turns in the lock. Yvette stumbles through the door, front-loaded with 2 bags of groceries. She steps on her right heel with her left toe, sliding 1 foot out of her shoe. Yvette Greenberg has to take off her shoes to enter Jen's apartment, and I don't. Put that on my tombstone. Mom, Jen cries, rushing over to help. Lauren and I are right behind her. I'm not an invalid. Yvette pivots her body, cradling the shopping bags and showing us her back. Her shirt is split between her shoulder blades with a slash of sweat. I can handle it. Go back to your wine. It is lunchtime. Would you like a glass, Miss Greenberg? Lauren offers. I'm going from here to exercise. Otherwise, I would say yes. Jen's face darkens. The only organized exercise Yvette partakes in is spoke. I thought you were coming tomorrow, Jen hisses, shadowing her mother as she steps over the baby gate in the kitchen. No, Yvette says, setting the bags on the island. Pecan and cashew spring up around her knees. I'm going out east tomorrow. But the cleaners came today. Yvette groans, remembering something. The open house. Yes, the open house on Saturday. I told you 5 times, Yvette. Jen snaps with a scathing intensity that sends Lauren and me searching for our phones, averting our eyes out of respect for Yvette. Because how humiliating for your daughter to speak to you like that in front of her friends who grew up idolizing you. How humiliating that this uber-feminist icon has found herself in a place where she has no other recourse but to take it. Yvette is broke, running Jen's errands for pocket change now that commencement speeches at Sarah Lawrence don't pay like they used to. Once Yvette had the Amagansett house as a cushion, but legally Jen owns it. Jen's father, whom Yvette never saw reason to marry, left it in Jen's name when he died 20 years ago. Jen spent the entire winter overseeing an expensive and exhausting remodel. Last month, to Yvette's absolute devastation, Jen put the house on the market for $3.1 million. I'm sure Brett has a less forgiving narrative for why Jen chose to sell her childhood home, but I have a sense that Jen will make sure her mother sees some of the money from the sale. Yvette takes a long, hard look at her daughter. Pecan yaps, and she drops to her knees. "Hi, sweet girls, yes," she coos as they lap at her face. "Hello, hello." "You're giving them positive reinforcement," Jen complains, glowering over her. "For being adorable?" Yvette laughs. "They were jumping on the furniture." Yvette stands with a sigh, brushing dog hair from her slacks. Slacks is the exact right word to use to describe Yvette's clothing. She dresses like Mary Tyler Moore at a march in the 70s, right down to the red, round glasses, lest we forget who she is and what she was up against back then. She has done a lot of good, I will give her that. But I find Yvette's belief system laughably short-sighted, specifically this idea that we will succeed as women once we start to celebrate our differences instead of pretending they aren't there. How convenient for her to say, this attractive Jewish woman born and raised on the Upper West Side and schooled at Barnard. What differences did she ever have to celebrate? Not to mention, I think it's cruel that Yvette has taken to Brett so garishly, going so far as to offer to adopt her in season 2. Yvette and Jen have always had a strained relationship. When I was Brett's friend, I heard it from Yvette's side, which is that her desperate attempts to connect with her daughter seemed to only push her further away. Now that I've gotten to know Jen, I see it differently. Yvette is woefully disappointed in how Jen has chosen to make a living, preying on women's body insecurities under the cover of Blended Kale Wellness. But here Jen is, a homeowner in Manhattan, a successful flipper in the Hamptons, a bi-coastal business owner, all by her 30th birthday. There is much for Yvette to be proud of, but Yvette doesn't want to be proud. She wants Jen in her likeness. How dare she tell women to celebrate our differences when she can't even accept her own daughter for who she is? "I'll come out Sunday," Yvette's voice is barbed, "so I'm not in your way." She reaches for the grocery bags with an impish smile. "Would you like me to unpack these for you as well, dear?" Jen slaps a hand around her mother's wrist, stopping her. "How much do I owe you?" $130. It would have been $90 if you let me go to Gristides, but Yvette lets that hang, stepping over the dog gate and joining us in the sitting area. "Did I interrupt the powwow?" she asks, reaching for a vegan cracker. She takes a small tentative bite and cries, "Oh," as the whole thing crumbles in her hand. "We were just talking about this year's trip, Miss Greenberg," Lauren says, politely hoping that this time she will be invited to call her Yvette. Dear, please. "I'm sorry to hear Morocco isn't going to work out," Yvette says, and Lauren dims ever so slightly. "It's not like Brett can't go just because we can't go," Jen says, reappearing to shove a fist of cash into her mother's pocket. "She wouldn't even have to go alone," she adds, her voice pitching with the risibility of it all. "She's got her sister and her niece to ride her coattails." Yvette shakes her head, clearly disapproving of Jen's tone. "I think you should give Brett a chance. She's got a lot to celebrate this season, and I know it hurts her not to be able to share that with her friends." "No more than any of us," Jen spits. "Well," Yvette presses her lips together, pained. "Maybe I don't know." She fans her hand in front of her face, still sweating. "It's not my place to say." We all look at each other, thrumming with curiosity. What is not Yvette's place to say? But we can't bring ourselves to ask. Asking implies that we care. Instinctively, I check my nails. Yvette rests an elbow on the back of the couch. Did you girls meet Brett's sister yet? Kelly was at the prod meeting, Lauren says. She notices with a delighted little start that my wine glass is empty. Before she can get up to grab the wine bottle in the kitchen, Jen is behind me, topping me off. Do you think she will make a nice addition to the group? Yvette asks. She's a mom, Lauren says, in lieu of no. I'm a mom, Yvette says. So don't let Jessie tell you it's unfeminist to have children. You're all about that age where you need to start thinking about what you want to do. There's a chorus of soft lies about our ages, 30, 29, 32 and a half. Yvette sighs, pinching the fabric beneath her arms and shaking it, trying to air it dry. In any case, I hope you will be welcoming to this new woman. I know you think it's more interesting when you give each other a hard time, but I promise you are all interesting enough on your own. Jen throws her head back and squeezes her eyes shut in blinding exasperation, and I can't say I blame her. Yvette likes to act like she left the show on principle, when what really happened is that she threatened to walk if they didn't give her more money, and Jessie called her bluff. I don't know why Yvette pretends like this didn't happen. Here she is, the ne plus ultra figure of gender equality, and she would rather the world knows she values her integrity over her wallet. Integrity is just the rock you hit your head on when you lose your fingerhold on power. The last thing the world needs is one more woman with principles. What we need is women with money. Women with money have flexibility, and nothing is more dangerous than a woman who can bend any way she wants. Jen groans. We welcomed her, Yvette. Yvette turns to face Jen. So you wrote her back? The question gives me whiplash. Wrote who back? Yvette replies over Jen's protestations that she not. Brett's sister reached out to Jen and asked her to tea. She told her that she admires the way she's scaled her product. Yvette throws a look to her daughter. Did I say that right, dear? Jen rolls her eyes, but she nods. You're not going, are you? I set my wine on the table. I had been enjoying the taste up until now. Why wouldn't she go? Yvette asks me in the gentle, infuriating tone of a therapist prodding you to re-examine a preconceived notion that is patently false. I squeeze my shoulder blades tighter together. The hypocrisy of this woman. Because, I say very slowly as though Yvette is an invalid who may have trouble following, Jen and Brett don't get along, and it would probably be very hurtful to Brett if Jen went out of her way to befriend her sister. Yvette's posture improves as well. Appallingly, she says, I very much doubt it. With the contributions Brett strives to make in this world, she doesn't have the bandwidth for such petty grievances. Lauren pops a cracker in her mouth, watching the two of us anime-eyed. I told her I couldn't go, Jen says, slamming a cabinet door shut in the kitchen, startling us out of our standoff. Yvette gives me a smile that says she hopes I'm happy. Oh, I am, before rolling back the sleeve of her linen button-down. Jen has inherited her mother's love of linen. Ah, she exclaims. I've got to get going if I want to make the 12:30 class. She heads to the door and plops down on the cane-back settee while she stuffs her feet into her shoes. Be nice, girls. She stands pressing her palms together like it will require divine intervention for such a miracle to happen. The whole world is watching. Yvette really took the air out of our sails, and so we disband not long after she leaves. It's 3/4 of a mile to the Canal Street station, the city a humid, gloomy fishbowl, but I decide to walk it anyway rather than get in an Uber Black, my usual move. My mood is not usual. I have the feeling of being both drowsy and frenetic, of yearning for and dreading the next season, all compounded by the email that arrived in my inbox while I was at Jen's. I read and reread the message from the private investigator on my walk. I don't realize that I'm covered in a film of sweat until I descend the stairs to the subway, swipe my Metro card, and walk past 3 silent Christian missionaries who do nothing to try to convert me. John Gowan from Spy Eye Inc. has responded to my last panicked missive, assuring me that my mother's funeral was at St. Matthew's, as I reported it in the book, and not at St. Mark's, as the friend of my grandmother's claimed at my event in Chicago. I look up from my phone sharply. The tunnel is coughing hot air in my face. I step over the yellow line and strain to see if that's the downwind from the express or the local. You always feel it coming before you see it. The ground burbles beneath my feet, and a cast of headlights send tourists scattering back, unlike the inured city roaches that hold their ground. I stay where I am too, like I always do when I rarely ride the subway, feeling 1/1,000,000th of the train's impact as it cannons into the station. It's a blow at first. Your hair sucks straight off your head, your dress, if you're wearing one, flying up to reveal your underwear. But once you get past the initial confrontation, you find it's more of a pull, an invitation, something you could almost imagine accepting. For the first time in a long time, I might be a little bit drunk.
Chapter 7. Brett. How do you feel about your sister taking Jen Greenberg on a girl date? Lisa's text stops me bone cold. I read it again with a flu-like shiver. Taking implies that this girl date with Jen has already occurred. I was with Kelly yesterday, and I'm due to meet her at our warehouse on Long Island for our quarterly advisory board meeting in 1 hour. Was she planning on telling me? Please, Arch says, disappearing behind the door of the refrigerator. No phones this morning, we promised. She reappears with a container of milk. Real milk. Milk that will grow a third arm out of your forehead, with hormones and fat and BPA leached from the plastic jug Arch got at the corner deli for $2.99, along with a loaf of Pepperidge Farm bread and some pre-cut cantaloupe. Cantaloupe! She might as well eat jelly beans for breakfast. You don't understand. Women like Arch are an endangered species in a city where a packet of powder and nut milk passes as a big breakfast on a Grub Street food diary. It's one reason I keep holding on. My phone buzzes with another text from Lisa. Jen invited her to Lauren's sexy slumber party. Then another. See if Kelly can swing an invite for you, LOL, LOL, LOL. I'm actually being serious, Brett. Need to get you in the same room with the others. No one wants to watch you pedaling a stationary bike by yourself all fucking season long. Boring. Not even Jessie. I raise a thumb to respond, but Arch plucks my phone out of my hand. Plates, she orders lovingly, when I start to protest, to the left of the stove. It's been 9 days since Kelly and Layla moved into my old apartment downtown, and I moved into Arch's 1-bedroom on the Upper West Side, and as Arch reminded me last night, 9 days since we've had sex. The place is a mess, my shit is everywhere. I'm stressed about Morocco. Don't think I'm giving up that easily. Every night we are on Street Easy, searching for 2 bedrooms in an elevator building by Arch's office on the west side between $6,500K and $7,500K a month. I've raised $23.4 million in capital, and I still can't afford to buy in this town. I set the plates on the counter, and Arch drops a piece of toast on each, sucking a finger that's gotten scalded. We look at breakfast, and then at each other with wrinkled noses. The toast is the color of Jen Greenberg's heart. Black, in case that wasn't clear. I have an hour before I have to reunite an incarcerated father with his newborn baby for the first time, Arch says. I have 55 minutes before I test drive an electronic bike that will help 12-year-old girls outrun rapists. This is our favorite game. Who will do more for the state of humanity today? Arch slams a jar of Smuckers on the countertop with stoic resolve. Charred-broiled carbs it is, then. Breakfast of champions. We carry our plates over to the couch and settle in. Arch unfolds her disproportionately long legs. Her thighs are normal, but her shin bones belong in the Museum of Natural History, and props her feet in my lap. Arch has skinny, knobby toes like crab legs without any meat, and her nails are the same shade of red as the Spoke logo. This was done to woo me, but it managed the opposite effect. You're too much for me, I thought, guiltily, when she came home with the tissue still between her toes. Did you know Kelly and Jen Greenberg hung out? I ask Arch. Arch flicks a crumb off her top lip with the inside of a knuckle, unaware that she has left dark grit in the corners of her mouth. Are you asking me or telling me? Asking. Arch and Kelly are friends, which should make me happy. That the person you love meshes well with your family is all most people hope for in life. Instead, it makes me nervous. Paranoid, even. What did you talk about? I ask, my tone light, my heart racing whenever Arch comes home from an outing with Kelly. Maybe I'm afraid of these two pairing off against me, the way Layla and I sometimes do to Kelly. Maybe I'm afraid that if Arch spends enough time with Kelly, she'll realize how little of an intellectual connection we actually have. Maybe. I would have told you if I knew that, Arch says, to my relief. Now I get to just complain. How fucked up is that? I ask. Arch mounts her long hair on top of her head, a ponytail holder in her teeth. I notice our age difference when she puts her hair up. 9 years. It's nothing sometimes, and then it's everything. She's trying to get to know her new colleague at work, she says, the black elastic in her mouth bobbing. She knows you don't like Jen, and she probably felt funny telling you about it. Arch lifts a shoulder, failing to see the criminal activity. Give her a break, Brett. She feels like an outlier. She just wants to fit in. Well, she went and got herself invited to Lauren's party. She's fitting in fine. The group events are where it all goes down. The drama, the tears, the reconciliations. You are dead in the water if you don't attend the group events. Lisa is a monster, but Lisa is right. No one wants to watch me pedal a stationary bike by myself all season long. Not even Jessie. A dizzying premonition suddenly kicks me in the head. My sister is in the opening credits for next season, but not me. I'm raising the next generation of gold diggers, would probably be her tagline. I set my burned toast on the coffee table after just one bite. Arch pokes my thigh with her bony toe. Hey, you're going out to Yvette's to make peace with Jen today. Maybe she'll invite you once you smooth things over. After we test drive the bikes for the advisory board members, I'm headed out to Yvette's. There, butthole vehemently clenched, I will extend an olive branch to the green menace. Olives are vegan, right? Arch checks the time on the cable display box. You want to shower first? You can, I say, removing her feet from my lap and going in search of my phone in the kitchen. It quickly becomes apparent that Arch has hidden it. I drill my fists into my hips and Arch laughs. I promise to tell you where it is after you shower. In the bathroom, I turn on the water and plunk down on the toilet while it does the slow work of warming, unsure of what to do with my hands without a screen to manhandle. I flush and step under the spray, even though it's the temperature of forgotten tea. I wouldn't put it past Arch to try and surprise me in here, and I am so not in the mood. I lather my hair with conditioner. The secret to my great hair is that I hardly ever wash it, and reach for my razor. Something small and shiny pings the tile floor, and I go very still, feeling each of the showerhead's individual strikes. With my big toe, I nudge the thing Arch sent me in here to find, as though afraid it may produce fangs and bite. Compared to my standing sister's ring, Arch's choice is thicker, sturdier, something my father would have worn. I realize Arch doesn't know what I want at all. This dyke would have welcomed a diamond. The sadness feels like a paper cut. Quick, non-life-threatening, brutal. I spin the faucet left without shaving. If I shave, Arch will know I found the ring without... What, shrieking, crying, Instagramming? Maybe she thought she was going to come in here, pull her tank top over her head, and finally get some use out of the spa shower the size of a smart car. I shut off the water and practically staple my towel to my body. "Bea?" Arch calls when she hears the door to the bathroom open. "1 second," I call back, hurrying into the bedroom. I open my underwear drawer and rummage around inside. Arch says something else, but I can't make it out. 1 second, I repeat. My knuckles bump against the velvet box. In the living room, Arch is on her knees on the couch, looking like a meerkat, surveying her surroundings for predators, right down to the dark, fearful eyes. My skin is warm from the shower and cold with sweat, thundering with nerves. "What are you doing?" Arch asks, nervously, when she notices my arm behind my back. I inhale through my nose and exhale through my mouth, just like we remind writers to do in class. Let it go. Whatever you're holding on to that's holding you back, let it go. I present my hand for Arch. "I thought you would never ask, so I was going to." Arch gasps when she sees the Diamond Eternity Band, purchased last week from First Dibs after I sent Yvette the link and she wrote back with her approval. "It's lovely. So happy for you, darling one." Arch jumps off the couch and makes her way over to me. She brushes my wet hair away from my face and lowers her lips to mine. Dread coils around my ribs when I close my eyes and return her kiss. When I think about how thin Stephanie's smile will be when she hears about this. I am trying to focus on what our head engineer is saying, but Kelly has ripped off Lauren's crown braid from the other day, and her single white femaleness is distracting. When we first walked in, Sharon Sonhorn, who Kelly has flown in from Alabama, business class, exclaimed in that accent so honeyed and southern it sounds completely put on, "How precious are you?" Our advisory board is 8 members strong, 5 men and 3 women, ranging in age from 35 to 72. They live in New York, Texas, Alabama, Boston, Los Angeles, and London. We have 1 black person, 1 Asian person, and 1 gay person. 2 have 0 experience in the wellness industry, and 3 have none in the B Corp world. Kelly put the whole thing together based on an article she read on Forbes.com that said advisory boards should represent diversity in its truest sense. You don't want to be paying a bunch of yes men and women for their time. You want people who challenge you, who offer a different perspective, who are constantly asking you to re-examine your vision. "This is money well spent," she's always reminding me, when I see how much it costs to fly someone into New York business class just to hear that my ideas suck. "Listen," Seth, my head engineer, says, flicking a switch on the e-bike. He had the model covered in a beige tarp when the board first walked in, allowing him the opportunity to rip it off as though we were at a magic show. He even said, "Ta-da!" Despite how mad I am at Kelly for meeting up with Jen behind my back, for getting herself invited to Lauren's party, for that fucking braid, we exchanged a look. Seth is the nicest and most annoying person we know. All kidding aside, my new bike does deserve an unveiling. A middle-aged man's dorky ta-da! "Bloody gorgeous," our London guy said. "I'd quite like one for myself." And everyone had laughed because picturing stiff John Tellman riding around Notting Hill Gate on this glossy red cruiser with the blush leather seat and plump pink handlebars is pure comedy gold. "I don't hear anything," Layla says, her ear aimed at the ground. Girls as young as 9 will be riding these bikes, so Kelly thought it would be a nice touch for the board to see that a 12-year-old can easily and safely operate the machinery. Seth points his finger at Layla, Ding, ding, dinging. The little lady wins a 2016 Toyota Camry. Layla looks confused, and Seth clears his throat, embarrassed the joke didn't land. The electronic models sound like they are off even when they're on, so always make sure that you check the switch before you get on. Okay, Layla? Kelly reaches up to tighten the chin strap on Layla's helmet. Layla shot past me this year, which is not anything to write home about, but she's almost the same height as Kelly, who has a few inches on me. I don't remember Fod being especially tall, but maybe he had tall parents, tall sisters. We will never know. Mom, Layla groans, but she lifts her chin and lets Kelly fuss with the strap. Sharon makes a sound that expresses how precious she thinks this is. Kelly's braid, Kelly's overprotectiveness, Layla's indulging of Kelly's overprotectiveness, all of it. Like Kelly, Sharon has a preteen daughter. Unlike Kelly, Sharon is practically 50. Layla swings her leg over the pink seat. Look at those stems, Sharon says lowly to Kelly, and Kelly beams. And that skin, like a latte, she could be in vogue. Kelly's smile fails like an old engine. Not too fast, she warns Layla. It goes like 40 miles an hour. Layla directs her eye roll at me, the only other person in the room who could possibly comprehend the extent of Kelly's lameness. You kill someone if you hit them at 40 miles an hour, Kelly says, matching Layla's sulky tone to make her point that this is nothing to be flip about. We watch Layla pedal the spoke-electric prototype deeper into the warehouse, the bike emitting a mild hum that's amplified by the concrete floors. I could crawl faster. Mine would have torn out the door going as fast as she could just to spite me, Sharon says to Kelly. Top-notch mothering, honey. I used to think it was such a throwaway whenever someone complimented a woman on her mothering skills. I didn't think it took talent to be a good mother. Just don't beat them and take them to the dentist occasionally, and voila, you're a good mother. Loving them doesn't even take much work. Even the moms who beat their kids love them. Then Kelly had Layla, and I realized just how mistaken I was, because Kelly's mothering skills were shaky at best that first year with Layla, neglectful at worst. Do you know, my father made 2 appointments for Kelly to skulk past the 4 angry men pumping posters of mutilated fetuses into the air at Kelly's behest? I flexed my biceps and spoke like Tony Soprano on our way out the door, both times, offering my services as bodyguard. I was trying to get her to laugh. Really, I just didn't know how to appropriately express to Kelly that it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the end of the world that she went a little nuts out from under Mom's watchful eye, and it wasn't the end of the world that she hadn't had responsible sex, and it wasn't the end of the world to undergo a safe, legal version of a medical procedure that has been a part of the human experience for thousands of years in every sort of society imaginable. I wanted Kelly to laugh, but I also wanted her to go. Mom had just died, and although our relationship had been complicated, she was still my mom, and I still loved her. Our lives were in turmoil, and on some level, I believe that if Kelly could just go back to school, graduate, and become a radiologist like our mother had always planned, things would go back to normal, too. Normal-ish. Never mind that normal-ish wasn't in my best interests, because normal-ish meant Kelly was the successful one, the pretty one, the star, but it was what was comfortable. And we're always drawn to what's comfortable, even when it hurts us deeply. Kelly would need to face the angry men and their posters in order for things to go back to normal-ish. Only she couldn't get herself through the clinic's door. This is what I want, she declared in the parking lot on 2 separate occasions, her voice an unconvincing whisper. Then Layla came along, and it was like she broke Kelly's legs instead of her vaginal canal. Layla would be wailing for her 2 a.m. feeding, sounding like she was being waterboarded, and Kelly would just lie in bed with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep through it. My father and I didn't have much of a choice but to take on those shifts, and so we did, trading off for the first few months. Kelly needs her rest, my father said to me. She needs to recover. I was never quite sure what he thought she needed to recover from, but it was clear to me that it was the shock of her new life. At first I was resentful of having to wake up in the middle of my REM cycle every other night, but after a few weeks I actually started to look forward to having Layla all to myself, our time together unrushed and uninterrupted. Those tiny little fists flying up over her ears in outrage as I eased the nipple of the bottle into her mouth. This is what I need. Her fingers unfurling, her eyelids drooping, lifting, drooping, lifting to check that I was still there, drooping again as she realized this is what I need. They say that first year is critical to the bonding process, and I think it's why Layla and I are as close as we are. Kelly missed some special moments, and she can never get them back, all because she was resting, recovering. My sister has always needed someone to hold out her next life for her, like a coat she slips her arms into. Doctor, mother, CEO in her mind. These are more titles that have been foisted upon her, rather than ones that she has sought out with purpose. My sister's major malfunction is that she is a doer with no vision. I suppose I have the opposite problem. Millennial journalists are always asking me where the idea for Spoke came from. A sort of attrition in their voices. I get it. It's hard to care about things that don't impact us personally, and I think that's what the Bustle staff really wants to ask but feels they can't. Why do I care so much about a group of women I've never met, going through something I have never gone through? How can I be so selfless? Is there something wrong with them that they can't be that selfless? The truth is that the idea for Spoke didn't come from a selfless place at all. After my father and I tracked Kelly to Fod's apartment in the Hivernage district, our next stop was the hospital. She seemed fine, physically, that is, but we just wanted to be sure. I was sitting in the waiting room, paging through a French tabloid, when the door swung open and in walked two sisters, one of them not much older than Layla is now. They spoke to the nurse at the front desk in soft French, and were given a series of forms to fill out. They came and sat down one seat to my right, the older one with the papers in her lap. Together they pointed at words on the page and argued in a language that I know now was not French or Arabic. After a few minutes, the older sister spoke to me. "Hello," she said, with a little circle of her hand. It sounded like halo. I glanced up and found the older sister waving the pencil at me. "You can help?" she asked, haltingly. My father leaned into me. "I don't think they can read." I held out my hands, miming writing, my head cocked at a 45-degree angle. The older sister nodded. "Yes, you write it down." The younger sister stared at her lap stonily. I moved over one seat. The forms were written in Arabic, then French, then English. It took 15 minutes of stilted translation and signage just to get to the part that asked the reason for the visit that day. "My daughter," the older sister said, and it took me a second to realize they were not, in fact, sisters. "She has to go to the well. 3 men have hurt her. We have seen doctors, so she has not pregnant." My father mumbled 3 seats away. Dear God. I glanced at the daughter, who was still staring at her lap, her jaw clenched furiously. "Rape?" I asked in a whisper. "Do you mean she was raped?" "We have seen the doctor." "I'm sorry, you have already seen the doctor?" The woman nodded, both frantic and frustrated, misunderstanding me the way I misunderstood her. Later, I would learn that the English use of the present perfect tense is confusing for Arabic speakers. Many rely on the present perfect to describe things that have either already happened or have not yet happened. In this case, the girl had already walked to the well for water, had already been raped by 3 men. Seeing the doctor, preventing pregnancy, that was what needed to happen next. Kelly didn't have to wait to be seen by the doctor, and all that was wrong with her was gross taste in men. I went up with the mother to deliver the forms to the French nurse, explained the situation in English, as though it would be more harrowing in English, more likely to spur urgent action. But the pair was still sitting there when we left an hour later, Kelly with a clean bill of health. It was too early for her pregnancy test to come back positive. I remember thinking in the taxi ride back to the hotel, the world everywhere cares more about girls like Kelly than they do girls like that. So really, I'm not selfless at all. I've dedicated myself to a cause that feels entirely self-serving, helping girls like me who are not like Kelly. It's time we come first. Layla makes a U-turn at the wire shelving on the far side of the warehouse. Facing us, she's all helmet and uneasy smile. She twists the handlebars back, speeding up for less than a few yards before Kelly starts squawking. Layla parks the bike and climbs off to overblown cheers and applause from the board, like she's just qualified for the Olympics. She takes a slow bow and immediately turns the color of Jen's power juice, beets plus carrots plus chia, when the applause thickens. "I didn't even max out, Mom," she says, unhooking the helmet and pressing it into Kelly's arms. Seth shushes us. "Before we get too excited," he says, "I need to show you something." He mounts the bike and releases the kickstand with his heel, sets his hands on the handlebars, and squeezes. The bike lurches forward violently. "Whoa!" Seth cries like a goober, bearing down on the handlebars, which only propels him faster. He comes to a dramatic stop just a few feet shy of a delivery van, looking back at us with gasping breaths. "Most e-bikes make a rickety sound when they are at speed," Seth says, making his way back over to us. "But they all have one thing in common. They're silent when they're parked, whether they're on," Seth flicks the switch, "or off." Kelly glances at me. "Is that a problem?" "Most definitely," Seth says, "and one that Layla demonstrated perfectly." "What did I do?" Layla asks worriedly, going from feeling good about herself to despondent in a preteen second. She picks at a small pimple on her cheek. On our way out here, I listened to her narrate an Instagram story about the makeup products she used to cover up that very pimple. Instead of posting social media content that makes her peers feel as though their lives don't measure up, Layla uses her accounts to reassure girls her age that everything they're going through, the zits, the awkwardness, the malaise, is completely normal. That they are all in this together. She has nearly 30,000 followers now, and we haven't even started filming yet. "You didn't do anything wrong," Seth assures her. "It's the design that's the problem. Since the bike sounds like it's off when it's parked, it's easy for the rider to forget to power it down. The next person who uses it grabs it, intuitively, by the hand grip." Seth demonstrates the basic way everyone grabs the bike by its handlebars. But because of the twist grip design, unknowingly what the rider is doing is accelerating the bike, which is dangerous not only for the rider, but for anyone who happens to be passing in front of the bike. A child, for instance. Then, because the rider is startled and off balance, the natural reaction is to do this. Seth grips the handlebars tighter, which only accelerates the speed. Seth widens his stance and folds his arms across his chest. A good glitch makes Seth feel useful. "Is there a solution to this?" Kelly asks. Seth circles his workstation, pushes a few gadgets around, and holds up a small black lever. "Right here. This, ladies and gents," he swivels at his waist so that everyone has a fair view, "is called a thumb grip. It attaches to the end of the handlebar, which makes it much harder to accidentally activate." I say impatiently, "So attach it." Seth levels his chin with Kelly. I need your sister to loosen the purse strings on the direct materials budget in order to do that. I turned to Kelly, my lips parted in outrage. She's flown 6 of the 8 board members to New York business class, but we don't have the budget to outfit our bikes safely? Did you calculate the ROI with the thumb grips? Sharon asks me. The warehouse goes very quiet, as though it is the 9th member of the board, also awaiting my answer. It's a brutal few moments. I feel like I'm having one of those stress dreams, a nightmare really, where you're back in school about to take your midterm final and you realize with hot nausea, you haven't attended a single class all semester, because I have no fucking idea what the ROI calculation is with the thumb grips. It's 3-to-1, Kelly says. Bless and fuck her. That will make costs prohibitive. We'd love to change our promise to riders, but for every 17th ride we deliver a bike to an Imazarin family in need. Doesn't have the same ring. Sharon tisks. I know. Kelly sighs. Where else can we hike? Sharon wonders. You know, the boot camp I attend charges for towels. Kelly nods with a vigorous mm-hmm. Bike shoes, water bottles, we can find it somewhere. I'm sure. Please do, Sharon says. I wouldn't feel right letting a child around this thing in its current iteration. I notice for the first time that Sharon's neck is a different color than her jaw. It's very unattractive. Whatever it costs, I say, matching my sister's firm tone, we'll make it right. Well, Sharon clears her throat, making bemused eye contact with Kelly. Not whatever it costs. That's the point, right? I can feel my ears getting hot. I know I should make more of an effort to understand the business side of my business, but every time I've asked Kelly to walk me through the figures and the projections, the accounting and the payroll, I end up cross-eyed, bored, and flushed with frustration. It's hard work to understand, and it's not that I'm afraid of hard work, it's just that I've already done so much hard work, and I don't think I should have to do this on top of it. I'm the one who came up with the totally original idea for Spoke. I'm the one who won the entrepreneurial contest. I'm the one who landed a spot on the 3rd most popular reality TV show in the highly prized 19 to 49-year-old demographic on Tuesday nights. I'm the one who gets called a wide load but refuses to succumb to Whole30. I'm the one who gives hope to at-risk LGBTQ youth. I have done my part. Sometimes, jokingly, when I can't understand something on the books that Kelly needs me to understand, I will flop onto the nearest couch and bring the back of my hand to my forehead like a Victorian lady with low blood pressure, gasping, I'm the talent. But there is a kernel of truth in the performance. I am the talent. Not everyone can be the talent, just like not everyone can balance the books. Except, here is Kelly, her hair in a trendy blogger girl braid, signed on for the 4th season of my show, able to do what I do and also what I can't. She's the talent too. So where and what does that leave me? Outside smells like melted dog urine and gasoline. It's the middle of May, but July hot. Kelly asks if we can talk before we get on the road. I'm dropping her and Layla off at the train station to head back into the city and taking Kelly's car to Yvette's house out east. Now is when she's going to tell me about meeting up with Jen and explain, I think, and ready my anger and resentment and, yes, paranoia that I'm about to be eclipsed by Kelly once again. Instead, Kelly stares at me for a long time, like I have something to say to her. What? I ask finally. You seriously aren't going to tell me? Kelly shakes her head, her tongue pressed to the top of her lip in a mix of disgust and disappointment. It can't be the engagement. I asked Arch if she minded if I didn't wear my ring for now. I wanted to break the news to Kelly in my own time, in my own way. I knew she would have a tough time with it. She thought shacking up with Arch after 3 months was moving too fast. Besides, whatever it is she thinks I'm not telling her, what she isn't telling me is worse. She watched Jen express concern for my organs in her talking head last year. The patronizing worry in her brow layered over a shot of me taking a spoke class in a crop top.
Waist circumference is directly tied to heart disease,
she'd added, her popsicle stick neck somehow able to balance a head swollen with that much prejudice and misinformation. You know what is directly tied to longevity? The number of friends you have. But you don't see me going around insinuating that Jen will die early because she's an insufferable twat no one wants to be around. Jen has found so many ways to call me fat without actually calling me fat, she should win an award. To be clear, it doesn't hurt me to be called fat. Fat is not an insult to me. Fat is not who I am, who anybody is. But in Jen's world, fat is an abomination of womanhood. And it hurts to know that someone is trying to hurt me by aligning me with the worst thing she thinks a woman can be in our culture, which is anything over a few pounds shy of non-existence. You seriously aren't going to tell me about meeting up with Jen? I say to Kelly. And you seriously did that? Behind my back after everything she said about me? Kelly's bitchy look falters. How did you know about that? Who knows you did that? Other than Jen, obviously. Rachel, she replies, naming one of the field producers. My laugh is full of genuine pleasure. After the ROI debacle, it feels so good to be the one who knows what she's talking about again. Let me give you a little piece of advice, Cal, I say, lowering my voice as I glance into the back seat of the car, where Layla sits with the door open to get some air. I can hear snippets of the Instagram stories that aren't interesting enough for her to watch to completion. Half a word, a streak of a song, a few dog barks. The field producers are like high-end strippers. They're really good at getting you to spill your guts, and they're really good at making you believe they give a shit. But it's Rachel's job to run to Lisa with anything you tell her. And then it's Lisa's job to get everyone else all riled up about it. Kelly nods, slowly, flippantly. When Kelly goes pious on me, I am never more sure that I am capable of third-degree murder. I don't want to just wipe that smug look off her face. I want to annihilate it. See, I figured that's how it works after Lisa texted me to ask how I felt about your engagement. Layla's head pops out of the back seat. You're getting married? She exclaims. Then she squeals, drumming her feet on the ground excitedly. Can I be a bridesmaid, please, please, please? So she does know. I guess I could have crafted a more strategic response to Lisa's machine gun spray of texts from earlier. But after Arch and I were done proposing to each other, I couldn't help myself. How do you feel about your sister taking Jen Greenberg on a girl date? She had written. And so I had responded, it feels like not giving enough because I'm engaged. But the truth is, that's not what it felt like at all. It felt like someone had reached inside my body and turned my stomach upside down, shook all my organs onto the floor, and stomped on my spleen. By the expression on Kelly's face, I know she knows it too. Like most houses out east, the 4 now, bedroom, modern salt box looks like a place of worship for a cult. It's where Jen Greenberg was raised, so it would be the kind that spikes the no artificial sugars added punch with arsenic. There is something about the Green Menace that is natural-born scary. Last winter, Jen's architectural overhaul included knocking down walls, adding a 4th bedroom and a saltwater infinity pool, and outfitting the kitchen in gray-veined Carrara marble, which should have been the second warning shot for Yvette after Jen's on-air claim that the reno was meant to make the house more comfortable for her mom. The thing about gray-veined Carrara marble is that it may look sexy, it may be all the rage on the home decor porn sites, but it's not recommended for people who actually cook in their kitchens, because it stains, scratches, and chips like a wet manicure. Source: Stephanie Simmons. I heard the word Carrara and had a craving for ice cream. You would think Jen Greenberg, kale smoothie millionairess, would opt for quartz countertops. Not as dazzling, but much more durable. Only Jen Greenberg never intended to use that kitchen to make her not food into food. Instead, her intention was to fix it up, jack up the market value, and sell it to some HGTV hornball for a cool $3.1 million. Jen has the legal right to do with the house as she pleases. Ethically, she should be fined for all she's fucking worth. She's given Yvette no say in the decision to sell, even though, for the last 20-some years, Yvette has paid the property taxes and utilities, taken care of the landscaping and the leaks and the clogs. She's replaced the roof, the kitchen appliances, and the crap furniture with gorgeous gray linen sofas and chairs. She taught Jen to swim in the ocean down the road. She's brined 14 tofurkeys in the tic-tac-sized oven, and she's shared gin and tonics on the back porch with Sir Paul McCartney. The house may be Jen's, but the home was always Yvette's. She's absolutely heartsick to lose it. I park Kelly's car in front of the cheery red "For Sale" sign by the flowering Japanese maple Yvette planted in honor of her late mother. The driveway is empty. The Greenbergs share an old blue Volvo station wagon, though Jen is considering the Tesla. The sky is more white than gray, the sun illuminating the clouds from behind. It's been raining on and off all morning, and I had to keep the windows up on the drive out here. Kelly's car hasn't had working AC since Obama was elected for his second term, and the back of my t-shirt is color-blocked with sweat. My feet slide around in my sneakers as I approach the front door and knock. I wait. Nothing. I check my phone. 12:47. Yvette said to arrive at 12:30 on the nose, which was anal and unlike her, but I figured it was because she wanted me to get there before Jen. She's been out here 2 days already, trying to enjoy the peace and quiet before the weekend's open house. I wait until my phone says 12:48 to knock again. Still nothing. I cut my hands around my eyes and press my nose to the panel of windows shouldering the front door. Jesus. The house is now a Tibetan fur fever dream. Shag white carpet, shag white side chairs, shag white throw pillows on the blessedly unshaggy white linen couch. All this distinctively fuzzy decor paired with cold white stone floors. Limestone is what Jen went with, I recall Yvette telling me. It's slippery when wet, which makes perfect sense for a beach house with a pool. I'm afraid someone's going to crack their head open, Yvette confided in me. My sigh fogs the window, and I wipe it clean with my shoulder, searching in my bag for my phone. Hello, Yvette says on the third ring. Her hello is always the same, a velvety hello, managing to be both unrecognizing and deeply intimate at the same time. Hiya, I say. It's Brett. There is a pause. Honey, she says, everything okay? Yeah, I laugh. Where are you? There is another pause. What do you mean? I mean, I slap away a mosquito on my thigh. I wonder if Stephanie will be avoiding the Hamptons this summer on account of Zika. Seems unlikely. You told me to come at 12:30. I wait for her to remember, but she doesn't. So, I'm here. Where? Yvette, I cry, exasperated. The house in Amagansett. Yvette mumbles something to herself I can't make out. I thought we said Sunday, she says. I can picture her squinting at the imagined desks of historical women calendar I gave her last Christmas, Mary Shelley with a glass of white wine next to her pen. Is it Sunday? I suffer a spike of fear as I realize this isn't Yvette being flaky,
This is Yvette being in her late 60s and having trouble with her memory. No, it's Friday, I say, gently. We said Friday. Honey, I am getting so old, Yvette chuckles. I come out tomorrow. Jen was coming this afternoon to show the house to a listing agent. I must have gotten my days screwed up. I squeeze my eyes shut and exhale hard. I'm stranded in the Hamptons with only the green menace to take me in. I feel horrible, Yvette says, though she doesn't sound horrible. She sounds like she's in the middle of plucking her eyebrows or some other banal but satisfying activity, like I've interrupted her pleasantly productive afternoon. Jen should be there soon. Why don't you just wait for her? A smattering of raindrops cool my scalp. It's about to pour. I don't mean outside. The key is under the rock in the second planter around back. Let yourself in. Make some lunch. Jen had scheduled a fresh direct delivery for 12:30. In an offhand manner that seems anything but offhand, she asks, "Is it there?" Fresh direct? I wouldn't take Jen to be so provincial. I scan the front patio, spotting faster with raindrops by the second, but I don't see a delivery. Nothing. No, it's really starting to come down again. Yvette sounds concerned. They might have dropped it off by the back door. Would you check? Yvette, I'm sorry, but I'm not staying. I don't feel comfortable being here without you. Would you at least bring the food inside so it doesn't spoil? I drop my arm by my side, shutting my eyes and taking a deep, calming breath. I return the phone to my ear and force a smile so that it sounds in my voice. Sure. I unlatch the gate and walk parallel to the house. I can see the new pool, its tarp littered with leaves and dead bugs and one lone solo cup. The delivery's back here, I tell her as I round the corner and spot the cardboard Fresh Direct boxes, soggy from the rain, piled too deep next to the double patio doors that have replaced the sliding door with the screen that used to always jump the track. The rain has almost washed away the ink on the note taped to the top box. 2 attempts to contact, left unattended per directions. Oh, good, Yvette says. Well, help yourself to anything you want. I'll just grab something at Mary's Marvelous on my way out. It's $15 for a salad there. Good thing I don't eat salad, then. I locate the key and fit it into the lock. I'm going now. I need both hands for this. You are a lifesaver, Yvette says. Thank you. I'm so sorry about today, but you won't regret this. Thanks, Yvette, I say, hanging up and puzzling briefly over her last statement. What won't I regret, exactly? I hear a car chewing up the pebbled drive and I brace myself, thinking it's Jen, but it continues down the road. Every crevice of my body is wet with sweat, and the rest of me is catching up in the rain. I decide that's the only scare I need. I cannot be here when Jen arrives. We might both die of discomfort. I squat and hoist a box into the crooks of my elbows. I've not taken one step when the waterlogged bottom gives out, like one of those commercials showing what happens to bargain paper towels when tested with too much blue detergent. Jen's groceries spray everywhere. On my shoes and bare legs and the fresh whitewashed oak porch. Motherfucker! I step onto the lawn, wiping my feet on the wet grass like a dog, leaving behind what looks like yellow spittle. Egg, I realize. Gross. It takes me a moment to connect the dots, because unlike Jen, I am not a masochist in a voluntary state of sustained primal hunger to meet the patriarchal mandated beauty ideal. I eat eggs for breakfast and put cream in my coffee and cheese on my sandwiches and, oh my God, bacon. That is a package of uncured bacon, seeping its pink bacony juice onto the new porch. It's like a puzzle overturned on the table. Only when everything is laid out in front of you can you really start putting all the pieces together. Jen's healthy, long hair.
her 4-pound weight gain. I hear another car approach, and I wait, unmoving, as its old engine fusses nearer. There is one short burst of hard rain, like someone has taken a cloud and wrung it out over my head, but I do not seek cover. The car door slams shut, and Jen calls out, nervously, hopelessly, "Yvette!" My heart is banging like a gavel. Hers must be too. She knows that's my car in the driveway. I listen to the gate open, to Jen's careful footsteps on the slippery deck. I have to look away when she sees me. I can't bear to see her so vulnerable and exposed. I have earned each and every unkind feeling I have toward Jen after the way she's spoken about me to America. I get to feel vindicated by the discovery that the nation's most sanctimonious vegan has been skulking around ordering bacon off the internet like contraband. It's turkey bacon, but still, she has no right to make that tragic face and make me feel bad, nearly empathetic for her. I make an intense project out of cleaning my shoes in the grass and speak casually. I think it was from the rain. The boxes just fell apart when I picked them up. I'm quick to add, Yvette told me to bring them inside. I only look up when I hear Jen fit her key into the lock. She disappears inside, the lock latching shut slowly but firmly behind her. For a moment, I think that's it. Jen is just going to stay inside until I leave, maybe even for the rest of her life, so that she never has to deal with the fallout from this. It's not the worst strategy. But after a few moments, Jen reappears with a beach towel slung over her shoulder and some green plastic trash bags. She offers me the beach towel and shakes open a garbage bag. She picks up each grocery item and examines it for damage, setting it aside or throwing it out, depending. I don't know what else to do other than help. It doesn't look it, but I think it's still good, I say, holding up a jacked-up wheel of brie. Jen holds out her hand, regally, as though I am a huntsman who has brought home the heart of a warring queen. I place the lump of cheese in her palm with a deep curtsy, playing along. I'm uncomfortable and trying to act like none of this is that big of a deal, which I realize is very much in keeping with my nickname. Jen chucks the ball of brie into the trash bag hard without bothering to examine it. Okay, then. I had amenorrhea, she says tightly. I don't know what... I hadn't had my period in 4 years. Jen speaks over me without raising her voice. My hormones were all out of whack. You can't have your hormones out of whack when you're trying to freeze your eggs so that you can have a baby, which I would like to do someday. My doctor suggested I try to go pescatarian to see if it would help. It's just temporary, while everything stabilizes. I scan the groceries left on the deck. Not a piece of salmon in sight, but dairy and fatty cuts of animal hind legs for days. I can't help but feel a teeny bit vindicated. See, your way is not the healthy way. Good for you, Jen, I say. You aren't a strong woman for denying your hunger. You are a strong woman for standing up to society's expectations of how we are supposed to. Yvette sent you out here? Jen demands before I can say, look. I lift one shoulder in a vague non-answer, not wanting to betray Yvette, who clearly wanted me to discover Jen's illicit affair with breakfast meats and put her on blast. Jen tightens the strings of the trash bag with a scowl. She's angrier than I thought that I'm selling. Or maybe she just actually hates me. She hurls a carton of hazelnut coffee creamer into a trash bag and it splatters back at her in retaliation. Your mom doesn't hate you, Jen. She hates that you're suffering and depriving yourself for an unjust cause. She hates that you see yourself as a body first and a person second. She just wants you to be, I'll get Lauren to invite you to her party. That won't be hard. Getting Steph to film with you will be the real bitch. Jen's eyes are bright, unblinking. She looks away with a difficult swallow. I'll do my best. She's going to cry, I realize. In fact, I think I mumble, thanks, so that she doesn't cry. I can't think of anything I'd rather do less than wrap my arms around an emotional Jen Greenberg. I'd come away with thorns, I'm sure. I know, on paper, that this looks like a bribe, and that bribes are measures only dishonest and despicable people resort to, but it isn't like that. I also know it isn't like that is something only dishonest and despicable people say. But it's really not like that. My investors are expecting a 3-episode arc in Morocco with gratuitous placement of the e-bikes. I have gladly participated in all the other group trips for all the other women who are older, more accomplished, and more established than I am. I arrived at the airport on time for Greenberg's trip with a smile on my fucking face the morning after she told me willpower is a muscle that can be strengthened when I asked for more bread at dinner. I have shown up for these women. I have owed and awed over their expensive, rat-free apartments. I have read their 400-page books and drank their chunky juices and downloaded their dating apps when I am in a relationship to help boost membership. I have supported them getting richer, more famous, and more important. Now, I get a little taste of that kind of success myself, and they can't stand it. They have banded together to keep the little guy in her place. So this bribe, which wasn't even my idea, really isn't like that. If anything, it's a course correction. It's what is right. Still, I offer to toss the bag of spoiled food in the dumpster at the end of Jen's street on my way out. A small act of penance. Because if I'm being really honest with myself, it might be a little bit like that. I might be a little bit despicable. But I'm not ready to be that honest yet.
Chapter 8. Kelly. The interview. Present day. Jen and Brett reconciled because of you, Jessie says to me, in a complimentary way that induces me to reply, almost involuntarily, "Thank you." The gas fire is pistoling hotly behind us, and the lights are searing my corneas. The effect is similar to that of the hot yoga classes that have recently become a part of Spoke's new suite of services, how the heat allows you to sink more deeply into the poses. Jessie and I are warm now. We are plunged into our story. "I don't know about you," Jessie goes on, "but I find some comfort in knowing that Brett left this world at peace with all of the women. When we first met Brett and Jen, they were friends. And one of the great joys I found in this season, and there were many, despite how it ended, was watching these two strong women overcome their differences and recommit to supporting each other. It seemed it was important to you to see your sister call a truce with Jen. Why was that?" A truce? Is that what it was? We've been at this for an hour or two now, and my mind feels melted and gooey. I wish someone would open a window, but they've been sealed with the crew's portable blackout curtains. I take a sip of the warm water on the end table between my chair and Jessie's, and I concentrate on the word truce. No, it hadn't been a truce. It had been a deal. When Brett told me what happened, she had been very careful to phrase it as such. A deal. Though Jen convincing the others to film with Brett in exchange for Brett keeping Jen's secret sounded like a bribe to me. I did not facilitate the reconciliation, but I guess that's the spin production put on it. I can see how my actions would provide them with the raw materials. I did make a play for Jen's friendship, after all. And not just because I admired the way she scaled her product, and I did, but because it was glaringly obvious that Brett didn't want me on the show. Her show is how she thought of it, and I had to do something that made me integral to the drama. Befriending my sister's sworn enemy, was the sort of biblical betrayal that secured you a sophomore season. I've always admired Jen, I say, which is true. I admired all of them. Brett treated her castmates like old Barbie dolls she was tired of playing with. I was the less fortunate kid, jumping up and down to receive her gently used toys for Christmas. I wanted to get to know the women on my own merit, I continued. I went into this experience with an open mind. I didn't want to be influenced by Brett's relationships with the other diggers. This is true, too. I did want to stand on my own, separate from my sister, because I didn't feel like I could count on her. That is the hurtful but totally unsurprising truth about my sister. She did not have my back. Slowly, over the years, Brett had co-opted the concept of spoke as her own. Even though we were 50-50 partners, she used possessive vocabulary around the business. Spoke was hers. The idea was hers. The seed money was hers. Brett never let go of the fact that I only invested $2,000 of my own money into Spoke when we were first starting out. The suggestion was that I was cheap, or that I didn't believe in the brand. But that's about what to expect from friends and family in the early stages of a startup. You don't go for broke with a new business. It's an inadvisable and rash strategy for anyone, let alone a single mother. Brett would have known that if she had bothered to do any research into what it took to incorporate Spoke. And hey, at least I could write a check. Brett had squandered her portion of the money our mother left us in her will at a breakneck pace. In the end, it worked to my advantage that Brett was too focused on the message of Spoke than the nuts and bolts of building Spoke. Before I put in my measly $2,000, I spent half that on a lawyer to help me draw up a partner agreement that delineated me as her co-founder. I suggested Brett hire her own counsel to read the dense print over before she signed and accepted my check, but she didn't have the resources to do so, and moreover, she couldn't be bothered. My sister is very good at the ideas and selling stage. But there are so many uncreative, unsociable aspects to starting your own company. You have to write a business plan, come up with a mission statement, which I did and which Brett ridiculed mercilessly, secure funding, register your business name, file your papers of incorporation, set up account and tax records. All the unfun stuff. Brett gave me the brush off whenever I broached anything vaguely resembling an accounting decision with her. She didn't want to hear it when I told her we had to diversify our revenue stream if we wanted to provide Imazarin women with e-bikes, which cost nearly double to manufacture than the first-generation bikes. I wrote out a break-even analysis with charts and graphs and visuals that my sister's unique but easily distracted mind could compute, trying to get her to understand that if operating costs increased, then our profits needed to as well. Yoga studios have low operating margins and a successful history of throughput in New York City, meaning they attract enough customers to cover the fixed and variable expenses of rent and personnel. Sure, fine, yoga, she said in response to my painstakingly researched and thoughtful presentation on the matter. Sure, fine, no thumb grips then, she said, when I told her that if we wanted to upgrade the beta bikes with thumb grips, they wouldn't be ready in time for the Morocco trip. I wasn't asking Brett to make a decision between giving the women bikes with twist grips or no bikes at all. I was suggesting we push off the Morocco trip entirely until we could provide these women and children with a safe and rigorously vetted product. But when I spelled it out for her, she pushed her jaw forward so that her bottom teeth protruded over her top, the same expression Mom used to make when you told her something she didn't want to hear. I'd rather take Spanish than Latin. I'm thinking about switching my major to art history. I was invited to the prom. Just put a rush order on it, Brett had sighed irritably, as though this obvious solution hadn't been the first thing to occur to me. When I tried to explain how I had asked, but the factory we paid to meet our small batch manufacturing needs simply didn't have the manpower, she had flung her hand across her forehead and performed her tired old line, I can't deal with this right now. I'm the talent. It was funny when she said it in the beginning, until our roles became defined. I was to be stuck with all the slog work and none of the talent perks, like the show and the book deal and the $30K speaking fees. I was over it, and I was broke. Something Brett continued to pretend she was, long after she wasn't, because she hadn't figured out how to manage this new dimension of her image. She was not rich, not like the other women, not yet. But she could afford to gift Layla with a Monsieur Gabriel bucket bag. To be clear, I wasn't angry at Brett for buying Layla that bag. I was angry at her timing. Layla had gone behind my back and disabled the app I used to limit her screen time just a few weeks prior, and the bag seemed a missed opportunity to encourage good behavior. Why couldn't it have been a carrot we dangled to motivate her to get her grades up? Or better yet, why couldn't she have set aside that $500 for the trip to Nigeria I've been saving for since Layla turned 8? Layla's hostility toward me for not knowing her father is natural and justified. Since I can't give her him, the least I can do is help her forge a connection to her country of origin. Brett is always describing Layla as so perfect, an angel, a gift from above we don't deserve. Not only is that not true, I would worry if it was true. I'm proud that it's not. I'm proud that my daughter sneered, "I hate you," when I took her phone for a week. I'm proud that she fought me tooth and nail when I told her Mr. Gabriel would stay in his Barney's box until she pulled up her grades, being sure to remind me, once again, how embarrassing I am. These are things I never did as a kid, because I lived in mortal fear of displeasing my mother. Truly. When I look back on my childhood, one emotion beats brightly and loudly above the rest: dread. I was shown love when I followed the rules, and I was deprived of love when I did not, and how I dreaded those times when I did not. Kids should be disciplined, but they should never be unloved. Kids should also tell their parents they hate them. They should groan at their bad mom jokes. They should bang doors and push your limits and break your rules. Healthy adolescents use their parents to sharpen their arguing skills, to learn how to assert themselves, to advocate for freedom and autonomy. Healthy adolescents who know they are loved no matter what aren't afraid to use their voices. The ones to worry about are the quiet, good girls who do everything mommy asks without complaint or question. I should know. I was one of those quiet, good girls. I was the unquestioning, obedient daughter in awe of Brett's complete and utter disregard of the rules. I know now it was because she already felt unloved, that she didn't feel she had anything to lose by disappointing our mother. Might as well have a little fun while she's at it. It crushes me to know Brett grew up feeling so neglected. But in a way, I'm envious of her because she developed a kind of resilience that was not in place for me when our mother died. Without her rules, without her militant disapproval acting as my North Star, I lost the road. And so, as Brett likes to say, I went off the rails just a little bit. When I found out I was pregnant, I experienced the strangest sense of déjà vu. I've been here before, I thought. I've done this before. But when? It took me years of therapy to make the connection, to find words to adequately explain the curious combination of comfort and fatigue I felt, holding that first response stick in my hand 5 weeks after I returned from Morocco. Eventually, I stumbled onto it. When it came to becoming a mother, I felt the same sort of imposed purpose as I did when it came to being a radiologist. Neither were things I saw for myself, but there they were, provisioned for me like the perfect size shell in which to slip my naked hermit crab body. It felt like I only had 2 options: be a radiologist or be a mother. And I wanted to be a radiologist only slightly less than I wanted to be a mother. I could do it, and I would do it exceedingly well, though I had to warm up to the idea first. There was a rocky but brief adjustment period when I couldn't believe what I had done. I couldn't bear to face Layla in the quiet of the night, no one else around, to be confronted with the full weight of the titanic decision I had made. I was terrified to be that alone with her. Terrified, too, of vocalizing such a thought to my father or Brett. Because that is a horrible and unnatural thought to have about your newborn baby. And so I lay in bed, eyes closed, ears perked, while Brett got my daughter to stop crying, telling myself that I was protecting her by neglecting her. I don't regret my decision to have Layla. Even when she's behaving like a hormonally ravaged monster, my primal love for her functions as a net. It catches the heinous thoughts that fall from my brain. I could slap her. What would life look like if I had made it through the clinic doors? I could fucking slap her, shielding my heart from impact. Layla is my greatest accomplishment, which is something women used to be able to say without having to enter the witness protection program. Because Layla isn't just a happy accident or karmic compensation for a past life well served. Layla is a product of grueling and expensive work on my behalf. She is the direct result of my determination not to become my mother. It's the overachiever in me. It's my mother in me. It's exactly who I did not want Layla to become. I took the money our mother left for us in her will, and I invested it wisely, in the right asset classes, in Layla's education, and in self-care for myself. I found a good therapist who referred me to a better therapist who specialized in intercultural parenting, who taught me that being a single mother to a biracial child is not the same as being a single mother. I learned to untangle love from hubris. I learned that I am wired to make my daughter feel less loved if she goes to a state school instead of Dartmouth. And while I can't change that instinct, I can learn to recognize it and choose not to respond to it. I took notes on how to discipline with compassion. I signed Layla up for dance class, music class, horseback riding lessons, swim team, and Little League. And when she didn't take to any of these extracurriculars, I didn't panic, outwardly, and I didn't force her to continue. I told her that she was allowed to quit anything, as long as she gave it a fair shot and had taken the time to think about what sport or skill she wanted to try her hand at next. When an Amazigh woman sent us woven welcome mats as a thank you for her bike, Layla was the one who came up with the idea of starting an online store for Berber goods, and she executed the concept soup to nuts. She has thrived in her position as online shop coordinator, and above all, she is happy, for the most part, and healthy, which accounts for the times she is not. She is not beholden to anybody's expectations for her life but her own. I am immensely proud of myself for raising a moody teenager with a passion, though that's not something I would ever say out loud to Brett. It's too dear a triumph for me to risk hearing her poo-poo it, or insist that she had it worse than me growing up, being the fat one, the dumb one, the lemon. Brett looks at most things through a binary lens. If she had it bad, I must have had it good. I am always the first to say that my sister did not have it easy growing up. Our mother failed her, time and time again. But it was a pain that built Brett's character. She was forced to create a vision for her life and how she wanted it to turn out, because no one else was going to do it for her. It's why she's the talent, and I'm stuck being the Chantal Kreviazuk of the B Corp world. Do you know who Chantal Kreviazuk is? It's okay. I don't expect you to. And it's sort of the point. Chantal Kreviazuk is a classically trained pianist and singer-songwriter who has written hits for behemoths like Kelly Clarkson, Avril Lavigne, Christina Aguilera, and Drake. She's released a few albums along the way, trying to make it on her own. One had moderate success in Canada. I've been writing the hits, and I deserve credit, and not just in Canada. I am spokes, bookkeeper, ambassador, hiring manager, human resources department, janitor, publicist, and receptionist. I'm the duck's feet, treading furiously beneath the surface of the water so that the big chill can appear to glide across the lake with no effort at all. It was true that Brett made a better face for the company. I have to give my sister credit. She forecasted the trend of authenticity, and she engineered a way to monetize it. No one wants to hear the pretty, skinny girl story anymore. They want the story from the slightly overweight, tatted up, though still camera-friendly girl who was tortured and made to feel like a freak because she liked girls. The girl who had no choice but to develop grit and spunk to look out for herself. These are the stories we like to hear nowadays. So Brett enhanced hers, ever so slightly. "Do you want to know what I think?" Jessie asks. And I nod before I even realize I'm nodding, feeling like a ventriloquist dummy. The patriarch survives so long as women are pitted against one another. It is a threat to a man's way of life when women gather, when they question the status quo, and when they inevitably start to resist it. That's what this season was about. Strong women apart, who were becoming stronger together. And it scared the shit out of him. What is it to be a strong woman? I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and I've decided it has to do with taking responsibility for your actions, even when it feels like you didn't have a choice in the matter, because you always have a choice. At the reunions, the women are always carrying on about owning it. You did this, you did that. Just own it, they harp over and over, until they've beaten the catchphrase out of you. Fine, I did delete your app to free up some storage. I own it. Owning it is better than an apology, better than retribution, better than an empty promise to change your ways. Because being forced to own it shows that you recognize how far you've orbited from a common and decent sense of self-awareness. And the longer you spend on a reality show, the more elusive the trait of self-awareness becomes, thereby increasing its intrinsic value. But a little-known fact about declaring ownership is that it's not just a victory for the person who has harassed you into submission. Those 3 words, I own it, also act as an astronaut's braided steel tether, preventing you from floating away into oblivion. No one but Jessie knows that I have anything to own right now. But I do. How we're saying it happened is not how it happened. Everyone thinks Vince killed my sister, but he didn't. This is a fiction Jessie asked me to go along with, yes, but I fully acknowledge my part in it too. I want people to believe our story, partially because I know Brett would have wanted it this way. Partially because if anyone ever finds out what really happened, I'd go away for 11 years. I looked up others who have obstructed a murder investigation in New York State and averaged the sentences they served. Lastly, and I hope not mostly, I want people to believe our story because I was tired of standing in the dark while the spotlight shined on my sister unaccompanied. There. I owned it. Part 2. Filming. June to July, 2017.
Chapter 9. Stephanie. The doorbell rings, and I try not to panic. I'm upstairs in my bedroom, putting on my face for Lauren's sexy slumber party. I have a strict policy against being filmed waking up or getting ready. I'm not comfortable appearing on national television, looking anything other than my absolute best. For this, Lisa and Jessie would lock me up and throw away the key. Confident women are cool women, and evidently, I am neither. Vince, I call when the doorbell brays a second time. He doesn't respond fast enough, and so I have to raise my voice. Vince! I listen to him plod to the front door with heavy footsteps, Oh, the inconvenience of having to answer the door in the middle of a Top Gear rerun. There is low murmuring that I strain to make out but cannot. "Who is it?" I shout, batting away my makeup artist's hand. If it's anyone with a camera, I'll lock myself in the bathroom. They're not allowed to follow you into the bathroom. The bathroom is like the UN, generally accepted as off limits, even in wartime. Whoever was at the door is now on the stairs. I spring out of my seat just as Jen appears in the doorway with a pinched look on her small face. "It's Greenberg," Vince announces on a delay, "and she's wearing a flannel snuggie." Jen and I are facing each other in a way that feels like we are squaring off. Her enduring scowl morphs into something worse as she takes in my face. It's the expression of a person who has just walked in on her boss going to the bathroom, mortified, pitying. Jason, my makeup artist, has only just finished prepping my face, which means that my skin is bare, blotchy, and greasy with various serums and primers. I'm without my fake eyelashes, which means I'm without eyelashes entirely. In my 20s, I had my eyelash extensions replaced monthly at a small second-floor salon in Herald Square, until one day the technician turned me away, declaring there's none left. She refused to continue our treatments until I allowed my real eyelashes to grow back, no matter how much I offered to pay her. That was 6 years ago, and I'm still waiting. Jen is not wearing a flannel snuggie exactly, but rather a deep red and green plaid pajama set in silk. To a guy, it's a flannel snuggie. To Jen Greenberg, this is stepping up her game. I suppress a sigh. I have no patience for people who refuse to help themselves. I don't care how cool the thug girl says she looks. She must know that she's not going to win back that guy, or girl, dressed like a little boy on Christmas Eve. "Sorry," Jen says, twisting her standing sister's ring around her index finger. She's fidgety, nervous for some reason. "Didn't mean to barge in on you like this, but I need to talk to you before we go, and I didn't want to put this in a text." We learned from Haley to keep our digital footprints clean and our face-to-faces dirty. "Oh." Vince leans against the doorframe, licking his heart-shaped lips. "Scandal at the sorority house?" Jason snorts because my husband is hot. "Vince," I say sweetly, "will you go downstairs and get us something to drink?" Vince clasps his hands behind his back. "Red or white, ma chérie?" "Water," I say at the same time Jen does white. She grins wide not because it's funny, but because she doesn't want to show up to Lauren's party and film with purple teeth, when she prefers to sell herself as a garden-fed teetotaler. "I've got a trick for that," Jason says, smearing my face with foundation. "Actually, I changed my mind. I'll take a white too." Why not? My ongoing battle with depression, why do they say battle when it's always a massacre, has been at a ceasefire long enough that there is no reason to continue slandering an innocent glass of wine in my mind. And not to borrow a problematic line of thinking from Lauren Fun, but tonight is a special occasion. It's the first group event of the season, a banner evening, and Brett won't be there. I just received word from my publisher that I am the first female author to hold 4 consecutive spots on the New York Times bestseller list. In just a few weeks, I'm flying to LA to have dinner with the Oscar-nominated female director. I should celebrate when there are things to celebrate. Vince turns from a waiter to a soldier with an official salute. At least he's inconsistent. "Hup, 2, 3, 4, he chants as he descends the stairs to complete his assignment. "I don't know how you live with that," Jen says in a shocking moment of insubordination. She pushes aside a pile of coffee table books from an ottoman and takes a seat without being asked. I do." Jason flutters his eyelashes, and I decide it's time to give Jason a raise. "You'd have some competition," I tell him, trying not to move my mouth as he paints it nude. Smoky eye tonight, neutral lip. The gays love Vince. Jen emits a doubting laugh, drawing her knees to her chest. Jen is always rearranging limbs, fixing herself into impossible entanglements, as if to say, Look at me, I'm such an unconventional free spirit that I can't even sit normally. I dare you to find one photograph of Jen Greenberg on the internet where she isn't wound like a 5-year-old in need of a bathroom. Do you want to hear this or not? She asks. It's about Brett. I'm dying to hear it. My rib cage feels like it's suffocating my stomach, but I don't want Jen to know that Brett still holds that power over me. Who? I quip. Jason snickers. You know she hired my ex to do her hair this season, Jason says, slipping a folded tissue between my lips. Blood. She's such a scam artist. I seethe as Jason crumples the stamp of my kiss. Brett took great pride in anointing herself the air-dried one of seasons past. She's engaged, Jen blurts out, made impatient by my attempt to prove that whatever news there is about Brett, it can't be worth begging to hear it. Jason speaks with his powder brush, thinking I'm still in the mood to get around. That bitch is even thirstier than I thought. Brett is engaged? The last 8 months flashed before my eyes. Brett and me in the lingerie department at Bloomingdale's, because she had just moved back in and I couldn't believe she was still wearing that moth-eaten XL Dartmouth t-shirt to bed. Rihanna had taken a class at her studio. Vogue had profiled her. Time for a grown-up pair of pajamas. Brett accompanying me to a colposcopy at my gynecologist's office because my body hadn't cleared HPV on its own and they needed to make sure I hadn't contracted a cancerous strain of the STD. I was sick with nerves, and Brett actually managed to sweet-talk the receptionist, and then the nurse, and finally the doctor herself, into allowing her to stay in the room with me while I underwent the excruciatingly uncomfortable procedure. She clutched my sweaty, cold hand while the doctor scraped tissue from my cervix, cracking jokes about how you weren't cool unless you had HPV. Women who have HPV are the women who have lived. Brett and me rewatching the first season of the show in my bed, hands in the same bowl of Skinny Pop, marveling at what apple-cheeked babies we had been just 3 years ago, how soft-spoken we all were. We must have just been nervous, Brett theorized, and I had agreed. But now I think differently. I think we were all just softer then. The time hop of our friendship has caused the saliva on my tongue to thin and sour. I feel ill. I feel as though I might cry. I am painfully aware that I am sitting here with a greasy face and fewer lashes than a 4-month-old fetus, that the person I loved the most in my life turned out to be a stranger, and a cruel one at that people are starting to openly question how I live with the annoying man downstairs. I swallow and try, desperately, to sound jaded and impersonal. So none of us would film with her, and she knew she needed a storyline. I nod. Got it. Jen shrugs flatly. What a shoddy imitation of a friend, of Brett, she turned out to be. According to Yvette, it's not staged. They're soulmates. Her voice is a gauzy impression of her mother's. Right. My laugh is rough. Brett wants to be married about as much as I want a child, which is a lot if a TV crew is willing to capture it. I'm surprised I'm hearing it from you and not page 6. Yvette says she's waiting until they tell Arch's parents before they go public. And yet, I say rottenly, Yvette knows, and now you and me. I give Jen a long look, allowing the facts to speak for themselves. How long have they even been together? Long enough, Jen says, folding her heel into her plaid crotch. I'm suddenly furious with her for what she's chosen to wear to Lauren's sleepover-themed party. That is the sexiest you could come up with? I want to jeer. No wonder there are cobwebs growing between your legs. Not really, I say lightly. I will not let Jen see that this news has gutted me. Like 3 months. More like 6. Jen, I say, an edge to my voice I can no longer smooth out. 6 months ago, I was in Miami trying to help her get over her breakup with Sarah. Okay, so 3 months, whatever. Jen shivers, like the details of Brett's romantic life are icky. I don't care. There is a creak and we both look to the doorway. It's Vince ascending the stairs. So how long until she's pitching a spin-off to the network? Brett buys the cow. Jen's face tightens. Shouldn't it be the other way around? It's shameful, but hearing Jen disparage Brett for something as high school as her weight settles me ever so slightly. She's still on your side. She still despises the same person who you despise. You two actually hate each other, huh? Jason says, taking a step away from me and examining his work on my eyes. I wasn't sure if it was just for the show. I give him a sharp, stunned look. You thought we made it up? Who hates each other? Vince wants to know, appearing in the doorway balancing 3 glasses of wine in his hands, mine with a straw because lipstick. Vince is never more the doting husband than during filming season. Forget crotchless underwear or piping my nipples with whipped cream. Filming is the aphrodisiac of our marriage. Somewhere along the way, Vince decided that holding my handbag on the red carpet was still the red carpet, and that was good enough for him. Who else? I say as he sets my drink in front of me. I see that he chose the glasses that his friends bought us for our wedding, monogrammed VDS, Vince and Stephanie DeMarco, assuming, naturally, that I couldn't wait to take my deadbeat husband's last name. Aw, you guys, Vince chastises. Give Brett a break. One nice thing I will say about the cat I married is that he stays out of our scraps. We've had significant others who try to get involved when diggers butt heads, evangelizing the more forgiving politics of brotherhood, who are viciously edited into mansplaining donkeys when the time comes. Diggers have lost their places for less, and I've made it very clear to Vince, his opinion doesn't matter, but it counts. It could cost us everything. Then you can be the one to congratulate her on her engagement when you see her tonight, Jen says, and I realize how artfully she's buried the lead. Because Jen didn't come here to tell me that Brett is getting married. She came here to tell me that Brett has been invited to Lauren's event, that the alliance is off. Vince fumbles the pass, slopping some of Jen's wine onto the silk rug. She's engaged? He sets the glass down on my vanity and goes in search of a towel. No shit, he says from the bathroom. To that same woman, what's her name? Arch, Jen says. Arch? Vince repeats, rudely, appearing in the bathroom doorway with a roll of toilet paper in his hands. Use a hand towel, I snap at him and direct my chin at the glass he's left on my vanity, and put a coaster under that. Welcome to New York, Vince. Jen cracks as he disappears into the bathroom again. We have people from lots of different cultures here, and obviously the white savior of African girls wasn't going to marry some corn-fed blonde from Ohio. You should have told me she was coming sooner, I say to Jen, waving off Jason's attempt to apply mascara to the falsies he's glued to my eyelids. I just wasted a $50 strip of lashes. You're not coming now? Jen spits, incredulous. Babe, Vince implores of me, standing in the bathroom doorway with a hurt puppy dog look on his face. He ordered a satin Hugh Hefner playsuit for this night weeks ago, monogrammed for $75 extra. I agreed not to film with her, I remind Jen icily. And unlike some people, my word means something. Jason returns the mascara wand to its bottle in consensus. Fine, Steph. Jen sets her wine on the vanity. Put down a coaster, you animal, I almost shriek. She's going to get the good edit. You know that, right? She's going to Morocco to help little illiterate rape victims, and she's planning a wedding to a mall lesbian Clooney. Yvette wanted us to know so we have the opportunity to make things right with her before she tells us. Otherwise, you know what it's going to look like. Like we're a bunch of calculating mean girls who changed our tune when it became clear Brett was going to be everyone's favorite this season because she's getting married. And guess what? Suckers like to see fat chicks get married. It gives their little artery-clogged hearts hope. Vince sucks in a horrified breath.
Jesus, Jen.
Jen shoots him an eviscerating look, but her face is a shameful red. She's always the favorite, I mutter, sounding so petulant I can't stand myself. Listen to yourself, Jen says, and I am shocked when her voice nearly cracks. Is she close to tears? I stare at her in wordless disbelief as she swipes the heel of her hand across her face. What is up with her tonight? Jesse's going to be pissed if you don't go. Do you know what they'll do to you in the edit room? Jen is not wrong about any of this, unfortunately, as it is a much more reliable characteristic of humanity that we're happier for people in love than we are for people in the highest tax bracket. Perhaps because we need to see ourselves in our heroines, and the modest accomplishment of finding a spouse and having babies is achievable by most of the general population, Green Menace notwithstanding. Our audience in particular likes nothing more than to see unconventional people getting to partake in conventional traditions. It's why Vince and I were so popular at first. It's why Jessie is taking a chance on Kelly and her mixed-race non-nuclear family, hoping for a Cheerios commercial backlash, promptly followed by a Cheerios commercial defense. Guys, relax, Vince says daringly. It takes a set of steel to chance on the R word around two women with a combined net worth of not in your lifetime, bud, but my husband does not exactly conduct himself in a risk-averse fashion.
You're getting way too worked up about this. Just go and tell Brett you're happy for her and get on with it.
Not waiting for my answer, Vince peels off his t-shirt and locates the top of his pajama set. The Tier 3 trainer at Equinox is doing an abysmal job of taming Vince's baby potbelly, I see. Jason pretends not to look anyway. Those heart-shaped lips and that strong, scruffy jaw make up for that much. The first time Vince ever had that effect on me, he was the bartender at a promotional event for a woman's razor blade. My friend from college worked for the PR company that represented Gillette, and she brought me as her +1. The event was held at a windowless warehouse in the theater district, and I remember exactly what I wore, a DVF wrap dress and a pair of nude patent leather Manolo Blahniks. I was 26 and he was 24, a 2-year infinity. He was an aspiring actor whose biggest break to date was biting into a BLT in a Hellmann's commercial. His dark hair fell into his light eyes each time he looked down to mix up a fresh batch of the event's signature cocktail, a hairy navel. Ha ha. And every woman in the room was imagining what he would look like on top of her, with that hair in those eyes. I still get weak in the knees remembering how, at the end of the night, he beckoned for me to come closer so that he could shout into my ear. The acoustics were poor in the windowless warehouse.
Your boyfriend is an idiot.
I made a dubious expression in an effort to play along. But he graduated from Harvard Law, top of his class. My boyfriend didn't graduate from Harvard Law, top of his class. I didn't have a boyfriend.
There's no way,
Vince said, buffing a wet wine glass dry with a dish towel.
Because no one that smart would be so dumb to let you out of his sight for even a minute.
I rolled my eyes with brute force, but inside I was jumping up and down screaming, "Don't stop, keep trying."
Seriously,
Vince said, flinging the dish rag over his shoulder and going very still, so that he could be sure to take in every inch of me.
You are incredibly beautiful.
Do you know what I felt like saying in that moment? I felt like saying, I know. All my life people have complimented my looks, but nothing they said ever rang true to me. She has a nice smile, I overheard a friend of my mom's say when I was 11. What does it even mean to have a nice smile? Hitler had a nice smile. Sometimes the girls at school would express an appreciation for my skin that they would never actually want to trade me for, about how lucky I was that I didn't have to worry about my tan fading in the winter. Then there were the guys who fetishized me, declaring, "You're hot," with such lascivious fervor that I'd want to go home and take a shower. I'd look at myself in the mirror, perplexed no one else could see it. I don't just have a nice smile or nice skin. I'm not hot. I'm beautiful, incredibly beautiful. The fact that I believed myself to be beautiful, and talented, I might add, does not run counter to my deep-seated insecurities. If anything, it is salt on the ever-open wound that is going through life unseen. But for 5 minutes on a Tuesday night in a windowless warehouse in the theater district, I felt seen by someone who happened to be incredibly beautiful himself. And that part mattered, because when we walked down the street holding hands, Vince acted as my conduit. Oh, people thought, making the jump after taking in Vince's good looks without needing to parse and qualify them first. He's with her. She must be beautiful too. Come to think of it, wow, she is so beautiful. And that's why Vince. It must be said that we were good in the beginning. There is a picture of us on New Year's Eve, caught mid-kiss in the drunken crowd, unaware the lens was turned on us. Those were the days, huh? Vince had his hands on either side of my face, my lower lip pierced between his teeth. Passion had distorted our faces, made us appear tormented and deprived of some basic human need. Oh God, I cried, slapping my laptop shut and covering my face in mortification when I saw the photo on Facebook. Something so private and primal should never be for public viewing. The sex was no frills, constant and torrid, which makes the reality that we don't have any now, at least not with each other, all the more gutting. You know how couples rarely make it if they have a child who dies? It's simply too awful a reminder of the life that was lost to stay with the person who helped create it. Sex is the dead baby in my marriage. It rips my heart in two to look at Vince and be reminded of what has been lost. We will not escape the reality TV marital curse. The only question that remains is when. When?
You're a good friend for coming over here and telling us this, Greenberg,
Vince says, stepping in front of me and working some of my pomade through his thick, wavy hair. For a few moments, with Vince's flat ass in my face, I'm at least spared the replica of my grief in the mirror. No matter what anybody says, I know that Vince loved me once, before I was rich and famous. I will go to the grave knowing somebody saw me for who I really am, and he didn't turn away in revulsion. I don't think Brett could say the same. The doors to the terrace of the penthouse are flung open. June at night like a bath you wake up in, lucky you didn't drown. Outside, lanterns illuminate wisteria-wrapped pergolas, and Franny's hand-stretched dough chars in the wood-burning fireplace. Well, that would have been the scene, had the Greenwich Hotel been willing to sign the release form and had Franny's not pulled out as the caterers once they discovered they would have to cook their pizzas in a conventional oven. As a result, we are in a very gold bar at a 4-star hotel in Midtown, trays of over-salted tuna tartare shoved in our faces every 7 steps. Jen and I trade stiff compliments about the decor because we've been mic'd and the cameras will pick up our audio even though they're not turned on us yet. This is nice, Jen says with a half grimace, half smile. My contribution. I never really get to this part of town. Natural Selection, the production company employed by the network, allocates 3 crews that rotate between the 5 of us for garden variety home shoots, but for an all-cast event, the whole unit is deployed. Out on the small cement terrace, catty-cornered to a third open bar, 2 crews have staked out a space. Between the camera operator and the gaffer and the grip and Lisa, they appear like one big roving alien, stalking its target in a square of spotlight. Lisa notices me and raises her arm, wiping the air in short frenetic waves. I pause before our showrunner and she squints at me, yanking the tail of Canal Street pashmina worn by a production assistant. Can we maybe... She goes to dab at my lips with a scarf still leashed to a pop-eyed PA. I duck out of her way before she can touch me. Lisa and Jessie hate how much makeup I wear. What am I walking into? I peer behind her and am relieved to see that it's only Lauren in the shot. Lauren trying in vain to convince us that she's not drinking, Lisa says. Next to me, blotting his forehead with oil-absorbing papers, Vince snorts. How many glasses of Prosecco have you snuck her in the bathroom? Lisa asks the PA, who is carefully turning her scarf around her neck again. 4, she guesses. Lisa punches 4 fingers inches from my face. I gently lower her hand. 4 glasses of Prosecco. I get it. Don't be shy about blowing up her spot. She reaches around me and pats my back, finding my mic pack between my shoulder blades. Good. Is Brett? I remove a piece of imaginary fuzz from Vince's shoulder, as if to say, I'm asking about Brett, but more concerned about getting my husband camera ready. In a perverse way, I'm dying to see my former best friend. It's like a criminal who finds reasons to revisit the scene of the crime. I don't know the psychology behind that, and I'm not the criminal here, but I can tell you what I'm hoping to get out of an encounter with Brett is acknowledgement. I want to hear Brett say that I had every right to try to turn the cast against her. She's figured out a way to keep herself relevant by proposing to some woman she's known 5 minutes, and I get it. It's self-preservation. But since I'm stuck with her, I deserve, at the very least, to hear her own it. She knows what she did. Lisa gives me a witchy grin. Oh, Brett's around. She gives me a gentle push. Don't worry, we'll find you, she adds in my ear. Vince goes to take a step forward as well, but Lisa's arm lowers in front of his chest like a safety bar on an amusement park ride. Not right now, my hungry hippo. Vince's pretty little mouth drops open. He's missed a greasy patch between his eyebrows with those blotting papers. Whatever, Lisa, he mutters. He surveys the room, trying to decide his next move. I'm getting a drink, he tells me, unpinning another button on his pajama top for all the women here to meet other women. I'll take a vodka soda, Lisa cackles after him. Go, she whispers into my ear with a firm push this time. 4 glasses of Prosecco. Thank me later. Lauren is kitted out in Elise bustier and sweatpants rolled several times at her hips, pink furry mules serving up terminally cool. She sighs when she sees Jen's chastity plaid. Oh, Greenberg. I'm comfortable, Jen retorts. Comfortable doesn't get you fucked, Lauren says with the vigor of someone who has drunk too much to enjoy sex anyway. Comfortable doesn't get you over that dickwad. Her anger is abrupt and embarrassing. Lauren realizes it and laughs, pretending she was joking. My adrenaline rouses, a static rustling the fine hair on my forearms. Between Brett's engagement and Jen's sudden willingness to film with her, Lisa's comment that I can thank her later, it doesn't take a veteran reality star to predict that things are about to go down. Phew, Jen says to Lauren, releasing a long cleansing breath and gesturing for Lauren to do the same. Big breath. Your energy is too powerful to waste it on anger. Your energy is too powerful to waste it on anger. Sigh. I couldn't admit this before because I was so desperate to see the good in Jen after I lost Brett, but Jen actually patents certain phrases before the season, then has coffee mugs and sweatshirts made with her inspirational sayings so that she can sell them from her Instagram page when the episode airs. I find myself wishing I had a drink in my hand to take the edge off her etheric drivel. This is a new sensation for me. I can never relate to those people who declare, I need a drink after a long week. I'd rather some stinky cheese or a massage at the Mandarin. The desire for a cocktail stiff enough to make my eyes water should be a sign. Get out while you still can. But I'm not one to believe in signs. Lauren pushes out a short, peppery breath for Jen's benefit before staking a toe to swivel in my direction, nearly losing her balance in the process. You look hot, she says, assessing me up and down. I like your nighty thing. Thanks, it's Stella. You know, I really admire what you've done. Telling your story, helping women. Lauren yawns, flitting her hand around as if to say yada yada. But it doesn't make you a saint. I force myself to respond calmly. I never claimed to be a saint. Lauren burps silently, sending a whiff of hunger my way. You claim to tell the truth, though, and you almost never do. Welcome to reality TV, where duplicity is not just encouraged, but a survival skill. The last time I saw Lauren, she was my yes'm woman. The last time I saw Jen, she was abusing an abused rescue dog. Now Lauren is an adversary and Jen is peace, love, and light. Why don't we discuss this at another time, when you're more clear-headed? I say to Lauren in an undertone. It's both an offer to protect my skin. I've lied about so many things. I'd rather discuss when I'm prepared to address which lie. And her own. You're telling everyone you're not drinking, but I know how many Prosecco's you've had tonight.
I'm completely clear-headed.
Lauren makes her eyes wide and alert, as though this is undeniable proof that she is fit to operate a moving vehicle.
And I want to know why you told me Brett was the one who sent the video of me to page 6, when it wasn't her.
If I weren't on camera, I would sigh with relief. Telling Lauren that Brett was responsible for that item in the press is the least of it all. I didn't tell you it was Brett. I said I suspected it was Brett because I know she has a line in to one of the editors there.
So do you,
Lauren trills. And so do you. A few lesbians in imported polyester passing as satin sleepwear stop speaking to stare at us. It will make for some great B-roll. Why don't we go into the hallway to discuss this so we don't ruin Lauren's event? Jen suggests. And I've been at this long enough to be able to translate that to, Brett is waiting for us in the hallway. I square my shoulders. I thought I was ready to have it out with Brett, but now that the opportunity has been presented, I realize I'm not, and I don't think I'll ever be. I should not be the one who has to apologize to her, which I'll have to do if I see her tonight. I'm fine right here.
Of course, Lauren mutters. It's not your event you're ruining.
I release a tinny, exasperated laugh.
You started with me.
Let's just. Jen puts a palm in the middle of our backs and takes a step toward the doors. Our Buddha bellwether, forcing us to follow her. I'm resistant at first, but as we step inside, I notice something in the far corner that makes me a willing participant of the cavalcade. It's my husband, sitting on a love seat by the fireplace, too close to another woman. I narrow my eyes and realize the woman is Kelly, wearing a white negligee that looks like it came with the sexy nurse costume from the Halloween store. Vince dips his head and murmurs something into her ear. Kelly plants her hand in the middle of his chest, restraining him with a kind smile. My heart is battering in my ears as I glance back at Lisa, fearful she will have Mark turn his lens on my scoundrel husband. But everyone is too focused on the impending confrontation between Brett and me to have noticed. One less thing to worry about, I think, momentarily relieved. But then I catch Jen's eye and realize she saw what I saw. Great. Just great. Brett is standing by the elevators, wearing the silk pajamas I bought for her last year. This is no happenstance. The pants are wrinkled, and if I get close enough to smell her, I'm sure I will discover that they're in desperate need of dry cleaning, which is also strategic. She wants me to know she's been wearing these, that she's been thinking about me. The crew rings us and waits to see which one of us will speak first.
I don't want to fight with you,
Brett starts, which is a riot. That is exactly what she is here to do. I laugh crudely in her face. Why else would you be here, Brett?
I asked her to come,
Lauren pipes up with glee. How thrilled she is to be the wounded bird at the center of this drama.
It's my event. I'm allowed to ask anyone I'd like to come. I don't need your permission, Steph.
Jen reaches for Lauren's hand and clutches it close to her heart. Laure, she says, her voice deep and husky. Remember what we talked about. Speak from a place of vulnerability, not vengeance.
Christ on a gluten-free vegan cracker,
Brett says, making eyes at the camera. When we were filming the first season, we were told to ignore the cameras. It was drilled into us. Then season 1 aired and we discovered that not only had Brett completely disregarded that rule, but that the viewers loved it, ordaining her the Jim Halpert of the show. Brett is incapable of seeing that private communication for what it is, which is a betrayal of her cast. Staring into the camera at moments like this is analogous to a laugh track. It's saying to the audience, yeah, I'm laughing at them with you.
Do you want me to mediate or not? Jen says to Brett, dropping the Dalai Lama inflection.
Something passes between them, indiscernible to anyone who is not us. They've seen each other since I was at Jen's apartment, I realize. They've agreed on something. I am the one on the ropes tonight. I take a moment to gather my bearings. Do they have something on me? Have they agreed to their own alliance? I decide whip fast that my best course of action is to show remorse. Lauren, I say, turning to her with my hands steepled in prayer. I genuinely thought Brett was behind the Page 6 article. That wasn't a lie. If Brett says it wasn't her, then it wasn't her, and I'm sorry to have created such confusion. Now, can we just go back in there and celebrate this important and necessary new chapter of Sadie? Important. Necessary. These are the things every digger would like to believe about herself. Lauren runs a hand through her sunny hair, pluming herself. She's going to work this conflict to the bone, I realize with a slump. How could the tide have turned against me so quickly? How am I the one on the outs here? I don't believe you thought that, Lauren persists. I think you told me that to get me on your side and fight battles for you. I attempt to disarm her with a smile. Laure, come on. You know me. I can fight my own battles. Or maybe you did it to try to distract everyone from your marriage issues. She cocks an eyebrow, lazily, but the trick does very little to assuage the regret on her face. She knows she's taken it too far by bringing up Vince. Laure, Brett gasps disapprovingly, and the eyebrow falls completely. It's official. Brett is our new puppet master. Thank you, Lisa, I think, as I remember what she told me earlier. You're not making any sense, I say to Lauren. Maybe it was the 4 glasses of Prosecco you've smuggled tonight when you're telling everyone you're sober. Lauren thinks she lunges at me, but in reality it's more of a slow, sad lean. She bumps her shin on the bench between the elevators, doubling over and yowling. Jen grabs her by her upper arm, helping to right her, and that's when I notice it. The bruising, the puncture wounds. Lauren has gotten her vaccinations from Morocco. Grow up, Lauren says, clutching her shin with her hand. You're too old to be a mean girl. Over Brett's shoulder, Lisa's lips form a grotesque O. Steph, Brett begs after me as I hurry away. Crew number 2 stalking me down the hallway. I'm done. I can't. I'm done. Vince has disappeared, and with the camera crew unrelenting at my back, I don't risk looking for Kelly in case she might lead me to him. The last thing I need is a storyline that my husband is shtupping the new digger. The second to last thing I need is for my husband to actually shtup the new digger. I head for the bathroom, where at least I can sit on the edge of the toilet and not worry what my face is or is not doing in this new reality, where I have somehow found myself the villain in the story. The door to the bathroom is locked. I rattle the knob to let whomever inside know there is a line, and then again a few seconds later, and then again. I can't get my face away from this camera fast enough. The door blows open with a Jesus, though the woman giggles an apology when she sees the camera and realizes who I am. I step past her, pulling the door shut behind me, but it catches on something before I can get it to latch. I look down and find the dirty toe of a golden goose sneaker. Brett turns sideways and fits her body inside, closing the door on the long snout of the camera. This has happened before. Mark's stuck outside filming a slammed door while our mics pick up a private conversation. Brett seizes me by the shoulders, pulling me toward her with her lips puckered. I can't tell if she's going to kiss me or spit on me. I won't let you do this, Steph. She shakes me with dramatic effect but very little actual force. You don't get to walk out like that. You don't get to decide when we talk and when we don't. I'm not your fucking subordinate. She releases me to bring 2 fists to her mouth, her shoulders quivering with silent church laughter. She jabs a finger at me, mouthing, "Go. You go." I stare at Brett for a few long, hard seconds. Give me something, I plead with her inwardly. Give me anything. Brett blinks back at me, the smile dropping away from her face. It seems like she might say something real. But instead she starts to cough, abruptly and violently. She coughs so hard she chokes. She coughs so hard tears stream down her face. "Wrong pipe," she croaks, clutching her throat with one hand, jabbing at the faucet behind me with the other. She means for me to turn it on so she can get some water. The most I'm willing to do is step aside so that she can see to her survival herself. Brett folds at the waist, splashing water into her mouth with her hands, getting as much of it down as she can while coughing and sputtering, her nose running, her face a pleasing and unbecoming shade of red. Doubled over as she is, I have full access to my image in the mirror. I lean in, closer, scrutinizing Jason's work tonight. My skin is a flawless, even canvas, allowing my dark eyes to really pop. But still, I am 34, ache in my heart. It's not my age that stings. It is that my age decided to make itself known with very little warning. I have always looked so young. Then somewhere, midway through 33, I looked into the mirror and saw that I was older. Ever since then, I've felt apologetic and guilty, exposed as a fraud, like a prominent evangelist pastor busted in a tawdry sex scandal. I deeply regret my last birthday and beg for your forgiveness. I've been skulking around the Forbes 30 under 30 crowd, aged out for a while now, but at least looking the part. Then 33 and a half kicked in the door, seeming to bring with it the decade's full wallop overnight. Every year, I have looked back on my last birthday and yearned to turn that year again. 28 was so young, 29 was still so young, 30 was a baby, but 34 felt different. There will never be a time when I look back and think I was young at 34. Young was left on the doorstep of 33. I am sure of it. Sometimes I think Jesse sniffed out my fear of aging, the way abusive men have a nose for women who grew up feeling undeserving of love. What did I say in my memoir? Feeling less than was wet wood for a termite like AJ. That was a good line. Jesse, like AJ, must have sensed my expiring sense of self-worth and thought to herself, that one won't think more of herself when I subject her to my mind games. That one will just take it. All of the diggers are damaged in some way. We must be. Why else would anybody sign up to be tossed out? Reality TV is like driving drunk. You know it might kill you, but there is something rakishly sexy about tempting the fates. Brett straightens, gasping still, thumping her chest with a fist. "Wow," she rasps. "Wow, I don't know where that came from." I know exactly where that came from. It came from Brett's subconscious, from the latent desire to come clean, to get something off her chest. The ego quashed it in her throat, strangling her, really, but knowing it resides within her, guilt, gives me the conviction I need to move forward with our original plan, hatched 8 months ago in my kitchen on my 34th birthday. I turn my back on the mirror, hoisting my butt onto the sink's ledge. I need to sit down for this. I never thought of you as a subordinate, I say. I thought of you as my friend. And me? I tent my fingers lightly over my heart. I go to the ends of the earth to support my friends. I took you in when you had nowhere else to go. And I guess I thought it was a given that if ever an opportunity presented itself to return the favor, that you would take it. But you didn't. You had an opportunity to get my book into the hands of a major celebrity whose support would have been huge, and you flat out refused to help me. You wanted to keep that relationship all to yourself. Brett's breathing is still labored, but I managed to detect a sigh of relief in the pattern. So far, I'm on script. I've said exactly what we always planned for me to say. That's so not fair, Steph, she says with a dopey upward tug at the corners of her mouth. You didn't lose anything by allowing me to stay at your house. She seems to realize that this line, which we practiced months and months ago, no longer applies, because her lips straighten once again. I don't know, she says, eyes downcast. Maybe I could have found a way to bring it to her attention. I could have at least tried. She looks up at me, her big eyes bigger. I'm sorry, Steph. I'm so sorry. I raise my eyebrows and a valve in my heart thinks about opening, because Brett is the one who is off script now. The plan had always been for me to apologize to her. Brett was to have come out of this scuffle smelling like roses. I miss you, Brett says thickly. She might mean it. It's killed me to not be able to congratulate you on all your success, which is so well deserved. And it's killed me to not be able to share with you what's going on with my life. Can we just, I don't know, meet for a drink, coffee, catch up? I miss you, she repeats. Every single day. I am silent. Brett prompts me with a slow roll of her finger. It's my turn. I miss you too, I force myself to say. Brett hops up on the counter so that we are thigh to thigh, shoulder to shoulder, conjoined twins. She covers my hand in her own, and I feel the cold metal on 2 fingers instead of 1. Oh yeah, she says, holding up her hand with a wry smile. I got engaged. The band is plain, gold, and a little too thick. The signet I bought for her has so much more style. I'm happy for you, Brett, I say with feeling, but everything in my body language is rigid. This does not deter Brett from draping an arm around my shoulders, from the assault of her warm touch. Does she actually believe me? If she does, she is so far down this rabbit hole of our perceived reality, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. We can make this right, can't we? Brett pleads. Come on. You know I always support you. Real queens fix each other's crowns. My disdain takes my breath away. Real queens fix each other's crowns. This is the equivocating claptrap that passes for feminism these days, an Instagram idiom that places the burden on the less effective party. Men get to go about their lives paying women less and black women even less than that, unencumbered by cutesy demands to fix a problem they created. Telling women to help other women in a society that places us in a systemic competition with one another is a fool's errand. 2% of the world's CEOs are women, and yet we are expected to treat each other like sisters and not rabid hyenas thrown a carcass picked to the gristle by lions. Malnourish me, undervalue me, humiliate and harass me when I try to get my money anyway, but don't you ever tell me to go about it nicely. I say none of this because I am not here to be a truth-sayer. I am here to capitulate. Brett isn't the only one acting out of a sense of self-preservation. I lean into this changeling's embrace, even though the stink of the French perfume I bought her tangled with the body odor in the pajama top I also bought her makes me queasy. Yeah, I say. I think we can make this right. But touch my crown, and you will lose a fucking finger. Put that on a coffee mug and hawk it.
Chapter 10. Brett. It was last year, Steph's 34th birthday. I had moved back in with her for the second time after breaking up with my very needy ex-girlfriend. Sarah and I had lived in a newly constructed high-rise on North End in Murray that cost us $4,500 a month. The apartment had 150 more square feet than my first place on York and 67th, with a dishwasher and a view of a better high-rise across the street, and nary a rodent nor a kitchen drawer wide enough to accommodate a utensils divider. And in New York City, That is the height of luxury living. No rats and no room. It was the nicest place I had ever paid to live in. Almost nice enough for me to pretend like the relationship was working. But in the end, I couldn't take one more drunken accusation that I wasn't all in. The process of breaking a lease on a New York City apartment is more soul-crushing than lunch hour at the DMV. So Sarah and I worked out a deal, where if I moved out, I only had to pay a quarter of the rent until our lease was up in the fall, just a few months away. Sarah wasn't totally wrong about me not being all in, and I felt I owed it to her to let her stay in an apartment neither of us could have afforded on our own, at least for a few more months. Meanwhile, like a Pew Research statistic come to life, I was forced for financial reasons to move back in with my surrogate parents at 26 years old. Steph had declared that for her 34th birthday, all she wanted was a quiet night in and Vince's killer coq au vin, which was very unlike Steph. But later, over dessert, she admitted the truth, which was that she didn't want proof of a birthday celebration on anyone's social media or in the press. She was afraid to remind Jessie that she was another year older. "You are ridiculous," I said, catching myself in time. I wanted to call her insane. "You're too young to understand," Steph said hysterically, toppling her untouched slice of Milk Bar birthday cake onto its side with her fork. She told me once that her medication makes anything sweet taste like cardboard. "Try me," I said, thinking about reaching for her plate, but I didn't want to look like a pig, having already cleaned my own. "Why can't you just be normal?" came my mother's voice. "I'm not saying to not eat dessert. I'm saying don't eat your dessert plus everyone else's." "I'd sneak down here later tonight and eat it straight from the box," I decided. If I polished it off, which was likely, I'd just tell them I noticed roaches in the kitchen and I threw the cake out before it could attract more. The plan had soothed me at the time. "So," Steph said, resting her fork tongs down on her plate, "there's this German word, Torschlusspanik. It literally translates to gate shut panic. Are you familiar with this?" I pushed a pair of imaginary Coke bottle glasses farther up the bridge of my nose. "Intimately." On the other side of the table, Vince dropped his head with a soundless laugh. "Forget it." Stephanie's shoulders tightened, and she clutched her water glass to her chest defensively. There was wine, but only Vince and I were drinking it. "Alcoholism runs in my family," she has said to me enough times that I've started to suspect there's more to it than that. Like maybe Stephanie is someone who lubricates life's edges by staying in control at all times. "Aw, babe, come on." Vince reached for the hand that was pinned beneath his wife's armpit and settled on holding her wrist when she wouldn't give it to him. Stephanie could never laugh at herself. "People say that I'm quick to make others the butt of my jokes, but I am the first one to recognize when I'm being too Brett-y. Stephanie doesn't have that ability, and I never realized before I moved in how delicately Vince had to tread around her. He seemed to not mind it, but later I learned he was exhausted. "Please," I begged, "tell us. I didn't graduate from college. How else am I supposed to learn about Tushy Spank?" I glanced from Stephanie to Vince with big bimbo eyes, my palm flipped up by my shoulder. "Is that right?" Vince tried not to laugh again, but even Stephanie couldn't hold a straight face. "I hate you," she laughed despite herself. "But in direct proportion to how much you love me, right?" I stole one forkful of her dessert and immediately regretted it. It only made me want to pick up the piece of cake in both hands and bite into it like a sandwich. Stephanie drummed her fingers on her forearm, taking her time being convinced to share. "Torschlusspanik," she said finally, resting her water glass on a white marble coaster, "is the sensation, the fear that time is running out." She jabbed at her heart with a finger, I have that. With this birthday. 33 was my last something birthday. The last year your success is special. It's the last age anyone can call you a Wunderkind, if we're sticking to the German theme. I cleared my throat and chose my words carefully. Okay. Go on. I raised my eyebrows at Vince, who sighed wearily. It gets better, he said, gesturing at his chin, meaning I had frosting on mine. I wiped my face with their lattice-woven linens. Japanese, $60, Stephanie had told me when I said they were pretty, which is something Stephanie always does. Volunteer a brand name or a price when you pay her a compliment, as if you don't even know the half of how nice her things are. Stephanie bowed her head, as if summoning the patience to explain a very advanced concept to very advanced imbeciles. After the obvious markers, sweet 16 you can drive, 18 you can vote, 21 you can drink, there is a whole chunk of time where you are presumably getting your ducks in order as a young adult. If you're going to do something exceptional with your life, it takes until 27 to get society to notice. Unless, she silenced me with a hand before I could object, you are Brett Courtney, girl wonder of the boutique fitness world. Damn right, Vince said, topping off my wine. Damn right, I agreed, raising my glass in what turned out to be a solitary toast. Stephanie waited for me to set my glass on the table before continuing. So that brings us to the 27 Club, of which icons like Kurt Cobain and Janis Joplin and Amy Winehouse are members. The club romanticizes the very idea of the young virtuoso, taken from us too soon. Next, we have the 30th birthday, your Dirty 30, which is an overtly sexy birthday that doesn't need much explaining. That's when all the lists start. The 30 under 30 most powerful, most influential, wealthiest, yada yada, and everyone gets to say, oh my God, she's only 30? You don't believe me now, but you're such a baby at 30. You are, she said, off my skeptical look. And then 31 is the year women peak in their beauty. And then 33 is your Jesus year. Your next special birthday after that is 35, when the medical community categorizes your pregnancy as geriatric. I'm sorry, I sputtered. A Jesus year? Vince tossed his napkin onto his plate. Talk some sense into her, Brett. He started collecting our dirty dishes. Because I've tried. Leave it, Vince, Steph said. It's your birthday, babe. Vince came around to Steph's side of the table and kissed the top of her head. Sit with your friend. I gotta find myself someone who cooks and cleans, I said, in a blatant attempt to get Stephanie to warm to her own husband, to recognize how much he'd done for her today, to appreciate it. Some days I was Vince's publicist, and some days I was Stephanie's, depending on who was the one who needed to be pitched to the other more. I'm a man of the millennium, Brett, Vince said from the kitchen, turning on the faucet and running his fingers under the water, waiting for it to warm. You should come over to our side. We cook and clean and fold your thongs into adorable triangles. I emptied the bottle of wine into my glass. Great! I need more rosé, Millennium Man. I drew a knee to my chest and addressed Steph. Okay, so Jesus here. Steph paused long enough for me to stop smiling. The Jesus year, Stephanie said. With such reverence, I cleared my throat to cover my laugh. Is a year of great historical precedence, given that it's the age God decided his son had accomplished everything he needed to accomplish on this earth. Your Jesus year is the year you realize it's now or never. You cash in your 401k to open an ice cream shop in Costa Rica. It's the last year you're ever young enough to make a major career change, and it's the last year anyone can fawn over how young you are if it hits. Steph, I said, giving in to the urge to laugh. You're a New York Times best-selling author with a major Hollywood studio paying you a lot of money to turn your books into movies. You're on a TV show with 2 million viewers. You have stairs in your New York City apartment and 3 Chanel bags. And Bay is ridiculously good-looking, Vince said, appearing tableside with a fresh bottle of rosé, so chilled his thumbs left translucent prints on the fogged bottle. I made a gesture of support toward Vince, who also talks very cool. How much better can you do? I can't do any better. That's the point. She slid a coaster under the rosé bottle, and with her Japanese linens mopped its wet ring from the oiled oak table. Vince responded, sorry, as though a verbal exchange had taken place. I've already peaked. 34 is a nothing year. It's your done year. I'm not getting asked back for next season. No one has survived the show past 34. Vince and I shared an incredulous look across the table, but then I actually thought about it. That's not true, is it? Stephanie readied her fingers to be counted. Let's examine the evidence, shall we? Tapping finger number 1. Allison Green, Season 1, 32. Tapping her middle finger, she continued, Carolyn Ebelbaum, Seasons 2 and 3, aged 32. Haley Peterson, Seasons 1, 2, and 3, aged 33. She set all her counted fingers on the table as if to rest her case. I shook my head, refusing to believe any of this was purposeful. It's a coincidence. It's not like a height cutoff at an amusement park ride. You don't have to get off this ride at 34. Well, maybe I don't want to take that chance, Steph said, folding her dinner napkin into a prim square. I need to make sure I'm asked back for Season 4. The last book came and went with a whimper. I can't go out like that. Oh, God. The desperation on her face. It will never not break my heart to remember it. Get ready, Vince said, back in the kitchen now, exfoliating a soaked pan with a Brillo pad, the sound of steel on iron making my teeth ache. Her voice smaller than I'd ever heard it. Steph said to me, Don't say no until I'm finished, okay? Across the room, Vince worked his finger around his ear as though he were spinning cotton candy onto a yarn, mouthing, crazy. In that moment, I hated him. During those weeks I lived with Steph and Vince, my empathy was like a transferable property right, something I leased out depending on who was shitting harder on whom. I'd heard the rumors about Vince before I moved in, of course. Everyone had. But I chose to believe Stephanie when she said they were just that, rumors, and that she and Vince were still madly in love. I thought a lot about the difference between believing her and in choosing to believe her, and why I was so gung-ho to participate in such an obvious sham, and it must have been because I idolized her. I couldn't reconcile my fangirl image of her with the cliched reality that she was just another little wife at home, waiting up for her husband past midnight. I was 15, and Stephanie 23, when she published the first book in her fiction trilogy. I remember stealing my mother's copy from her nightstand while she was out of the house, memorizing the page number after each reading, because if I folded a corner, Mom would know I had been reading a book with a lot of sex in it, and ew, ew, ew. Stephanie's author picture was a stunningly perfect glamour shot, with lipstick, honkin' diamond studs in her ears, and a dazzling smile. Her bio was terrifically cosmopolitan. Stephanie Simmons lives on the Upper East Side. Not in New York, not in Manhattan, on the Upper East Side, with her dearly beloved collection of Jimmy Choos. The wit of her, the beauty. Stephanie Simmons is when I found my vagina, I once joked to a reporter who asked me how it felt to have her take me under her wing. Stephanie tweeted a link to the interview twice. She loved how much I adored her, and that turned out to be the root of all our problems. Living with Steph and Vince, I couldn't help but notice I played a role for Stephanie not unlike the one Vince had taken on. She had a tendency to gravitate toward people who were below her station in life, to build you up to a certain point, but never too high. She did not react well as I started to close the gap between us. She became needy, suffocating, jealous. Why couldn't she host the 4th hour of the Today Show with me? Why couldn't I bring her as my date to the Glamour Women of the Year awards? She could keep Vince under her thumb to a certain extent, but she didn't have the same jurisdiction over me, and she started to resent me for it. Steph clings to the fact that Vince chose her before the show was even a twinkle in Jessie's eye. But she had 2 books published before she got married, and 1 movie based on the novel by Stephanie Simmons already made. She may not have been movie star recognizable when she met Vince, but clearly he took in her clothes, her jewelry, and her doorman apartment on the Upper East Side and fell in love with her lifestyle. I do believe he fell in love with her next. But marrying someone who falls for what you have first and who you are after does not a healthy marriage make. So yeah, Vince is sort of scummy for that. But Stephanie isn't off the hook either. She knew what she was getting herself into when she married a guy like Vince, and she still registered for all the crystal stemware from Scully and Scully anyway, because she liked the idea of a trophy husband. And Vince is the quintessential trophy husband. A little skinny fat, but this is New York, not LA, and it is nothing those eyes won't make you forget. Had he been too ripped, a certain grassroots rumor might have picked up more steam, which is that Vince and Stephanie are covering for each other in a Will and Jada Pinkett Smith-esque arrangement, if you know what I mean. It's hard to feel bad for either one of them, and it's hard not to feel bad for both of them. It depends on the day. Throughout that day, leading up to Stephanie's birthday dinner, I had been firmly in Vince's camp. He had waited on us hand and foot from the moment we woke up, starting with a heavenly batch of homemade blueberry ricotta pancakes served to us in bed, but nothing could lift Stephanie's spirits. Stephanie suffers from a sort of dysmorphia when it comes to her success, and good luck to anyone who attempts to convince her that her talent and tenacity have been recognized. Clearly, Vince sensed my exasperation with her, and that's why he felt emboldened to make that gesture, to break the cardinal rule of gold diggers by mouthing crazy. I crossed party lines again in that moment, over to Stephanie's side, as I watched Vince wash his white Le Creuset pans that his wife bought him in the beautiful kitchen his wife paid for. I may be engaged to a woman, but I know this much to be true about hetero relationships, and that is that men who call women crazy are always the men who have first pushed them to the brink. I'm listening, I told Steph, and the gratitude in her smile made me look away in secondhand embarrassment. The worst part about getting old has to be asking people younger than you for their help. God, I pray that will never be me. Do you know the highest rated episode of reality TV of all time? I thought about it for a moment. Talk shows don't count, right? Don't count. What about that WWE shit? This tied WWE Raw. Holy shit, I laughed, genuinely intrigued. What was it? The Hills. Season 3 premiere. You Know What You Did. I instantly saw Lauren Conrad in my mind, cast red by West Hollywood lights, berating Heidi Montag. You know why I'm mad at you. You know what you did. I remember it, I said. Of course you do. Show me a woman under the age of 35 who doesn't remember the Lauren and Heidi feud. The Lauren and Heidi feud was a thing of beauty. So was the rivalry between Katy Perry and Taylor Swift, Tonya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan, Betty Davis and Joan Crawford. Female aggression is curtailed, and therefore taboo, and therefore ratings gold. Did you know that toddler girls are just as inclined to roughhouse as boys? But we teach them to blunt those instincts. She sees the recognition on my face and says, "Yeah." I was thinking about Kelly and me, biting, scratching, strands of her hair in my hand, from root to split end. We learn to channel our aggression passively from a young age, she shrugged as though this were old news. And that's why woman-to-woman combat is a spectator sport. Women have to get creative when we fight. We're professionals. No wonder people line up to see us do our thing. Jen and I fight, I point out. But you've always fought. There's no room for treachery when you've never gotten along. Viewers don't want to fight. They want a betrayal. And how do we give them that? We pull a Lauren and Heidi. She stole my glass of wine and took a walloping gulp. I'll even let you be Lauren Conrad. I'll be the heel, she said, through that puckering face we all make when we drink something too cold too fast. Stars, they're just like us. The fight, Stephanie said, had to be serious enough that viewers wouldn't accuse us of being petty, wouldn't tell us in the comments on our Instagram posts to put our big girl panties on and sort it out. If birth control doesn't give her a stroke at 35, it will be a grown woman in Minnesota telling Stephanie how to conduct herself using the language of a kitty diddler. The fight also couldn't be so irreparable that we wouldn't reconcile in time for the Morocco trip. We would end the season in Morocco, she promised. Nothing we were doing was ever meant to be permanent. The heart of this serious but not irreparable fight would be this, that Stephanie had come to me and asked me to push her book on Rihanna, with the thought that she was perfect to play her in the film adaptation should the rights be optioned. She was working on a new book about her childhood, opening up about some things she'd wanted to talk about for a long time. What things? I had asked, intrigued, but also feeling a little queasy. I could tell by the look on her face she was not talking about happy childhood memories. Just some stuff I went through when I was young, she'd said, glancing at Vince furtively. But when I ask you to push it on your new star client, you say you aren't comfortable doing that, and I flip out. I claim you owe me. Stephanie lowered her eyes sadly. I'm going to look crazy. But, she raised her shoulders and thinned her lips, if Jeffsy finds out we're fighting, she'll have to ask me back next season to see it all play out. And I'd rather be hated for a few months than fast-forwarded. Fuck that guy, I said, meaning the writer at New York Mag, who had taken to calling Stephanie Sleptony in his recaps of Season 3. But suddenly, as if her fear were an app with a share feature, I felt it too. There was a very strong likelihood that my closest ally on the show would not be asked back. She had been aboard a film last season. Mark had made that crack about timing his Ritalin dosage to Stephanie's scenes, and Lisa was always coming at Stephanie's face with a Starbucks napkin in hand, calling her Miss New York, not kindly. And sometimes, when Stephanie stops smiling but the lines around her mouth remain, she does look like she's starting to get old. The fight was supposed to have happened off-camera between seasons, and like method actors, we were to commit. As soon as my lease was up in the fall and I was through paying rent to Sarah, I could afford to move out, and that's when we would cease all communication. We couldn't put on a front to the media, to the other castmates, to Jessie, if at home late at night we were texting each other goofy emojis. We'd seen what happened to Haley when she was hacked, and we couldn't chance anyone figuring us out. It's why I didn't reach out to Steph to congratulate her when the book came out, and caught fire, even though I was dying to. Even though I was actually hurt. She had been choked out, spit on, and raped, and she never told me? She was supposed to be my best friend. It's also why I was unable to give her a heads up about the lunch with Jessie and my sister. Maybe I would have found a way to get in touch with her if I thought Kelly was anything more than a Green Party candidate. But I truly saw it as a mercy meeting for my sister, which was completely naive in retrospect. Of course, Jessie would see my niece, 9-foot-tall mini mogul with stars in her eyes. And of course, Steph would read the decision to cast 2 of my family members as me trying to make a grab for the spotlight when we'd manipulated an arc that was meant to split it. I allowed myself to believe that was when the fight became real for her, though deep down I knew that wasn't it. Deep down, I knew what it was really about. It took me until the all-cast prod meeting to realize that the fight was no longer fake. Steph and I are the only castmates who keep in touch off camera. So it was normal that I hadn't seen Lauren or Jen until the prod meeting. That Stephanie had seen them was not. And when the women simultaneously turned their backs on Morocco, I knew it had nothing to do with me refusing to slip the book to my celebrity rider. I don't know what would have happened if Yvette hadn't taken pity on me and exposed Jen's back alley protein habit. Once I obliterated the alliance, I figured I had 2 choices. I could expose Steph's scheme, but in doing so, I would have to admit to my role in it. And Jessie, whose non-negotiables are no fashion bloggers except Leandra Medine and no fake storylines, would have been irate. Or I could play dumb. Pretend like this was all a part of the plan. That Stephanie wasn't trying to ice me off the show. That she didn't sincerely despise me now and proceed with the reconciliation as we had originally conceived, culminating in the trip to Morocco. To my great relief, Steph played along when I cornered her in the bathroom at Lauren's event. Only now, it feels like instead of pretending to be in a fight, we're pretending to be friends. In my wildest dreams, I never would have imagined that the fight would become real and the friendship the charade.
Chapter 11. Stephanie. My best friend is meeting me at Barney's to help me pick out shoes for the dinner with the Oscar-nominated female director. I reread Lisa's reminder text from earlier this morning. Reminder, this is the first time you've seen Brett since you made up in the bathroom at Lauren's party. This, Cliff's note, is necessary as she assumes we've seen each other since Lauren's party 3 weeks ago. And why shouldn't she? We made up. Things are back to normal. I'm going to Morocco. How I wish I could put negating quotation marks around that. Lisa sends us these reminder texts before most scenes out of chronological necessity. We are not a scripted series, but we are a corralled one. We shoot out of order, sometimes filming a coffee date after a big blowout between 2 of the cast members to set up the confrontation, which will appear to have taken place later in the hour on your television screen. Lisa used to text me before I met Brett. Reminder, the last thing you talked about was Lauren's arrest, when we'd spoken about a million different things since then, some on camera and some off. You start to pick out threads as filming progresses, the reminder text serving as headline beats for all the intersecting storylines. Clearly, the Brett and Steph reconciliation is going to be a big one this season, just like we planned it. Ever since Lauren's event, I've waited for something from her. If she texted me, I would have said she should have called. If she called, I would have said she should have done it in person. She couldn't have done it right, no matter what she did, but anything to acknowledge the real thing that happened between us would have been something. I have lost friends before, but it has never felt like this. Like having a stroke and having to relearn how to walk, which hand is left and which hand is right. Brett nuked my instincts, coaxed my most vulnerable secrets out of me by dangling her own, which turned out to be artificial bait. I told her the painful details about things of which I've only given Vince the broad strokes, most notably, the extent of my struggle with depression. I hate that word, depression. I hear it and I think of that black lab in the commercials, toy in his mouth, whimpering for a walk, his owner